Tonight, we're exploring what it was like to be a Victorian postman. In an age before telephones, the post was everything. Love letters, business deals, family news, and secrets sealed with wax. Victorian postmen carried the weight of daily life in their bags, making deliveries several times a day, rain or shine, through fog, soot, and crowded streets. They were trusted faces at every doorstep and part of the unseen machinery that kept the empire connected. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is. It's always comforting to see our little nighttime circle gathered from all over the world. Now, dim the lights, turn on a fan for some noise and let's dive in. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rose bushes, aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flower-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality. Some are thick and important-looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of 4-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganise your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. She receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials RH. You've developed a theory that RH might be a long-lost romantic interest, but Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least one child attached to her skirts like a small determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the Postal Service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography. But weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the postal service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations: postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. The afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. Business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents, through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Dr. Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire, shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom. And just like that, our main story comes to an end. But don't worry, we always place other stories here, old and new, to help you out if you're still awake. I've decided to bring this reminder back so that you're aware. It's an honour to do this daily with you all, and I'm forever grateful. Sweet dreams, friends, and as always, sleep tight and good night. Julius Caesar wasn't always the towering figure we picture, draped in a bright red cloak and commanding the world's greatest empire. Before he was that legend, he was simply Gaius Julius, born into a patrician family with fading clout in a Rome that seemed to change every week. In those early days, the city itself wasn't the polished marble wonder of later centuries. With curving streets that spread gossip more quickly than chariots, it was a noisy, crowded centre of ambition and politics. People lived on top of each other in shabby apartments, while aristocrats planned lavish feasts in their villa courtyards, hoping to lure allies for the next election. Gaius Julius was shaped by it all. The noise of street vendors hawking figs and fish, the heated oratory in the forum, and the whispers behind every statue's column. Even as a child, Caesar had a curiosity that led him to corners of Rome others avoided. Dimly lit taverns, the muddy banks of the Tiber River, and rows of cramped bookshops where scribes copied scrolls for hours on end. These experiences seasoned him with a knowledge of everyday life that most upper-class Romans rarely bothered with. He'd watch workers at the docks, fascinated by the different languages from traders coming in from the east. It gave him an early taste for the diversity that existed beyond Rome's walls, and no matter how chaotic it got, he never seemed overwhelmed. Instead, he'd carefully absorb how each piece of society functioned and file the information away. In his early teens, while many aristocratic boys took lessons in rhetoric under famed tutors, Caesar did too, but he did more than rehearse speeches from ancient Greek texts. He peppered his teachers with questions about how words could shift emotions. He realized that to command respect in Rome, you needed to shape minds and hearts, not just bodies on a battlefield. This flair for oratory would become one of his trademarks. Before he wore the laurel wreath, Caesar was already making a name for himself in smaller legal cases. He wowed the courts with a perfect blend of reason, passion, and style that made older, more experienced pleaders look foolish. His household wasn't exactly a fortress of tranquility. Tensions brewed under its roof, fed by old feuds and expectations that could suffocate a young man. If you were a patrician, tradition dictated you climb certain ladders, hold a few offices, curry favour with the Senate, play by Rome's unwritten rules. Yet Caesar's mother, Aurelia, sensed something different in him. His eyes sparked with ambition beyond the norm. Quietly, she encouraged him to break moulds, but do so intelligently. She knew that living like a chameleon in Rome's political ecosystem, switching shades when necessary, was the path to real power. Of course, Caesar's early journey wasn't smooth. He found himself ensnared in the civil disputes between Marius, his uncle by marriage, and Sulla, which tore Rome into factions. As a teenager, Caesar had to flee or risk execution when the dictatorial Sulla took over. But even on the run, he refused to remain hidden in a corner of Italy. Instead, he travelled discreetly, learning about local communities, forging bonds with minor officials and gaining a sense for the shifting alliances that propped up Roman government. Ever cunning, he avoided Sulla's men by staying a step ahead of them, sometimes disguising himself or travelling in the company of improbable companions, like foreign traders or even wandering performers. Eventually, Caesar returned to Rome after Sulla's death, but he'd learned that when power is on the table, trust is a fragile commodity. He had seen men switch loyalties for a promise of gold or turn in a friend to keep their own head. That lesson never left him. Upon coming home, he immediately set about re-establishing his social ties, attending banquets and forging friendships with men who had once eyed him with suspicion. Yet Caesar was adept at reading faces. If he caught even a flicker of duplicity, he dodged that bond elegantly, perhaps with an extravagant greeting followed by a subtle distancing. One could never be too careful in Rome's swirling politics. A remarkable moment came when he took on the role of priest to Jupiter, only to lose it during Sulla's purges. It was a blow. Public piety, after all, was a stepping stone for an aspiring politician. But Caesar's resilience was already in full bloom. He picked himself up, found a new path, and ventured into the world of politics from a different angle, securing lesser offices that would eventually open bigger doors. He also began building a personal brand of generosity. Soon people whispered about the banquets he held and the funds he provided for public works. Senators wondered how he managed to gather such deep pockets. It wasn't old family wealth alone. Caesar had a network of supporters, and many believed in him precisely because of his willingness to think outside the conventional lines of patronage and nepotism. By his mid-20s, Caesar had cultivated a reputation for being both bold and adaptable. He hadn't yet reshaped Rome, but the seeds were there. His path wasn't about simple heroics or the typical childhood prophecy that he was destined for greatness. Rather, it was a quieter accumulation of experiences that prepared him for the challenges ahead. Each piece, his exposure to everyday Romans, his brush with danger during Sulla's regime, his love of rhetoric, lined up perfectly to form a foundation. Rome, full of swirling rivalries and unspoken rules, had no idea that this relatively unremarkable young man with a quick tongue and quick mind was about to upend everything. Before he was a seasoned commander or the Colossus striding across the Rubicon, Caesar had an escapade that shaped his perspective on the power more than any lecture in the Senate ever could: his abduction by Cilician pirates in the Aegean Sea. It's a tale rarely told in the mainstream, but it offers a raw glimpse into his character. Caesar was travelling to strengthen his oratory skills under a renowned teacher on the island of Rhodes, something aristocrats often did. But the seas teemed with pirates who thrived on ransom, and it wasn't long before his ship was seized. The pirates who captured him expected a frightened Roman aristocrat. Instead, they encountered a man whose boldness made them question who'd truly been captured. When they demanded a ransom of 20 talents of silver, Caesar reportedly scoffed that they were underselling him. He insisted they ask for 50. The pirates, bemused yet intrigued, took his suggestion. For several weeks, Caesar lived among them, waiting for friends to gather the sum. During that time, he treated them as if he were the one in charge, ordering them to keep quiet when he slept, even reciting poems and speeches and telling them to appreciate the artistry, or else. To the pirates' credit, they indulged him, perhaps wondering if they had accidentally kidnapped a lunatic. He wasn't simply being arrogant, he was displaying confidence and unpredictability. In a precarious situation, fear can be an exploitable weakness. By acting as if he were the authority figure, Caesar forced the pirates to respect him, or at least treat him carefully. When the ransom finally arrived and Caesar was freed, he quickly organised a naval force, hunted those same pirates down, and had them crucified. It was an act of lethal retribution, laced with the cunning that would characterise his later campaigns. The memory of that ransom demanded, and of Caesar's outlandish performance on the pirates' island, helped shape his entire approach to dealing with adversaries, dramatic, strategic, and always with an eye to the outcome. Back in Rome, Caesar resumed his climb, yet he carried a certain swagger now, a sense that his life was fated for something extraordinary. After all, how many young Roman nobles had stared down pirates and lived to spin the tale? At political gatherings, people whispered behind their cups of wine, speculating on whether that story was just Caesar's brand of theatrics or pure truth. But it was undeniable that he managed to secure enough influence to become a military tribune, and soon he was off to gain experience in the provinces, which gave him intimate knowledge of the armies he would one day command. The politics he left in Rome were no less complicated. He forged a delicate pact with Pompey and Crassus, later known as the First Triumvirate. This was not a formal institution, but rather a private handshake that united three men with distinct strengths: Pompey's military prestige, Caesar's wealth, and Caesar's political cunning. People often assume Caesar just lucked into that arrangement, but it was actually the culmination of countless dinners, private agreements, and carefully bartered favours. Caesar knew that if he wanted to climb higher, he needed to bring Rome's big players into his corner, at least temporarily. If that meant moderating his own ambitions in the short run to secure Pompey's trust, he'd do it without blinking. With their support, Caesar aimed for a new goal, a position that would not only confer prestige, but also provide him with the chance to broaden his network and bolster his army with devoted soldiers. The governorship of Hispania Ulterior or Gaul, where fortunes could be made and reputation cemented, seemed ideal. Not only would it allow him to command armies, it would offer a stage to showcase his genius in both administration and warfare. In time, he secured the proconsulship of Gaul. Gaul was vast, populated by diverse tribes, each with its own traditions, alliances and grudges. Where lesser men might see only a frontier to exploit, Caesar saw a chessboard with dozens of moving pieces. He relished the challenge. This was, after all, the man who once calmly dined with kidnappers. Gathering legions known for their discipline and grit, he departed north, determined to do more than just play caretaker. He wanted to knit those tribes into Rome's sphere of influence, forging new roads and alliances while showcasing Roman supremacy. Before he launched significant campaigns, Caesar did his homework. He arranged meetings with tribal chiefs, listening carefully to their rivalries and hearing their pleas for Roman protection. Was it genuine concern or a ploy? Caesar would weigh each statement, reading not just the words but the shifts in tone and eye contact. If he sensed an opportunity, like a tribe longing for revenge on its neighbour, he'd promise support, extracting pledges of loyalty. In many ways, his tactics mirrored the hush-hush political dealings he'd honed back in Rome, only now the stakes were measured in thousands of soldiers and entire territories. Yet, throughout these manoeuvres, Caesar never lost sight of the persona he'd cultivated. He was no mere bureaucrat. He was that daring aristocrat who'd outwitted pirates, the dynamic orator who electrified the courts, and the cunning negotiator who'd found common ground with Pompey and Caesar. Each success in Gaul was reported back to Rome via sensational dispatches, commentarios, written with clarity and flair. People in the city devoured them as if they were tabloid headlines. He dramatized his victories just enough to capture the public's imagination. The Senate, reading the official versions, found themselves both impressed and wary. Caesar was quickly becoming too big to ignore. These initial steps in Gaul, some alliances struck, some small skirmishes won, emboldened him. He sensed that if he could bring all of Gaul under Roman control, he'd move from being just another ambitious politician to a legendary conqueror. That knowledge spurred him on. Caesar might have left behind the pirates who once threatened him, but the memory of that captivity fueled his hunger for absolute control. If he had his way, no one, be they a tribal chief or a Roman senator, would ever have the power to hold him captive again. The Gallic Wars, as Caesar's campaigns would come to be called, weren't just about marching legions across fields and building wooden palisades. They were about psychological warfare, diplomacy, and the cunning exploitation of intertribal rivalries. Rome's dominance always hung on its ability to divide and conquer. With Caesar at the helm, that strategy took on fresh nuance. In the early phases, Caesar consolidated Roman gains by constructing a network of roads and fortifications. This was hardly glamorous labour. Roman soldiers would spend weeks hacking through forests and bogs to erect outposts, sometimes under the threat of ambush. Yet each new Roman-style fort, complete with straight lines and carefully measured intervals, sent a message of permanence. These weren't just makeshift garrisons, they were statements that Rome had come to stay. People often remember Caesar's brilliance on the battlefield, but his true strength lay in methodical organisation. He considered logistics as vital as sword and shield. The various Gallic tribes watched uneasily, some rushing to Caesar's side, others forming alliances against him. Caesar capitalised on the smallest of division. If one tribe feuded with another, he'd arrive as a peace broker, offering Roman friendship and military aid against a rival. Soon enough, the tribe would find itself bound to Caesar by mutual benefit and shackled by Roman expectations. The brilliance lay in making it seem as if the tribe had chosen this path freely. Not that Caesar's campaign was devoid of bloodshed. Certain tribes resisted fiercely, resentful of foreign occupation. The Belgae in the north, for instance, marshalled huge forces that tested Roman discipline. Caesar, never squeamish, deployed tactics to crush resistance decisively, destroying crops, capturing strategic points, and sometimes resorting to brutal reprisals that sent a chill through neighbouring tribes. He didn't revel in cruelty for its own sake, but he understood the Roman tradition of deterrence. Ferocious display could prevent a drawn-out rebellion. This approach, while effective, also laid the seeds for future animosity, especially among fierce defenders of Gallic independence like Vercingetorix. Vercingetorix was an Arvernian chieftain who recognised that the Gallic tribes needed unity more than ever. He wasn't some hot-headed bandit chief. He was methodical, charismatic, and had a strategic mind that could rival Caesar's. While Caesar was off campaigning on another front, Vercingetorix rallied disparate tribes under the banner of Gallic pride. When Caesar got wind of this resistance, he recognised at once that Vercingetorix was no ordinary adversary. The typical trick of exploiting old rivalries might not work here. The confrontation between Caesar and Vercingetorix escalated into one of the defining struggles of the Gallic Wars. Vercingetorix adopted a scorched earth policy, instructing villagers to destroy their own supplies and towns to starve the Roman legions of resources. It was a grim strategy, burning fields and uprooting harvests, but it slowed Caesar's advance, creating logistical nightmares for Roman soldiers accustomed to living off the land. For a man who prided himself on controlling every variable, Caesar found himself confronting the unpredictable factor of a charismatic local leader who matched him in cunning. Still, Caesar was a master of adaptation. Recognizing the challenge, he consolidated his troops and chose to besiege key Gallic strongholds. Most famously, he surrounded the fortress town of Alesia, where Vercingetorix had taken refuge with tens of thousands of warriors. The siege of Alesia would become a testament to Caesar's ability to think in layers. He constructed a ring of fortifications around the city to starve out Vercingetorix's forces, and, anticipating a Gallic relief army, he built another ring facing outwards to protect his legions from an attack from outside. This double fortification was an audacious engineering project, involving miles of ditches, ramparts, and watchtowers, enough to give any modern city planner pause. The days wore on under a relentless sun. The besieged Gauls inside Alesia ran short of food. Women and children were turned out of the fortress, hoping for mercy, only to be left stranded between the city walls and the Roman lines. Meanwhile, a massive relief force of various Gallic tribes arrived, attempting to break Caesar's outer defences. During one critical night, it seemed Rome might collapse under the weight of the onslaught. Caesar himself rallied his men, darting from post to post. He knew if Alesia was relieved, Gaul could unite behind Vercingetorix, and Caesar's entire campaign might unravel. Against formidable odds, the Roman lines held. Exhausted from repeated attacks and lacking a coherent strategy, the relief force finally broke. Inside Alesia, with supplies gone, inns and morale shattered, Vercingetorix surrendered. The sight of this defiant Gallic chieftain handing over his weapons underscored the turning point. Rome had asserted its dominance, and Caesar stood at the pinnacle of victory. Yet for all the glory, the end of the siege left many Gauls embittered. Caesar might have pacified the region, but a smouldering resentment would eventually lurk beneath the official peace treaties. When Caesar returned to Rome, he was hailed as a hero. His campaigns in Gaul had quadrupled Rome's domain and filled the Republic's coffers with wealth from newly conquered territories. The Senate awarded him grand triumphs, parades where caged prisoners walked in chains, and the crowd roared with delight. In these processions, Caesar's name became synonymous with military genius and Roman might. Yet the very success that elevated him threatened to unbalance the precarious political framework in Rome. Men like Pompey and Crassus, once his allies, couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the sheer magnitude of Caesar's achievements. The old guard in the Senate grew uneasy. They murmured that Caesar's ambition was too large for the Republic. Even allies wondered if they could remain relevant while Caesar soaked up the glory. Caesar, for his part, believed he had only just begun. His vision extended beyond the spoils of Gaul. He wanted to transform Rome itself, to carve out a position where no single factional rival could stifle him again. This set the stage for an inevitable clash. Caesar's manoeuvres in Gaul, while triumphant, had also sown suspicion and envy. And suspicion and envy in Rome often led to civil war, assassinations, and chaos. But if Caesar was worried, he hardly showed it. Fresh from the greatest victory of his career, he was welcomed like a conquering hero. He stepped onto the marble streets of Rome with a confidence forged in the crucible of countless battles, the final. The uneasy alliance of Pompey, Crassus, and Caesar, often called the First Triumvirate, had always been a marriage of convenience. Each man saw it as a tool to secure power, but once Caesar's Gallic conquests made him the darling of the masses, resentment began to simmer. Pompey, Rome's previous superstar general, noticed public attention drifting from him to Caesar. Crassus, meanwhile, met a tragic end in an ill-advised campaign against the Parthians, leaving Caesar and Pompey as the two principal contenders for the heart of Rome. An undercurrent of tension now pulsed through the city. Senators whispered in corridors, choosing sides. Pompey cozied up to conservative factions in the Senate who viewed Caesar as a threat to the old republican system. Caesar, still away in Gaul, understood he would need to solidify his position back home soon. The term of his governorship was drawing to a close, and if he returned to Rome merely as a private citizen, his enemies could bring him to trial for various alleged misdeeds and effectively end his political career. His solution? He demanded to run for consul in absentia, seeking an extension of the immunity and power he held as proconsul. The Senate refused, with Pompey supporting that refusal. This was the point of no return. Caesar stood at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary beyond which lay Italy proper. Roman law was crystal clear. No general was allowed to bring his army into Italy. To do so amounted to a declaration of war. On a winter's night in 49 BCE, Caesar made his choice. He marched across the Rubicon, uttering the phrase, "Alea iacta est," the die is cast, if the anecdotes hold any truth. Overnight, Rome's system of alliances shattered. The civil war had begun. Pompey and many senators fled Rome to gather forces in the east, confident they'd muster armies far greater than Caesar's. They had the backing of traditional elites, wealthy provinces, and, they believed, time on their side. Caesar, however, wasn't known for cautious delay. He pressed forward at breakneck speed. Towns and cities along the way opened their gates, some out of admiration for Caesar, others out of fear. The unstoppable momentum took Pompey by surprise, forcing him to evacuate Italy altogether. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. But taking Rome was just the beginning. The real challenge was confronting Pompey's legions, which were regrouping in Greece. Caesar, leaving a minimal garrison behind, sailed across the Adriatic to chase down his rival. It was a frantic race, both men vying for resources and key strategic points. Caesar's forces were often outnumbered. Pompey's alliances spanned vast portions of the Republic. Yet Caesar leveraged speed, surprise, and the loyalty he'd earned from legions who'd fought alongside him in Gaul. Battles erupted across multiple theatres, Spain, Africa, and ultimately the plains of Pharsalus in Greece. The Battle of Pharsalus in 48 BCE became a defining moment. Pompey, confident in his superior numbers, formed a traditional line, anticipating a swift victory. Caesar, outmanned, arranged a reserve line of cohorts behind his cavalry on the right flank, anticipating Pompey's horsemen would try to envelop him. When the cavalry clash began, Caesar's hidden cohorts surged forward, routing Pompey's cavalry. This triggered a domino effect. Pompey's infantry, once they saw the cavalry in flight, lost cohesion. Caesar's legions, hardened by years of frontier warfare, exploited every gap. It was a massacre. Pompey escaped, but the psychological damage was done. Men who had once sworn loyalty to Pompey began to slip away or switch sides, sensing the tides of fate had turned. Pompey fled to Egypt, hoping to regroup, but the Ptolemaic officials, keen to appease Caesar, betrayed him. On his arrival, Pompey was assassinated, his head presented to Caesar as a perverse gift. Caesar was horrified. Despite their rivalry, Pompey had once been his son-in-law. Caesar's daughter Julia had been married to Pompey. Caesar publicly wept at the sight of Pompey's severed head, then ordered the execution of the men responsible for the betrayal. This act conveyed a message. Caesar might be ruthless, but he upheld the dignity of Roman nobility and detested dishonour. Egypt, however, offered its own labyrinth of politics. Cleopatra and her brother Ptolemy were locked in a power struggle. Caesar, now the most influential Roman in the region, found himself arbitrating their dispute. Cleopatra saw an opportunity. She smuggled herself into Caesar's presence, wrapped in a carpet, so the story goes, and charmed him with her intellect, wit, and grand vision for Egypt. Caesar, never one to resist audacity or intelligence, sided with Cleopatra. The pair consolidated power in Alexandria, defeating Ptolemy's forces and installing Cleopatra as queen. Their liaison was more than romantic, it was a strategic alliance that gave Caesar access to Egypt's wealth while securing Cleopatra's throne. Rome watched these events with fascination and growing anxiety. Caesar was off forging alliances and fathering a child with a foreign queen, Caesarion, while Italy braced for whatever came next. Though Pompey was dead, segments of the Roman Republic still resisted Caesar's rule. Caesar marched on, quelling resistance in Asia Minor with such speed that he famously declared, "Veni, vidi, vici," I came, I saw, I conquered. Then he headed to Africa, clashing with remaining Pompeian forces and eventually subduing them. By 45 BCE, Caesar stood unchallenged as Rome's paramount leader. The Senate, most of whose members owed him their lives or careers, filled his hands with powers that stretched the limits of Rome's traditions. He was named dictator for 10 years, eventually dictator for life. Some called it a tyranny. Caesar, for his part, claimed he was trying to restore order. He enacted sweeping reforms, revising the calendar into the Julian model, restructuring debts, expanding the Senate, granting citizenship to loyal allies in distant provinces, and planning massive building projects that aimed to beautify the city. He also introduced social measures, like distributing land to veterans. In these moves, Caesar walked a tightrope, consolidating power while giving just enough to the masses and Senate to keep them largely compliant. But something in the Roman psyche chafed at one-man rule. Rome prided itself on hating kings. Their entire identity was built around a republic, even if that republic was often manipulated by the powerful. Caesar's acceptance of lavish honours and his centralisation of power made some worry that he sought to crown himself. Others found him dangerously modern, someone who might change Rome beyond recognition. And behind Caesar's unstoppable force lay a silent question. Was the Republic just a stage for one man's ambition, or could it endure? When Caesar finally returned to Rome in triumph, the city was abuzz with rumours and festivals. Though war still simmered in the distant corners of the Republic, Caesar's personal magnetism and the promise of stability temporarily silenced most discontent. He orchestrated spectacular public games and feasts, showering the populace with free grain. Statues and monuments sprang up in his honour. Yet beneath the gleaming facade, the core of Roman tradition, those unwritten rules guarding the Republic from monarchy, felt under siege. One example of Caesar's larger-than-life persona was his attempt to reshape the calendar, which was no small matter in Rome. The old lunar calendar had become hopelessly misaligned with the seasons, creating confusion in festivals and civic life. Caesar, advised by astronomers including Sosigenes of Alexandria, introduced the Julian calendar, a solar-based system with a leap year cycle. This was a major administrative reform that didn't just tidy up dates. It demonstrated Caesar's willingness to override centuries of practice if he believed he had a better way. People marvelled at the clarity the new calendar offered, but they also sensed that if Caesar could reorder time itself, what else might he feel entitled to reorder? He poured money into construction. Under Caesar's direction, new buildings, temples, and public spaces sprouted, symbolising a Rome reborn. The Forum grew more magnificent. He commissioned grand projects that not only beautified the city but gave work to thousands of labourers, elevating Caesar's popularity among the common folk. At the same time, he expanded the Senate from roughly 600 to as many as 900 members, adding allies from the provinces and diluting the power of the old aristocratic families. Some saw this as an inclusive move, broadening representation within the Roman state. Others viewed it as an egregious power play, a way for Caesar to stack the Senate with loyalists who owed their positions to him alone. All these changes stirred the question, was Caesar still just a leading citizen, or was he inching toward kingship? Rome had a cultural aversion to the very word rex, king. Generations were taught that their ancestors had exiled the last Roman king and vowed never to kneel before another. So when statues of Caesar began appearing in public places, crowned with diadems, some citizens felt a chill. Caesar claimed these were tokens of respect from admirers, not declarations of monarchy, but doubts lingered. At a public festival, Marcus Antonius, a favoured lieutenant, attempted to place a diadem on Caesar's head. Caesar dramatically refused, stating, "Only Jupiter is king of the Romans." But the crowd's reaction was mixed. Some cheered his refusal, others suspected a theatrical performance designed to test public opinion on a monarchy. The dissonance grew sharper as Caesar took on the title dictator for life. In theory, a dictator in Roman history was an emergency measure, appointed for 6 months in times of dire threat, and then required to relinquish power. By extending this temporary position indefinitely, Caesar strained the very definitions of Roman governance. His supporters insisted Rome needed strong leadership given all the unrest. but his critics argued that Caesar was snuffing out the Republican flame. The seeds of conspiracy began to sprout. Senators who longed for a return to the old order, such as Gaius Cassius Longinus and Marcus Junius Brutus, started meeting discreetly. Brutus stood out. He descended from Lucius Junius Brutus, the fabled founder of the Republic who drove out the ancient kings. Caesar had shown Brutus remarkable favour, even rumoured to have paternal affection for him. Yet this complicated bond didn't stifle Brutus's conviction that Caesar's power threatened the Republic's core values. Cassius, a cunning figure with a far darker edge, fanned the flames, reminding Brutus of his ancestors' legacy and the sacred duty to protect Rome from a tyrant. Meanwhile, Caesar seemed to sense an undercurrent of danger. He went about with guards, but he also believed that living in constant fear would diminish his stature. On the surface, he continued orchestrating elaborate plans. He was preparing a massive campaign against Parthia in the east, intending to surpass even Pompey's conquests. Returning to Rome from that victory, Caesar likely envisioned a final consolidation of power, an unassailable legacy. His mind overflowed with new ideas for governance, law codes and expansions of citizen rights. He confided in close allies that his rule would transform Rome into a cohesive empire rather than a loose confederation of territories. Yet those grand visions collided with the simmering resentment of the senatorial class. Many of them had gone along with Caesar out of pragmatism, biding their time, waiting for a chance to assert the old ways. They resented how Caesar's reforms undermined their prestige, how his populist measures made the people less reliant on senatorial patrons. Some conspirators hoped to reinstate a pure republic with limited terms of office and carefully balanced powers. Others simply wanted Caesar gone, viewing him as an existential threat to their personal standing. So as Caesar walked the marble floors of the Curia, conferring with senators, not all who greeted him warmly were true allies. The facade of unity was just that, a facade. Whispers circulated about the Ides of March, a date the conspirators had marked as pivotal. Caesar, distracted by preparations for upcoming campaigns, either dismissed or downplayed the signs of looming treachery. He was, after all, Julius Caesar, the man who escaped pirates, conquered Gaul, and overcame Pompey. To him, fear was a cage he refused to live in. To the conspirators, his confidence was both an insult and an opportunity. The stage was set, and all of Rome felt the tension in the air. The days leading up to the Ides of March had a strange energy in Rome. Senators bustled about with forced smiles, while scribes noted a flurry of edicts and proposals Caesar aimed to finalise before departing on campaign. Craftsmen laboured on newly commissioned statues and inscriptions praising Caesar's achievements. Meanwhile, anxious whispers seeped through the city, swirling in the smoky corners of taverns and the hush of aristocratic dinner parties. Caesar himself oscillated between excitement for his Parthian expedition and vague apprehension. Omens were a big deal in Roman society, and several odd occurrences had stoked superstitions, reports of strange lights in the sky, or a soothsayer who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Caesar, rational yet not entirely dismissive of Quran auguries, seemed torn between curiosity and disbelief. He joked about the warnings, telling friends the Ides of March had arrived and nothing had happened yet. But behind the levity, hints of caution surfaced. He was known to have shared concerns with Calpurnia, his wife, who begged him on to be vigilant. The conspiracy gained momentum. Cassius worked tirelessly, approaching senators who felt displaced by Caesar's sweeping reforms or who bore personal grudges. Persuading Brutus had been the linchpin. Brutus's moral standing and family legacy offered a veneer of honour to what might otherwise look like a naked power grab. With Brutus on board, recruiting others became easier. Each conspirator had different reasons. Some claimed to fight for the Republic's freedom, others sought personal gain or revenge, yet they united under a single, dramatic resolution: Caesar must be removed. One version of their plan involved attacking Caesar during a Senate session, when he would be relatively unguarded. In theory, the presence of so many senators served as a public shield. Caesar wouldn't expect a mass attack in the heart of Roman governance. The conspirators also believed that once the deed was done, they could proclaim themselves defenders of liberty, summoning the people to restore republican ideals. Despite the risk, none could deny the plan's audacious simplicity. The Senate meeting on the Ides of March beckoned like a grim appointment. The morning of the Ides arrived. Calpurnia, shaken by nightmares, implored Caesar not to go. Some historians claim she dreamed of a statue of Caesar spouting blood, or of him lying slain in her arms. Moved by her distress, Caesar initially decided to stay home, possibly rescheduling the Senate session. That alone could have altered history. But the conspirators panicked when they heard Caesar might not come. They dispatched Decimus Brutus, no relation to Marcus Brutus, but another close ally, to persuade Caesar. Decimus feigned concern that Caesar would insult the Senate by his absence, diminishing his standing right before his grand campaign. So, despite Calpurnia's pleas, Caesar relented. He donned his ceremonial toga and left for the Curia. Inside the Senate meeting, the atmosphere was thick with tension, though it started off with formalities. Caesar took his seat. A group of conspirators approached, pretending to ask a favour on behalf of a political exile. They surrounded him as if to press their case more passionately. Then, as the story goes, at a signal, daggers appeared. The first strike came from Casca, and others joined. Accounts vary. Some say Caesar tried to defend himself, others that he was too overwhelmed. He was stabbed multiple times, the final blow from Brutus, prompting Caesar's legendary and possibly apocryphal utterance, "Et tu, Brute?" In moments, it was over. Caesar lay dead at the foot of Pompey's statue, a cruel twist of fate for the man who had once wept for Pompey's demise. The senators, spattered with blood, proclaimed they had liberated Rome from tyranny. They expected the city to greet them as heroes, yet the immediate reaction was shock, not jubilation. Citizens fled the Curia, unsure whether more violence would follow. The conspirators had planned for Caesar's death, but they hadn't planned for the emotional vacuum it would create among the Roman populace. The question remained, had they truly saved the Republic, or just unleashed chaos? Brutus and Cassius tried to calm the city with speeches, invoking the memory of their ancestor Lucius Junius Brutus, who banished Rome's last king centuries before. They insisted they had restored the Republic, but the people had witnessed Caesar's generosity, his banquets, land distributions, public games. Many commoners revered him. Anger and sorrow brewed in the streets. Word spread of the savage butchery in the Senate. Far from celebrating the conspirators, many citizens demanded vengeance. Mark Antony, who had not participated in the conspiracy, seized this public sentiment. He delivered a funeral oration for Caesar that became legendary. Antony spoke with passion, displaying Caesar's blood-stained toga, stirring the crowd into a frenzy against the conspirators. Some historians say Caesar's body was burned in the forum itself, with the flames fed by citizens who tossed in furniture and items as offerings. The conspirators, realizing the tide had turned, fled the city. Outrage soared, and the once proud Senate found itself overshadowed by the populist fury that Caesar had so skillfully harnessed in life. Thus, the killing that was intended to save the Republic actually accelerated its decline. Power soon consolidated not around a restored Senate, but around new strongmen, Mark Antony, Octavian, Caesar's young heir and adopted son, and others who would jockey for command in the following years. In death, Caesar had transcended mortality to become an icon, some would say a martyr, while the vision of a renewed republic, ironically, slipped further away. The aftermath of Caesar's assassination was as turbulent as any period Rome had ever seen. The city, already tense from years of civil conflict, discovered that removing one towering figure didn't automatically restore the old republic. Instead, a new power vacuum emerged, quickly filled by those with the ambition and resources to claim it. Mark Antony, Caesar's closest lieutenant, was first on the scene, leveraging his connection to the slain dictator to rally the masses, but Caesar had named a surprise heir in his will, Gaius Octavius, better known as Octavian, his grandnephew. Only 19 years old, Octavian carried Caesar's name, and soon enough, Caesar's legions would rally around him too. Brutus and Cassius fled Rome, hoping to raise armies in the eastern provinces. They published declarations defending the assassination as an act of patriotic duty, but the events in Rome worked against them. The funeral oration by Antony had painted them as traitors to Caesar, and, by extension, enemies of the Roman people. Legions loyal to Caesar scorned the conspirators. Lines hardened. Another round of civil wars seemed inevitable, as one man's ambition had morphed into a generational crisis of identity for Rome. Though Antony and Octavian initially eyed each other with suspicion, they realized they stood a better chance against the conspirators if they cooperated. Along with Marcus Lepidus, a trusted commander, they formed the Second Triumvirate. Unlike Caesar's informal arrangement, this triumvirate was legally sanctioned, granting the three men near absolute power to reorganise the state. And reorganise it they did. Prescriptions, lists of enemies of the state, were published. Men of wealth and influence found themselves outlawed. The triumvirate seized property and executed opponents, echoing the grim days of Sulla's dictatorship. The conspirators, meanwhile, mustered forces in the east, culminating in the climactic Battle of Philippi in 42 BCE. Brutus and Cassius were defeated, and they chose suicide over capture. If Caesar's murderers hoped for a renaissance of republican ideals, they had gravely miscalculated. Rome was now torn between competing strongmen. After Philippi, tensions rose between Antony and Octavian. Antony headed east, forming an alliance, and famously a romance, with Cleopatra in Egypt. Octavian solidified his base in Rome, ensuring the Senate recognised him as the principal heir to Caesar's legacy. By 31 BCE, the rivalry exploded into another civil war, culminating in the naval battle of Actium. Octavian prevailed. Antony and Cleopatra fled and later took their own lives, and the stage was set for Octavian to become Augustus, the first Roman emperor. The Republic, in its old form, was gone. And what of Caesar's legacy? His name, Caesar, would become synonymous with rulership itself. From Kaiser in German to Caesar in Russian, leaders in distant lands would adopt the moniker as a badge of imperial might. His reforms, especially the Julian calendar, outlived him by centuries, influencing how millions of people mark time. His writings, particularly the commentaries on the Gallic and Civil Wars, remained essential reading for generations of statesmen and generals, admired for their clarity and rhetorical brilliance. In a strange twist, the Senate that once feared him voted to deify Caesar after his death, proclaiming him Divus Julius. Shrines and temples to the divine Julius sprang up, turning him into a figure of worship. This posthumous deification gave Octavian an added aura of legitimacy. He was now Divi Filius, the son of a god. One might argue it was the final irony. The same institution that bristled at his ambition now raised him to divine status. This transformation reflected the contradictory nature of Roman politics, practical to the core, yet steeped in superstition and reverence for signs and wonders. Public memory of Caesar remained divided. Many admired him for championing the lower classes, taking decisive action to end Rome's internal strife, and extending Roman influence abroad. Others condemned him as the man who shattered the Republic's checks and balances, making a single-man rule inevitable. Over time, historians, playwrights, and orators distilled his story into dramatic beats. The brilliant general, the cunning politician, the betrayed friend. Those wanting a moral lesson found ample material. Some used him as a warning against unchecked ambition, others as an example of visionary leadership undone by a petty jealousy. Yet there's a deeper layer to Caesar's life, one less recounted in popular lore. He was profoundly curious about the world, about languages, cultures, and the mechanics of governance. From his youth in the streets of Rome to his kidnapping by pirates, from the muddy battlefields of Gaul to the marble corridors of the Curia, he sought to understand and master every environment he touched. He wasn't content to play by the rules, he rewrote them. Not all admired his methods, but few could deny his results. For those living in Rome after Caesar's demise, daily life eventually stabilized under Augustus's reign. The city grew grander, the empire expanded, and a new system, the Principate, took shape. But an undercurrent of nostalgia persisted among some senators who recalled a republic where men like Cicero and Cato once debated the future of Rome. They wondered if, in slaying Caesar, they had severed the last chance to preserve republican dignity, or if Caesar's very presence had doomed it from the start. And so the figure of Julius Caesar stands in Roman history not simply as a conqueror or a dictator, but as a turning point. He harnessed ambition, popular support, and raw military skill to reshape the world's greatest republic. And in doing so, he cleared a path for imperial rule. Some see him as a hero visionary who expanded Rome's horizons. Others view him as the ultimate usurper, betraying the collective governance that had once defined the city's spirit. Perhaps both are true. In the end, Julius Caesar's story reminds us that history rarely lends itself to neat labels. The arcs of power, destiny, and personal will often weave together, in ways that defy easy categorization. And if there's one lesson that resonates across the centuries, it might be this. When a single individual grows too large for the existing order, transformation, however exhilarating or destructive, becomes inevitable. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realised he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realised I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realised that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realising it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure, and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, "I don't know," without shame, and "I might be wrong," without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why, with the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers. Colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons, the idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted, the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it." As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The fifth section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. "I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered. the possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. "I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me." As Sarah read these entries, she realised that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The 6th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realised that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyse it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognise a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention, he wrote. When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it. As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realise how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly. The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realise now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy, rather than just theorising about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved, or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying, "I don't know," without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. In the late 17th and early 18th centuries, France was a land of contrasts. By candlelight in a grand chateau's garden, a curious noblewoman listens as a witty philosopher describes the stars above. He explains that those stars are suns like our own, each perhaps circled by the worlds of their own. A radical idea in an age when questioning the heavens could be dangerous. The scene could be lifted from Bernard de Fontenelle's Conversations on the Plurality of Worlds, 1686. A clever book where a lady and a scientist stroll nightly under the sky discussing Copernicus's sun-centered universe. Fontenelle's charming prose made the latest scientific discoveries accessible to the layperson, planting seeds of curiosity, even as Louis XIV's strict rule cast long shadows. His ideas, along with those of fellow thinker Pierre Bayle, formed a foundation for what would soon be called the Enlightenment. At the turn of the 18th century, official France was still firmly absolutist and devoutly Catholic. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had revoked the Edict of Nantes in 1685, driving Protestants like Bailey into exile. Yet even as the king insisted on religious unity, dissenting ideas quietly took root. In his Safe Haven Abroad, Bayle wrote a sceptical, historical and critical dictionary, 1697, that poked holes in dogma and advocated tolerance. These volumes, printed in Amsterdam and London, were smuggled over the borders in barrels of cloth and hidden compartments, finding eager readers in Paris and Lyon. A tradition was beginning. Forbidden ideas could not be easily extinguished. Bailey's call for a society of pluralistic views, a daring notion that people of different beliefs might live together in peace, resonated with a small but growing circle of French minds. Quietly, the monopoly of church and crown on truth was being challenged by pamphlets and letters passed hand to hand. After Louis XIV's death in 1715, the atmosphere in France relaxed somewhat, allowing these early sparks to flare up. In Paris, coffee houses and literary clubs buzzed with talk. One towering figure of this early Enlightenment was Baron de Montesquieu, a provincial nobleman with a dry wit and keen insight. In 1721, Montesquieu published The Persian Letters, a playful novel of letters in which two fictional Persian travellers lampoon French customs. Nothing was sacred in its pages. Parisian high society, the pretensions of the king's court, the absurdities of the Catholic clergy, all were held up to gentle ridicule through these eyes of outsiders. Readers were amused and intrigued. Beneath the satire lay serious critiques of absolutism and religious hypocrisy. The book, though published anonymously, created a stir. It was passed from salon to salon, read aloud in amused whispers. France's own institutions were being examined as if under a foreign lens, and many found them wanting. Montesquieu's success emboldened others. Soon he would take his analysis further. Retiring to his estate, he quietly toiled on a magnum opus about laws and governments around the world. By the 1730s, the term philosophy was coming into use. Not quite the same as philosopher, it meant a man, or occasionally a woman, of ideas who applied reason to all areas of life. These Enlightenment thinkers saw themselves as bringing light into the dark corners of ignorance and oppression. They drew inspiration from English writers like John Locke and scientists like Isaac Newton, whose works were now circulating in French translation. In fact, a fashionable young writer named Voltaire had travelled to England and returned in 1729 bubbling with enthusiasm for Newton's physics and the English spirit of free debate. He set about spreading both. With his vivacious lover Émilie du Châtelet, herself a brilliant mathematician, Voltaire explained Newton's findings in French and praised England's relatively liberal society in his letters on the English. Though the French authorities condemned his book and briefly imprisoned its author for it, the ideas could not be unread. The taste of intellectual freedom abroad only sharpened French appetites for more. Thus, in the decades before the Revolution, the early stirrings of Enlightenment thought took hold. A handful of bold voices, Fontenelle with his popular science, Bayle with his sceptical erudition, Montesquieu with his satire, and Voltaire with his sharp pen, prepared the ground. Their writing circulated in manuscript and in contraband print, fertilising minds from Paris to the provinces. Over supper tables and university halls, people began asking new questions. Could reason, not tradition, guide human affairs? Must religious uniformity trump individual conscience? Could a king's authority have limits set by natural law? These questions, sown in the early 1700s, would sprout dramatically as the century progressed. For now, they were still whispered, but the Enlightenment in France had begun, a dawn of new thinking that promised to chase away medieval shadows. In the mid-18th century, some of the most radical ideas in France were not plotted in dark alleys but discussed over champagne in elegant drawing rooms. The Parisian salon was a unique institution, part social club, part intellectual seminar, typically hosted by a wealthy or aristocratic woman, the salonière. These gatherings brought together writers, philosophers, artists and statesmen under one chandelier. On a given evening you might find the sharp-tongued Voltaire trading barbs with a bishop, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau shyly unveiling his latest essay to a circle of curious marquises. Salons were private and by invitation only, yet they became engines of public discourse. There was a democratic, cosmopolitan and tolerant atmosphere, rare for the time nobles, bourgeoisie, and even an occasional artisan or foreign savant mingled politely, united by a love of wit and ideas. Here, Enlightenment thought took on a human face as diverse guests debated art, science, and politics late into the night. The women who ran these salons wielded subtle power in a society that otherwise confined female influence. Take Madame Geoffrin, for example. Born Marie-Thérèse Rodet-Geoffrin by the 1740s, she had established herself as the premier hostess of Paris. Every Monday, her well-appointed home on the Rue Saint-Honoré welcomed the leading writers and philosophes to dinner. Wednesdays were reserved for artists. With motherly charm, Madame Geoffrin presided over the conversation, tactfully steering away from overly explosive topics so as to keep the gathering convivial. She even provided financial support to struggling men of letters, quietly paying debts or buying paintings from her artist guests. The respect she commanded was such that even the crusty Voltaire deferred to her. In her salon one had to follow certain rules. Wit was appreciated, but vulgarity was not. Lively debate was welcome, but shouting and personal attacks were frowned upon. Under her guidance, the tone remained civil, clever, and enlightening, a model of the refinement of manners and speech that salons originally aimed for. Other salonières adopted different styles. Madame de Du-Deffand, an older contemporary of Geoffrin, hosted gatherings from 1745 onward, but famously disdained the more radical philosophe, except for Voltaire, whom she adored. Her salon favoured high society gossip and classical letters over bold new philosophy. In contrast, the witty Mademoiselle Julie de Lespinasse ran a more freewheeling salon in the 1770s. Julie had been tutored in the art by Madame du Deffand until a falling out, and, with a small stipend from Madame Geoffrin, struck out on her own. She innovated by opening her home almost every evening to a select but mixed company. Young intellectuals, older statesmen and foreign visitors. Nibbles and wine were served, nothing lavish, but the talk flowed. One frequent guest, the writer Jean-François Marmontel, marvelled at Julia's ability to inspire frank discussion. He described her as an astonishing compound of reason and wisdom, with the liveliest mind and most ardent soul. Under her edifice, philosophers from diverse generations convened and exchanged ideas, while even the poorest scholars were welcome to express their thoughts. Such inclusion was unusual. In many salons, one's rank and attire still mattered, but Julius de Lespinasse proved that intellectual passion could trump pedigree. A typical salon evening might unfold like this. As dusk fell, a liveried footman admitted guests to a candlelit parlour decorated with art. Gentle music played in the next room. Elegant women in silks and men in embroidered coats formed small clusters, exchanging news and bons mots. The hostess circulated, deftly introducing a young poet to a renowned scientist or drawing a shy scholar into a lively debate about the latest play. Conversation was the main event. A good salon guest had something to bring to this conversation, at the very least wit and elegant French. A rising dramatist might recite a scene from his new comedy, met with applause and gentle critique. A visiting American like Benjamin Franklin might regale the company with tales of scientific experiments with lightning. Serious discussions could break out, the merits of Voltaire's newest tract or Rousseau's eccentric theories on education. But if tempers flared or someone droned on too long, the hostess would smoothly change the subject or propose a diversion, perhaps a brief chamber music performance or a round of cards. The result was a peculiar mix of ludic and learned. By evening's end, ideas that might have been seditious in print could be bandied about safely in the salon, cushioned by politeness and mutual respect. The salon thus served as an incubator for Enlightenment ideas. It connected thinkers to patrons. Many an author found a publisher or a financier through salon contacts. It allowed women a rare opportunity to engage in intellectual life, albeit as conveners rather than professors, with notable exceptions like Emily du Châtelet, who, though not a salonière, proved women could match men in science. Salons also helped erode class barriers, if only slightly. Some hostesses prided themselves on gathering a potpourri of talents regardless of noble birth. There were limits, of course. Peasants and labourers did not stroll into these parlours. The salons primarily catered to the elite, who were open to new talent and ideas, not just those inherited from their lineage. In these candlelit rooms, the public sphere had a private cradle. Before newspapers could freely criticise the king or church, and before any elected assembly existed in France, the salons were training grounds for reasoned debate. They fostered what one historian later called the Republic of Letters, a community of minds that transcended social ranks and national borders. Foreigners like the Scottish historian David Hume or the Italian economist Cesare Beccaria were feted at Paris salons when they visited. In turn, French philosophers built networks of correspondence with thinkers abroad. The cosmopolitan chatter in Madame Geoffrin's salon had echoes in London, Geneva or Berlin as ideas spread. By the 1770s and 1780s, even as economic troubles and political conflict loomed in France, one could still find on any given evening a salon in full swing, a microcosm of an ideal Enlightenment society, where conversation flowed freely, differences were bridged by civility, and a new rational France was imagined in talk long before it existed in fact. By the middle of the 18th century, the written word in France was undergoing an explosive proliferation. In bustling Parisian print shops and in secret presses hidden in attics or across the border, printers churned out mountains of paper, books, pamphlets, journals, broadsides. An insatiable reading public had arisen, hungry for everything from scandalous verse to serious treatises on philosophy. The statistics tell part of the story. By the 1780s, literacy had risen markedly. Roughly half of French men and a quarter of women could read, almost double the rates from a century earlier. More people reading meant more demand for reading material. Where the state or the church tried to censor or limit that material, enterprising publishers found ways to supply it regardless. A veritable underground press emerged, and with it a new kind of intellectual warrior, the hack writer and the clandestine bookseller. Together they would spread Enlightenment ideas to every corner of France, even as authorities scrambled to stem the tide. Officially, the French crown maintained strict censorship. All books were supposed to be approved by royal censors and carry the censor's name. Hundreds of titles were outright banned. The Catholic Church, through the Sorbonne faculty and the infamous Index Librorum Prohibitorum, Index of Prohibited Books, also condemned works deemed heretical or immoral. Punishments for illegal printing could be severe: fines, imprisonment, even the gallows for repeat offenders. But by the 1770s, enforcement was increasingly like plugging holes in a sieve. The appetite for new ideas was too strong and the profits to be made from satisfying it too tempting. Smugglers carried forbidden books into France by the crate, stashing them in false-bottom wagons, or floating them down rivers at night. It was said that in some frontier towns, nearly every customs officer could be bribed. Meanwhile, within France, pirate printers secretly duplicated popular works without permission. One way or another, what was officially banned often ended up widely read. A few examples illustrate the cat-and-mouse game of publishing. In 1759, the monumental project of the Encyclopédie, the great encyclopedia of sciences, arts, and trades edited by Denis Diderot, was banned by King Louis XV after the first 7 volumes, under pressure from church authorities who found its articles too impious. But Diderot did not abandon it. Thanks to sympathetic insiders, not least the enlightened censor Malgerbe, Diderot continued the work in secret, finishing 10 more volumes of articles and plates under a false imprint in Switzerland. Officially, the encyclopedies were suppressed. In reality, subscribers received the remaining volumes clandestinely by 1765. As one contemporary quipped, the authorities had winked at the enterprise. They pretended to shut it down to appease the church, but turned a blind eye to its continued existence because it employed hundreds of workers and had powerful supporters. This delicate dance, ban in name, tolerate in practice, typified the later old regime's lax censorship. By 1780, Diderot's encyclopédie stood complete at 35 volumes, an astonishing trove of Enlightenment knowledge made available to the public, despite all edicts to the contrary. In addition to the Encyclopédie, Geneva, Amsterdam, London, and the Rhineland produced illicit literature. Scholars believe that around 600 prohibited books circulated in France before the Revolution. These included philosophical books, scurrilous political pamphlets, and censored novels. According to historian Robert Darnton, several were forbidden bestsellers, books too filthy or seditious for the censors, but eagerly read by everyone who could. Rousseau's Emile on education and the social contract were prohibited in 1762, but pirated volumes spread and made him famous. Obscene leaflets criticising the royal family's morals and crazy stories about the king's ministers were other underground bestsellers. Grub Street writers, hack authors living hand-to-mouth in Paris who wrote whatever sold, specialised in libelles, libellous pamphlets. To get money, such writers might mock the king's mistress one week, compose a natural rights tract the next, and spy for the police the next. Voltaire and Diderot mocked this literary underworld. Voltaire called hack writers things. Ironically, radical ideas sometimes spread through these less recognised venues. The hackers, hungry and alienated from the previous regime, hated authority and fueled the revolution. Print circulation is immense. A recent police inventory of a seized bookstore or the Bastille's confiscated shipment documents shows thousands of illegal books. Popular illegal titles have been republished many times. In the 70s, the Swiss underground publisher Société Typographique de Neuchâtel transported tens of thousands of volumes into France, from Voltaire's philosophical fables to prohibited novels. By 1796, 20 sanctioned and 50 pirated volumes of the forbidden anti-colonial work History of the Two Indies 1770 surfaced. Abbé Raynal's History of the Two Indies, which boldly denounced slavery and tyranny, was banned by the French government and exiled, while the clergy despised him as one of the most seditious writers, which only piqued readers' interest. Despite the embargo, the book was a bestseller and influenced American colonists with its human rights advocacy. The paradox of French Enlightenment publishing was that repression often increased a work's fame and audience. Reading revolutions spread outside the capital. Provincial cities developed lending libraries and reading societies, where members pooled funds to buy books and newspapers under the watchful eye of a suspicious bishop or magistrate. Literature was available to many residents and artisans by the 1780s. Budget-friendly Bibliothèque Bleue books simplified Enlightenment ideals, fairy tales, and practical information. Peddlers sold chapbooks in local marketplaces, spreading new ideas. In a tavern, a peasant may hear a hot story about the king's mistress, or a Voltaire joke. Of course, not everyone liked this print deluge. Conservative voices argued that excessive reading, especially forbidden materials, was corrupting ordinary people. One booklet at a time, some worried that authority was losing respect. They were partly right. Before 1789, printed words affected French public opinion. Pamphlet avalanche swayed public opinion after high-profile scandals or trials. like the Diamond Necklace Affair, 1785, involving Queen Marie Antoinette. Enlightenment authors inform and influence public opinion. They thought education and critical thinking could improve society. It worked, but it also fueled high expectations and simmering discontent. A prison kiosk sold a cheap Rousseau leaflet on the eve of the revolution stating, "Man is born free and everywhere he is in chains." A bawdy song mocking the fat archbishop or a broadsheet celebrating America's successful uprising against its ruler were available. Rights, liberty and equality, formerly discussed in salons, have permeated common consciousness. The future was printed on legal and unlawful presses. Despite their efforts, the old order's guardians could not unprint it. The clatter of the printer's type and the rustle of secretly turned pages shook a changing France. In a modest Paris apartment in the 1750s, two brilliant men sit exchanging letters, not amicably, but as rivals locked in intellectual combat. On one side is Voltaire, the most famous wit of the age, now in his 60s, polished, urbane, a skeptic who relishes skewering folly. On the other, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 2 decades younger, intensely earnest, a loner who distrusts the very society Voltaire so enjoys. They rarely meet in person, but across miles they trade barbs in print. Upon reading Rousseau's latest work, Voltaire cannot resist sending a withering reply. "I have received, sir, your new book against the human species, and I thank you for it," Voltaire writes with biting sarcasm. "No one has ever employed so much intelligence to make us all stupid. Reading your book inspires a strong desire to take action." His words drip with mock praise. Rousseau's idealization of primitive man, Voltaire implies, is absurd. Civilization may be flawed, but it's far better than the savage life Rousseau extols. This famous quip that Rousseau's philosophy is enough to make a man want to become a beast epitomizes the clash between two towering Enlightenment thinkers whose visions of human nature and society were worlds apart. The Enlightenment was not a singular entity, rather, it represented a multitude of diverse perspectives, frequently engaged in intense debate. Voltaire and Rousseau's rivalry is legendary. Voltaire championed reason, science, and a certain cosmopolitan elitism. He believed enlightened monarchs, ideally advised by philosophers like himself, could gradually improve society. Religion, to Voltaire, was useful as a social glue, but needed purging of superstition. Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, a fanaticism he would famously declare of the Church's abuses. Rousseau, by contrast, distrusted the pretensions of polite society. He thought civilization had corrupted man's originally good nature. In works like Discourse on Inequality, he argued that arts and sciences had led not to progress, but to vanity and oppression. His ideal was a simpler life in harmony with nature, and a political community based on genuine equality and the general will of the people, as he later outlined in the Social Contract. To Voltaire, the idea sounded naive at best, dangerous at worst. Their correspondence started courteously but soured over time. After the devastating Lisbon earthquake of 1755, Voltaire wrote a poem questioning providence. How could a just God slaughter innocents? Rousseau oddly rebuked Voltaire, saying people should not question God's plan, and that if men didn't live packed in cities, the quake would do less harm. Voltaire privately scoffed that Rousseau wanted to send mankind backwards. "One longs, in reading your book, to walk on all fours," he jeered, stung by Rousseau's critique. Rousseau, for his part, grew increasingly convinced that Voltaire and his clique were conspiring against him, mocking him behind his back. By the 70s, their relationship had fractured completely. Rousseau even refused Voltaire's offer of refuge when Rousseau was fleeing arrest. The Voltaire-Rousseau split was not just personal, it symbolized a deeper divergence in Enlightenment thought. Voltaire stood for the party of reason, progress through enlightened authority and sharp criticism of tradition. Rousseau became the voice of the party of feeling, valuing emotion, authenticity, and the wisdom of the common man over the polished salon sophisticate of Gilded. Their quarrel highlighted contradictions. The Enlightenment celebrated reason, yet Rousseau accused reason's apostles of being cold and elitist. It preached equality, yet Voltaire privately disdained the uneducated masses and preferred benevolent despotism to democracy. In their ways, each was prophetic. Voltaire of the liberal, secular values that would shape modern Europe, Rousseau of the romantic, democratic, and even revolutionary currents that would soon erupt. It's fitting that both men died in 1778, a decade before the revolution, almost as if fate meant to clear the stage for the drama to come. Beyond this famous duo, the Enlightenment was rife with intellectual rivalries and collaborations. Diderot and D'Alembert, co-editors of the Encyclopédie, had their share of squabbles. D'Alembert quit the project in frustration in 1759, leaving Diderot to slog through the remaining volumes largely alone. Diderot also fell out bitterly with Rousseau, who had once been his close friend. Diderot and Baron de Holbach welcomed Rousseau as a kindred spirit in the 1740s, but as Rousseau's ideas diverged and his paranoia grew, he came to believe Diderot had portrayed him negatively in a satirical play. Their friendship collapsed, illustrating how personal slights could fracture even those working for the same broad cause. Meanwhile, Baron de Holbach, host of a famously irreverent salon of atheists, published The System of Nature 1770, a book denying the existence of God outright. This extreme materialism alarmed even Voltaire, who attacked Holbach's atheism as fanatical in its own way. Voltaire believed society needed belief in God as a moral bedrock. If God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him, he quipped. Holbach and Diderot, however, privately ridiculed Voltaire's deism as a lack of nerve. To them, reason pointed to a universe without need of a divine being. Thus, even among philosophes united against the Church's tyranny, there were deep fractures about religion's role. Another poignant clash involved Montesquieu and Rousseau's political theory. Montesquieu's The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, argued for a balanced constitution, like Britain's, with powers separated among king, parliament, and courts, a moderate vision to prevent despotism. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, dismissed Montesquieu's model as too aristocratic. Instead, Rousseau envisioned a republic so egalitarian that in theory, everyone would obey laws they themselves willed. Voltaire found Rousseau's political ideas as impractical as his primitivism. He quipped that Rousseau's ideal republic was a city of ghosts, and indeed Rousseau's notion that citizens be forced to be free if they violate the general will would trouble critics for its potential for tyranny. Yet these quarrels were not destructive in the long run. Rather, they enriched the Enlightenment's legacy by presenting contrasting ideas that later generations could draw upon. In the salons and in print, rival philosophers might lampoon each other, but they also all contributed to a broader movement questioning the status quo. Occasionally the debates got personal and nasty. Pamphlets full of character assassination flew about. Voltaire was a master of the artful insult. When a pompous critic, the Abbé Desfontaines, attacked him, Voltaire retaliated by portraying Desfontaines as a criminal and a fool in a biting satire, effectively destroying the man's reputation. Rousseau too lashed out. In his later years, he wrote withering letters accusing former friends of treachery. Still, these human dramas had larger consequences. The sharp exchanges clarified differences in thought. What was the best form of government? The true foundation of morality? What is the role of religion? Through argument, the philosophy refined their positions. By the 70s, a new generation was emerging too. Figures like Condorcet, a mathematician and protégé of D'Alembert, admired both Voltaire and Rousseau trying to synthesize Enlightenment ideals with practical reforms. Condorcet would advocate for the abolition of slavery and women's rights, pushing the Enlightenment's egalitarian logic further than his predecessors dared. Meanwhile, the rifts among the older philosophers presaged splits in the coming revolution. Aristocratic liberals versus radical democrats, deists versus atheists, and pragmatists versus idealists. The Enlightenment was not one sun but a constellation, with Voltaire and Rousseau as two bright stars often in eclipse of each other. Their clashes, bitter though they were, gave the era much of its dynamism. The salon gossip about Voltaire versus Rousseau was the talk of intellectual Europe. Interestingly, when both Rousseau and Voltaire passed away in 1778, they received brief eulogies as if they had been complementary heroes. Within a few years, the French Revolution would enshrine them by interring both their ashes in the Panthéon in Paris, Voltaire in 1791, Rousseau in 94, symbolically reconciling the two in the Republic of Posterity. France, it turned out, would need both Voltaire's razor wit and Rousseau's passionate cry for freedom as it hurtled toward a new age. The Palace of Versailles courtyard was packed on a sunny September afternoon in 1783, with eyes fixed on the sky. Two provincial brothers, the Montgolfier brothers, were ready to attempt the first hot air balloon flight by the living creatures in front of King Louis XVI and Queen Marie Antoinette. A sheep, duck and rooster were placed into a wicker basket under a taffeta balloon at the sound of a cannon. A second cannon fire announced release. As the balloon gracefully climbed 600 metres, tens of thousands of people gasped. It carried its barnyard aeronauts through the heavens for 8 minutes. Royal biologists quickly examined the animals, which were alive and eating hay, after it softly landed a few kilometres away. The audience applauded. The king was thrilled, albeit the inventors deftly avoided his suggestion to use convicted felons as test passengers. More than amusement, this balloon flight symbolised the Enlightenment's faith in science and reason to expand the conceivable. That moment, even the ancient dream of flight seemed possible. Ingenuity and experimentation had turned imagination into reality before the French public. French Enlightenment science pervaded daily life and great politics. Savants, learned men and a few women, who passionately studied nature, rose in the 18th century. They studied chemistry, anatomy, botany, astronomy and electrical. Importantly, they sought practical social reforms. The former Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris was full of experiments. Antoine Lavoisier, a rich Parisian tax officer who loved chemistry, discovered oxygen's role in combustion and established the idea of mass conservation. Lavoisier and his wife Marie, who illustrated and took notes, measured gases and metals with astonishing precision in their home laboratory. He proved that rusting metal gains weight by mixing with airborne oxygen, disproving the phlogiston idea. Such work paved the way for modern chemistry. Lavoisier was a systematic, empirical Enlightenment savant who felt knowledge should advance humanity. Outside the lab, he improved France's gunpowder industry, helping the military, and agricultural research to boost yields. Science historically clashed with religious theology, but by mid-century many clergy were fascinated by it. After the Galileo episode a century earlier, the Church was cautious. Jesuit instructors in France adjusted Cartesian and Newtonian principles. Still, tensions grew. In the 1770s, the Comte de Buffon, the king's naturalist, proposed that the world may be far older than the Bible's 6,000 years. Paris's Faculty of Theology forced him to include a pious disclaimer in his book. Enlightenment science favoured natural explanations above magical ones, contrary to traditional beliefs. Many devout Christians saw scientific findings as proof of God's laws. Medicine and public health were where science and belief intersected most. The introduction of smallpox inoculation, a predecessor to vaccination, was noteworthy. Millions, including royalty, pindurized or scarred by smallpox. After Louis XV died brutally of smallpox in 1774, the new King Louis XVI decided to undergo inoculation, a risky, purposeful infection to bestow immunity. Marie Antoinette supported it. Parisian milliners produced the pouf à l'inoculation, a hairdo with symbols of medicine and victory, a serpent-entwined rod, a rising sun for the king, and an olive branch for peace, to commemorate the royal inoculation's success. Fashion and science were linked. The pouf made inoculation look cool and calm public worries. After the monarchy's high-profile sponsorship, what many considered a dubious, possibly impious activity, deliberately infecting someone, gained legitimacy. It was the moment when empirical knowledge, inoculation success in England and the Ottoman Empire, triumphed superstition. People's veins were filled with Enlightenment notions. Enlightenment science influenced common devices and advances. The elite enjoyed mechanical and scientific exhibitions. Salons had electrical machines with spinning glass globes that generated static electricity, sparking and raising arm hair. These machines were novelty but important research tools. When American scientist Benjamin Franklin showed lightning was electrical by harnessing it with a kite, Europe was enthralled. France copied the experiment. Franklin was a star in Paris as a revolutionary diplomat and scientist, and his lightning rod creation was praised as a reasoned defence against nature. By the 1780s, even churches were putting lightning rods, possibly recognising that saving a steeple from blowing up was worth it. Some churchmen first opposed them, believing that it was blasphemous to meddle with the artillery of heaven. So science quietly challenged the idea that disasters were divine will by treating them as mechanical issues. No subject was too obscure for the philosophers to probe. Enlightenment thinkers compared doctors' discussions about the heart to a state's circulation of commerce. Philosophy considered classifying human civilizations like naturalists did species. The encyclopedia includes many scientific articles and images, from anatomical diagrams to windmill improvement designs, aiming to gather and disseminate essential knowledge. To catalogue and communicate practical information was an Enlightenment ideal. Knowledge should not be hidden or guild-bound, but shared for the common good. Diderot published on metallurgy, music theory and other subjects because he believed nature and art might liberate minds and enhance life. During this era, the state often linked scientific development to its goals, fostering a culture of enlightened absolutism. Louis XVI and his ministers wanted to use science to improve armaments, maps and agriculture. In the 1760s, the French government supported the enormous meridian voyages to estimate the Earth's form, reflecting Enlightenment curiosity and state pride. The Academy of Sciences researched ways to enhance navigation and chronometers and gave prizes for practical answers. Nutritionists like Parmentier staged meals featuring potato dishes to convince aristocracy it could prevent starvation. To promote potatoes, Parmentier had a field guarded by troops but let peasants steal from it at night. In urban living, the Enlightenment provided new conveniences. Paris's nightly street illumination improved, bringing enlightenment. Public places like the Jardin du Roi, now Jardin des Plantes, offered botanical gardens and a small zoo, representing the era's natural science curriculum. Travelling lecturers demonstrated physics experiments, such as how an air pump could smother a bird in a vacuum jar, ugly, but a dramatic lesson in air. Crowds watched. These shows blurred the lines between education and spectacle. Science was trendy by the 1780s. In clubs, men debated the ideas of Newton and Descartes, while aristocratic women wore small lightning rods as jewellery. The revolutionary idea of rationally evaluating and engineering society also drew inspiration from science. As scientists sought natural rules, philosophers sought social laws. Scientists' skill in describing the world encouraged them to question whether social structures like the monarchy, church, and feudal privileges were logical or historical accidents. Why not redesign a kingdom if a balloon could fly? Science wasn't politically neutral. Some Enlightenment savants faced persecution and challenges. Revolutionaries denounced Lavoisier for being a tax collector in 1794, despite his gunpowder and chemistry advances. Despite his scientific credentials, Lavoisier faced execution when the public turned against experts with links to the Ancien Regime. The Republic has no need of scientists, the judge allegedly declared, rejecting mercy requests. The new administration returned Lavoisier's things to his widow with a note. To the widow of Lavoisier, who was falsely convicted, a year after his execution, acknowledging his innocence and genius, mathematician Lagrange mourned, "It took them only an instant to cut off that head, and 100 years may not suffice to produce another like it." The convergence of Enlightenment science and revolutionary politics was fragile. Science permeated salons, state policies and street culture in Enlightenment France. It offered control over nature and reflected society. People cooked, healed, travelled and illuminated their homes differently. It also influenced their thinking by encouraging them to believe that empirical observation and reason could explain and improve the natural and human world. They would put this optimism to the test, but it held significant power. The Montgolfier balloon soaring to cheers at Versailles showed how knowledge may lift humanity. Once a place of gods and mystery, the sky today hosted human achievement. Everything appeared possible currently, and a social and political revolution was about to happen, spurred in part by Enlightenment science's confidence and inquisitive attitude. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change. Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Spamdad censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. Toulouse experienced a horrible scene that exemplified the Enlightenment's fight against injustice in 1762. The cruel wheel punishment sentenced Protestant merchant Jean Calas to death for the murder of his son, who was reportedly converting to Catholicism. Calas claimed innocence, but anti-Protestant sentiment decided his fate. He suffered and maintained his innocence until death. Voltaire learned about this injustice at his Ferney house. The famous philosopher was outraged. I believe it's in everyone's interest to study this topic, which some may consider the apogee of fanaticism. Voltaire wrote, "To ignore such a thing is to abandon humanity." Voltaire pursued Calas's vindication and the diligent judge's prosecution. He wrote to powerful people, authored a treatise on tolerance, 1763, and stirred popular support for religious freedom. After years of struggle, Voltaire succeeded. In 1765, the King's Council in Paris overturned Calas's sentence and exonerated him posthumously. This victory of reason over bias was applauded by Europe and the age Voltaire. The Calas scandal proved that the monarchs could be swayed to right or wrong, advancing Enlightenment religious tolerance and legislative change, Voltaire's Écraser l'infâme, crush the infamous thing, inspired the philosophes. Legibictory superstition and priests' misuse of authority were his concerns, not religion itself. Numerous examples enraged the philosophie. 1766 saw the execution of 19-year-old aristocrat Chevalier de la Barre for impiety for not removing his hat during a religious procession and defacing a crucifix. The authorities fastened Voltaire's philosophical dictionary to La Barre's burning body, blaming Enlightenment principles for teenage irreverence. Voltaire, outraged at La Barre's execution, wrote harshly about the cruelty and stupidity of it. These events led philosophes to strengthen their attacks on the Catholic Church and the absolute monarchy with its nobility as oppressors. Enlightenment ideas held the monarchy and religion accountable to reason, justice, and human rights. In the 70s, old regime criticism, previously nuanced and typically articulated through satire or foreign tales, became bolder. Montesquieu questioned absolute monarchy by praising England's equilibrium. Some went further. Rousseau's Social Contract, 1762, opens with the bold claim, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains," attacking royal and noble privileges. Rousseau believed that sovereignty was with the people, that laws should represent the public will, and that aristocratic titles were illogical. Secret copies of the banned and destroyed book disseminated its ideas quickly. In later works, Diderot focused on colonialism and slavery, and suggested that oppressed people should rise up. Raynal and Diderot's popular History of the Two Indies predicts a slave insurrection and the fall of European authority overseas. That conversation exploded. The French crown's Spamdud censors tried to crush it, but they merely pushed it underground, where it became more appealing. Not all Enlightenment figures were radicals. Many favoured enlightened despotism, which held that a wise and sensible king could reform from power. Voltaire courted Frederick the Great of Prussia and praised Emperor Joseph II of Austria for religious toleration and serfdom reform. Enlightenment influenced French ministers and nobility included Turgot, who tried to deregulate grain trade and abolish forced labour, and the Marquis de Condorcet, who promoted educational and judicial reforms in aristocratic circles. Britannica.com. These men attempted internal system reform. In 1780, mild-mannered Louis XVI prohibited torture and interrogations, inspired by Cesare Beccaria's Enlightenment essay on crimes and punishments. By providing Protestants civil rights in 1787, he advocated immunization and religious tolerance. The monarchy often failed and faced opposition from existing interests. Nobles resisted Turgot's reforms, dismissing him. The church leadership actively opposed privilege reduction. The French Catholic Church was a key Enlightenment target. The Church had long ruled education, literature, and dissenters with immense great riches. Philosophers, mostly deists or agnostics, denounced church persecution. Voltaire opposed intolerance, like the Calas scandal, to humble the Church. Candide, his satirical tale, attacked religious hypocrisy and other flaws. In Cannibals, Diderot subtly mocked European religious communion by comparing Pacific Islander customs to European religious communion. Baron de Holbach's system of nature atheism depicts priests as deceptive characters who use hell to subjugate people. The words were provocative. The mathematician, philosopher, and liberal nobleman, Marquis de Condorcet, died in a dismal Bourg-la-Reine jail cell in August of 1794. He fled from the extremist Jacobin regime that called him a traitor. Condorcet, who championed human rights, slavery abolition, and women's suffrage, almost alone among his peers, was now a victim of the revolution he supported. His lifeless body was uncovered by guards. He may have died from disease and exhaustion or from poison he hid when the guillotine approached. The terror's gloom killed one of the Enlightenment's brightest lights. His demise typified the tragic irony that befell many Enlightenment luminaries during the revolutionary storm. Their promised progress had turned on them. As previously mentioned, Lavoisier faced execution despite his claims that his scientific efforts benefited the nation. Madame Geoffrin's daughter saw her salon acquaintances scattered, some executed, as genteel reform conversations gave way to mobs. Even after their deaths in 1793, Voltaire and Rousseau were disputed by revolutionaries, with radicals favouring Rousseau's egalitarianism and moderates Voltaire's tolerance. The Enlightenment inspired the revolution, but the revolution tested it. The French Revolution both upheld and undermined Enlightenment values. On one hand, it formalised many philosophers' essential ideas. Based on Montesquieu, Voltaire, Rousseau and Locke, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, 1789, advocated freedom of speech and religion, equality before the law, and the right to resist injustice. The philosopher's dream of a meritocratic society was realised on August 1789, when feudal privileges and tithes were abolished in one night. The Constitution of 1791 established a constitutional monarchy with a Montesquieu-like division of powers. The Revolution fulfilled Voltaire's calls for toleration by seizing church property in 1790 and awarding full citizenship to Protestants and Jews in 1791. When Louis XVI was guillotined in 1793, Rousseau's vision of popular sovereignty, the people's will above divine right kingship, was most clearly confirmed. However, the Revolution's violent illiberal turn troubled many. The Enlightenment sought to replace tyranny with reasoned conversation, not crowd or one-party power. The Committee of Public Safety murdered thousands of enemies of the Revolution during the Reign of Terror, 1793-4, a terrible inversion of Enlightenment ideas. Reason gave way to another frenzy. Under Robespierre, the revolutionaries formed a municipal religion of the Supreme Being and held deistic festivals, a guillotine-enforced version of Rousseau's civil religion. People executed under the guise of reason for being aristocrats or moderate republicans would have horrified Voltaire. The terror exposed an Enlightenment contradiction. The confidence in a single truth, rational or ideological, can lead to tyranny. Philosophers like de Holbach and Helvetius were as intolerant of religious people as atheists. The Revolution showed how abstract enlightenment may become dogmatism. No one shall spread darkness, on pain of death. Many Enlightenment thinkers did not want democracy. Voltaire favoured an enlightened monarch over an uninformed mob. Some intellectuals said early revolutionary assemblies' disarray showed Voltaire was right about the Canela rabble. Before his 1784 death, Diderot had become pessimistic, arguing that despotism might only cease when the last monarch was strangled with the last priest's entrails, a dismal hyperbole the revolutionaries half-jokingly repeated. Diderot probably wouldn't have celebrated the 1793 mass guillotining. Philosophers had not solved how to justly implement principles. This gap existed between theory and practice. Enlightenment supporters faced social contradictions. Few addressed women's condition directly, although they promised equality. Though a proponent of democracy, Rousseau believed women should be educated exclusively to please men and stay at home, contrary to Olympe de Gouges and Condorcet, who authored an essay in 1790 advocating for women's political rights. After writing a Declaration of the Rights of Woman, the revolutionary authority guillotined de Gouges. The Enlightenment fraternity had excluded their sisters from universal rights. There was division among Enlightenment views on race and slavery. Some, like Diderot and Condorcet, strongly criticised slavery as against natural law. The 1788 Society of Friends of the Blacks, founded by Enlightenment-influenced men, sought abolition. Others, like Voltaire, criticised the slave trade in the abstract but made racist statements and invested in colonial corporations. Enlightenment, universal human nature battled with pseudoscientific racism, ironically, a consequence of species classification. The revolution abolished slavery in 1794 after a massive slave insurrection in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, but Napoleon reinstalled it. Ideal and reality differed. Relationship between intellect and emotion was another tension. Rousseau noted that humans are not rational, but the Enlightenment praised reason. The Revolution showed that passions, anger at injustices, desire for vengeance, hope for glory, drive events more than academic treatises. Romanticism, a 19th century counterattack, accused the Enlightenment of disregarding the heart, tradition and faith. Edmund Burke in England and Joseph de Maistre in France held the philosophes, unfairly, responsible for the revolution's bloodshed by unmooring society from traditional institutions. They said that the Enlightenment's abstract reasoning had dissolved authority and led to chaos and Napoleon's rule. While this view is debatable, by the early 1800s, the Enlightenment was hailed for the Declaration of Rights and scientific advancement, but also accused of revolution. Long-term, the French Enlightenment left a deep and mostly good influence. It inspired the French, American, and later independence movements worldwide. Many Enlightenment goals were achieved in the 19th century, including the abolition of slavery in European empires, France in 1848, Britain 1833, the spread of public education, the rise of secular states and the reduction of church temporal power, the gradual and uneven expansion of suffrage, and the advancement of science and technology without dogma. The 1948 UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights is based on Enlightenment ideas. Today we echo Voltaire's calls for press and conscience freedom. Governments cite Montesquieu when creating checks and balances. When protesters invoke the will of the people, Rousseau is followed. However, the Enlightenment left more uncertain legacies. The scientific revolution and industrial society were fueled by reason, but romantics and later existentialists criticised it for promoting technocracy and soulless rationality. Westerners defended imperialism as bringing civilization, an attitude oddly at conflict with the Enlightenment's empathy, but facilitated by its aim. Enlightenment secularism allowed diversity to develop, but also left a spiritual hole that 19th and 20th century ideologies and nationalisms strove to fill, not always for the better. After Napoleon's collapse in 1815, France's monarchy re-established church dominance and conservative tendencies. Intellectual life had changed, thus the genie could not be put back. French politics alternated between liberal and conservative in the mid-19th century, but Enlightenment ideas set the standard. Even conservatives had to justify themselves in terms of logical government and national interest, not divine authority. France will officially divorce church and state in 1905, fulfilling the philosophes' aim of a secular republic based on liberté, égalité, fraternité. Enlightenment principles filtered through revolutionary experience. The French Enlightenment did not finish neatly in 1789. The revolution was chaotic and its aftermath complicated. Perhaps that emphasises a last Enlightenment lesson. The movement always understood that human affairs are imperfect and progress zigzags. Diderot observed, "Passions are the only orators that always persuade, conceding that reason doesn't control the world." Later in life, Voltaire tempered his mockery with appeals for steady improvement, not utopia. Even radical Rousseau cautioned that abrupt upheaval could lead to harsher despotism. Many Enlightenment thinkers realised that Enlightenment would be a long-term tense project. Thus the Enlightenment's twilight transformed rather than ended. People called themselves ideologues or intellectuals instead of philosophes in the 19th century, but they inherited the Enlightenment's realm. Questioning authority, demanding reasoned answers, and claiming individual dignity became entrenched in Western civilization. When we read Voltaire's witty, courageous writings, Rousseau's profound challenges, Diderot's encyclopedic labours, or Condorcet's prescient humanism, we are reminded of the Enlightenment's very human story. Salon gatherings and clandestine pamphlets, friendships and feuds, and people risking prison for a pamphlet or exile for a principle. Ideas could overthrow thrones in that age. Its legacy lives on every time an informed public holds a tyrant accountable. A youngster is taught science without superstition, various individuals sit down to talk and debate rather than fight, and we choose light over darkness. The French Enlightenment was truly a turning point in human history. We uncover the surprising story of how André Michelin tricked the world, turning a tyre company into the arbiter of fine dining. Through clever marketing and visionary thinking, Michelin transformed the way people travel, eat, and view quality itself. This is the story of a brand, a guide, and the long game of global influence. So before you get comfortable as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already joined the crew. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. As we progress through the week, I aim to maintain a concise and enjoyable experience for all of you. So turn off the lights, grab your blanket and warm pillow, and let's begin. Clermont-Ferrand, France, 1889. In a modest rubber factory teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, brothers André and Édouard Michelin took charge with one goal: to reinvent their family's failing business. The company, Michelin et Cie, had been selling farm equipment and vulcanized rubber goods since 1832, but by the late 19th century it needed a new direction. André, a trained engineer, and Édouard, an artistic soul-turned-industrialist, believed that the future lay on the roads, specifically in providing the tyres for France's nascent automobile age. The trouble was that in 1889, even bicycles, which were exploding in popularity, were constantly waylaid by punctures on rough, primitive roads. Their first breakthrough came unexpectedly courtesy of a weary cyclist. One day a man trudged into their workshop with a bicycle tyre punctured beyond quick repair. At the time, most tyres were glued tightly to the wheel, making flats an hours-long ordeal to fix. Such punctures were a very common occurrence given road conditions of the day. Horseshoe nails, broken glass, and sharp stones were the more natural enemies of early cyclists. Edouard Michelin saw an opportunity. He experimented tirelessly and by 1891 had patented a revolutionary removable pneumatic tyre that could be mended in minutes. This invention built upon John Dunlop's earlier pneumatic tyre concept, but Michelin's detachable design was far more practical and quickly proved itself in action. The brothers tested their new tyre in the longest bicycle race of the day to demonstrate its superiority. Fitted with Michelin's quick-change tyres, cyclist Charles Terron won the gruelling 1891 Paris-Brest-Paris race 8 hours ahead of his nearest rival. It was a stunning victory for both rider and tyre, a publicity coup that announced Michelin as a new force in transportation. Emboldened, the Michelins turned their attention to the automobile, contraption still in its infancy. In 1895, they entered a peculiar-looking vehicle nicknamed L'Éclair, Lightning, in the Paris-Bordeaux-Paris competition, one of the world's first long-distance car races. The car ran on Michelin's air-filled tyres, a daring gamble at a time when many observers doubted that fragile air-stuffed rubber could support a motorcar's weight and speed. True, L'Éclair didn't win. It limped in near the back of the pack, but its performance was convincing enough to create a market. Spectators and fellow engineers saw that a car on pneumatic tyres could survive a rugged 732-mile journey. As one report noted, the race virtually launched the market for detachable pneumatic automobile tyres by proving their resilience and practicality. The Michelin brothers had found their calling, making indispensable things that nobody realised they needed, until they did. Edouard reportedly conceived the idea for a mascot at a trade exhibition in Lyon, noticing a stack of tyres that uncannily resembled a human form. Soon he and André commissioned an artist to bring it to life, the Michelin Man, a rotund fellow made of stacked tyres. Debuting in a famous 1898 poster, this jolly character, dubbed Bibendum from the Latin Nunc est bibendum, now is the time to drink, was depicted cheerfully raising a goblet brimming with nails and broken glass to your health. The message was witty and clear: Michelin tyres will drink up obstacles on the road. This imaginative ad, showing the tyre man merrily swallowing road hazards, captured the public's attention. It married humour with a practical promise, signalling that Michelin tyres made motoring not only safer, but a bit more fun. The Michelin Man quickly became one of the world's first truly iconic advertising characters, a testament to the brothers' flair for marketing surprises. By 1900, Michelin had established itself as France's premier tyre innovator. Yet the market remained small. Automobiles were still the playthings of the rich or the tinkering enthusiast. There were fewer than 3,000 cars on all the roads of France as the new century dawned. For Michelin to thrive, more people needed to buy cars and drive them far enough to wear out their tyres. André Michelin understood that selling tyres wasn't just about the rubber. It was about selling the adventure of motoring itself. If France's rutted lanes could be transformed into more welcoming pathways, perhaps many more citizens would be enticed to get behind the wheel. With characteristic ingenuity, he began devising a new kind of product. Not a tyre this time, but a booklet that would boost the entire ecosystem of driving. Little did anyone suspect that this next idea would become Michelin's greatest legacy of all. Taking an automobile on a cross-country journey was a daring expedition in the early 1900s. Imagine embarking on a 200-mile drive with no road signs, no reliable maps, and no guarantee you'd find fuel or a mechanic if things went awry. For instance, in 1905, Parisian gentlemen embarking on a journey to the French Riviera would pack extra petrol tins and tools, anticipating the unexpected at every corner. Car travel was truly an adventure, and André Michelin keenly understood that drivers needed guidance and reassurance. To support their customers' journeys, he and his brother compiled a slim red-covered handbook, the Guide Michelin, filled with everything a motorist might need. Technical tips on tyre repair, lists of garages and fuel depots, recommended hotels and eateries, and even maps and handy town indexes. Michelin even included a whimsical cartoon in the guide, showing a weary traveller collapsing under an armload of maps and manuals, only to be rescued by an outstretched hand offering a single book, the Michelin Guide. The message, one small volume, could replace a trunk full of disparate references. The first Michelin Guide, 1900, was a free booklet for motorists full of practical information. André Michelin predicted, "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does." The first Michelin Guide made its debut in 1900, strategically timed to the Paris World's Fair. At the bustling exposition that year, which drew an astonishing 50 million visitors, attendees could pick up a free copy of this new motorist's guidebook, which catalogued hundreds of French towns and advised where to find lodging, meals, gas, and reliable repairs. In an era with no GPS or roadside assistance, the little red book was a godsend. That inaugural edition ran to nearly 400 pages, with some 1,300 hotels among its myriad listings. "This book appears with the century, it will last as long as it does," declared André Michelin, boldly predicting his guide's longevity. Indeed, the guide quickly became more than a directory. It was a passport to adventure, its annual release eagerly awaited by motorists who saw it as essential gear for the open road. Indeed, as automobiles proliferated on Europe's roads, the Michelin Guide emerged as the preferred glove box companion for astute drivers. By the outbreak of World War I, France had embraced the automobile with gusto. In fact, the number of cars in France surged from about 3,000 in 1900 to over 100,000 by 1914, and Michelin's Guide had expanded far beyond its home turf. What started as a local French publication grew into a pan-European phenomenon within a decade. A Michelin Guide for Belgium appeared in 1904, followed by editions covering Algeria and Tunisia, 1907, the Alps and the Rhine regions, 1908, Germany and Spain, 1910, and the British Isles, 1911. In 1910, Michelin also launched a series of 1 to 200,000 scale road maps to complement the guide's directions and make it easier for drivers to find their way. There was even a special English-language guide to France published in 1909 for the benefit of British and American tourists touring the continent by motorcar. This rapid expansion reflected the exploding interest in motor tourism. Wealthy adventurers were now driving through the Alps or motoring down to the French Riviera, and Michelin was right there with them, its guides offering dependable information in unfamiliar lands. If anything, the hardships of early driving only cemented the guide's importance. Cars of that era were finicky machines prone to breakdowns, and roads outside major cities were often little more than rutted mud paths. Pity the traveller who didn't carry a Michelin Guide when his tyre blew out miles from the nearest town. He might not know that a blacksmith in the next village doubled as an auto repairman, or that a certain inn down the road offered clean beds and a hot supper. The guide's detailed listings helped turn chaos into a manageable adventure. As war loomed in 1914, the Michelin Guide had firmly established itself as part of the motoring routine. Publication was suspended during World War I, when Europe's focus turned from leisure travel to survival. But the groundwork was laid. Motoring had arrived as a way of life for the well-to-do, and thanks to Michelin's prescient strategy, a tyre company's giveaway guide had become an authority in its own right. The stage was set for even bigger transformations after the war, not least the guide's evolution from a utilitarian road aid into the venerated culinary Bible we know today. From its inception, the Michelin Guide served as more than just a simple guide for drivers. It represented a brilliant marketing strategy. André Michelin realised that if people drove more, they'd wear out their tyres faster and need replacements, boosting Michelin's sales. So what better way to spur road travel than to give drivers a reason to hit the road? The free guide served as a tyre company's valuable tool, inspiring motorists to make longer and more frequent journeys. In modern terms, Michelin was pioneering content marketing, offering valuable information to customers to stimulate demand for its core product, long before anyone coined that phrase. Nearly 35,000 copies of the inaugural 1900 edition were distributed at no charge, handed out to chauffeurs, garage owners, and anyone who owned, or even aspired to own, an automobile. Before long, drivers considered the Michelin Guide nearly indispensable, as essential as a spare tyre or a road map on any long drive. The message was never buy our tyres, yet every page quietly served that goal by making motoring easier. For 2 decades, Michelin poured resources into this project, printing and updating the guide annually without earning a cent from it. The company stocked petrol stations and repair shops with stacks of the free red guide, confident that every road trip it encouraged would eventually lead to more worn-out tyres in need of replacement. This ploy worked brilliantly, perhaps too well. As motoring moved from fad to mainstream, the guide's distribution soared in tandem. France counted over 230,000 cars on the road by 1920, a huge leap from fewer than 3,000 2 decades earlier, and many new drivers wouldn't dream of setting out without the latest Michelin guide in the glove box. By 1920, some people had become so accustomed to the guide that they began to take it lightly. According to company law, when André Michelin stopped by a garage one day, he was shocked to see his beloved guide being used to prop up a workbench. Outraged and perhaps a little heartbroken, he immediately declared the end of the free Michelin guide era. Man only truly respects what he pays for, he reportedly declared. Thereafter, the guide was no longer a giveaway, but a product in its own right. Sold for about 7 francs, roughly $2, a not insignificant sum at the time, and revamped for a new era of motoring. The Michelin Guide's 1920 edition marked a significant milestone. Freed from the constraints of being purely promotional, the guide's content was refined and elevated. All advertising was stripped out to reinforce its impartiality. New features appeared, including a list of hotels in Paris and an expanded directory of restaurants, now grouped by category and cuisine. What had begun as a handy road atlas was transforming into something of a travel handbook for the discerning motorist. Readers wanted more than just gas stations. They were increasingly turning to Michelin for dining and lodging advice. Sensing this shift, the Michelin brothers made a shrewd move. They hired a team of anonymous field inspectors to visit establishments and quietly evaluate them. Recognising the growing influence of the guide's restaurant section, the company understood that consistent, trustworthy restaurant reviews would be crucial. These undercover diners, the first of their kind, fanned out to sample meals without ever revealing their affiliation. It was an unprecedented commitment to quality control, ensuring that a Michelin recommendation truly meant something to the travelling public. By the mid-1920s, the Michelin Guide had evolved from a tyre company pamphlet to a more ambitious guide. Its original purpose to get people driving had succeeded beyond expectation, and its reputation for fair, thorough recommendations was growing. Not coincidentally, Michelin's tyre sales were booming as well. The brothers had become leading suppliers to Europe's fledgling auto industry, buoyed by the growing ranks of motorists they helped create. Now this little red book was evolving from a glove box staple into a symbol of discernment and credibility. As one observer noted, early car enthusiasts even liked to keep a Michelin guide matching their vehicle's model year in the glove box as a badge of honour. This set the groundwork for Michelin's next brilliant move, transforming a tyre company's travel guide into the world's most influential authority on fine dining. In 1926, Michelin quietly introduced a new feature that would forever change the guide's destiny: star ratings. That year, a small star symbol appeared next to the names of select exceptional restaurants. 5 years later, in 1931, the hierarchy of 1, 2 and 3 stars was introduced, creating a graduated honour roll of dining excellence. A single star denoted a restaurant that was excellent in its category. 2 stars signified excellent cooking worth a detour, and the coveted 3 stars meant exceptional cuisine worth a special journey. The wording was telling. Michelin was still in the business of inspiring journeys. By 1933, 23 restaurants in France held 3-star status. Their kitchens instantly vaulted into the culinary stratosphere. Chefs regarded Michelin stars as the highest recognition, and a 3-star ranking had the power to transform a remote country inn into a global destination for gourmets. In 1931, Michelin also swapped the guide's cover from its original blue to a now iconic red, cementing the identity of the Red Guide that endures to this day. One journalist later noted that the Little Red Guide, often referred to as the Bible of gastronomy, holds significant influence among restaurateurs. Over the ensuing decades, the guide's influence only grew. Restaurants vied passionately for Michelin's approval, knowing that a star or 3 could bring prestige and prosperity. The guide's judgments, with their concise descriptions and iconic stars, established a benchmark that profoundly influenced the concept of fine dining. Even war could only briefly interrupt its authority. World War II forced a pause in publication, but in 1944 the Allied forces famously requested a special reprint of Michelin's last pre-war guide because its roadmaps of France were the most detailed and reliable available. After the war, as Europe rebuilt, Michelin cautiously resumed its gourmet guardianship, initially imposing an upper limit of 2 stars given the era's food shortages, before restoring 3-star awards in 1951 as haute cuisine bounced back. By then, the Michelin Guide was entrenched as the arbiter of French fine dining, and its reach was extending further afield. What began as a parochial handbook for French motorists had evolved into an international institution. Michelin published its first guide to Italy in 1956, though no restaurant earned a star in that inaugural Italian edition, and rolled out guides across the continent in subsequent years. A Michelin guide for Great Britain and Ireland reappeared in 1974 after a long hiatus, signalling the guide's pan-European scope. In 2005, the company finally crossed the Atlantic, debuting a New York City guide, and soon afterward it entered Asia with guides for Tokyo, 2007, and Hong Kong and Macau, 2008. In its first Tokyo edition, Michelin awarded an unprecedented 8 restaurants the top 3-star rating, declaring Tokyo the new world leader in gourmet dining, even ahead of Paris. By the 2010s, Michelin was publishing annual guides in dozens of countries across Europe, North America and Asia, his once humble book now a global arbiter of taste. For perspective, more than 30 million Michelin guides have been sold worldwide over the past century. A Michelin star became part of the common lexicon, a byword for culinary excellence recognised from Boston to Beijing. Michelin also added secondary distinctions over time. For instance, the Bib Gourmand Award, denoted by the face of Bendham licking his lips, was introduced to highlight restaurants offering excellent quality at a reasonable price, proving that not all outstanding cooking need be expensive. The guide had transformed into a luxury brand influencer in its own right. The endorsement of a single Michelin guide could propel a modest chef to prominence or transform a remote village into a destination for foodies. Tourism boards even began courting Michelin to publish guides in their regions, hoping to capitalise on the Michelin effect of gastronomic travel. In the world of haute cuisine, the red-covered guide wielded a clout matched by few institutions. Yet even as its fame grew, the Michelin Guide remained cloaked in mystique, not least because it never revealed exactly how it cast its judgments. Diners devoured each annual edition, but the identities of Michelin's inspectors and the inner workings of its rating process were kept rigorously secret. Restaurateurs could only guess when a Michelin critic had dined in their midst. This aura of secrecy became part of the guide's legend, and it set the stage for the next chapter of the story. The secretive inspectors and enigmatic criteria behind those stars. The true genius of the Michelin Guide, and perhaps the key to its credibility, lay in the inspectors. From the 1920s onward, Michelin cultivated an image of rigorous, anonymous evaluation. The company insisted that its inspectors always pay for their meals and never reveal their identities, so restaurants couldn't curry favour, pun intended. These mystery diners, as the Michelin brothers conceived them, would blend in with ordinary patrons and experience restaurants just as any guest would. Over time, the guide's mystique became central to this covert approach. While other guidebooks or critics might tolerate freebies or announce their visits, Michelin's tasters moved in silence and picked up their checks. Chefs lived in quiet dread of unrecognised gastronomic spies in their dining rooms. One French chef famously likened the suspense to waiting for the executioner. You never knew when they would come or who they were. It wasn't just who the inspectors were, but what they looked for that set Michelin apart. For decades, the guide said little publicly about its judging criteria, letting diners and chefs puzzle over the secret recipe for earning a star. Only in 1936 did Michelin publish a brief description of the standards behind 1, 2, and 3 stars, couching them in reassuringly simple terms. A top-rated restaurant was one that vault worth the journey, a phrase that harked back to the guide's road trip origins. Behind the scenes, of course, the inspectors' palates were finely honed and their expectations exacting. Over time, Michelin quietly established 5 universal criteria to guide their assessments: quality of ingredients, mastery of cooking techniques, harmony of flavours, the personality of the chef in the cuisine, and consistency across the menu and over time. Notably, factors like decor, service, or ambience, things one might assume influence a dining experience, were officially not supposed to affect the rating. It was all about the food on the plate, Michelin would later insist. This obsessive focus on food quality, combined with anonymity, gave the Michelin Guide a reputation for integrity. Inspectors often had culinary or hospitality backgrounds, and they ate out nearly every day, sometimes 250 meals a year, meticulously writing up reports on each experience. Their work was, and still is, shrouded in confidentiality. In an age of Instagram and crowdsourced Yelp reviews, Michelin clung to an old-world secrecy. Michelin barred inspectors from speaking to journalists and even discouraged them from telling their families about their covert job. Michelin even ensures that no single inspector can make or break a restaurant. Multiple inspectors visit, and their reports are pooled, with stars awarded only after a collective deliberation by the inspection team and Michelin's directors. The guide leverages this secrecy and rigour as a marketing asset. It is mysterious and methodical, and therefore, in the eyes of its fans, impartial and authoritative. But secrecy has its price. Over the years, Michelin's veil was occasionally pierced by scepticism and controversy. Critics wondered if a handful of inspectors could really cover thousands of restaurants thoroughly, or if biases crept in despite claims of objectivity. Disgruntled ex-inspector in France published a book in 2004 alleging that the rigour of the guide was slipping. He claimed Michelin employed only 5 full-time inspectors for all of France, each paid a humble salary and expected to somehow cover well over 10,000 restaurants, making it a complete myth that the inspector comes around every year to each establishment. He also claimed that 1/3 of the best are not of the standard expected. Michelin vehemently denied the accusations, noting that Remy had been dismissed after allegedly trying to extort money to keep his diary unpublished, and the guide's overseers insisted their standards remained as strict as ever. However, the exposé revealed a hidden organisation. Despite such drama, the guide's prestige proved resilient. Few diners outside the industry remembered the episode for long. The Michelin brand of excellence had decades of trust behind it, and no competing guide managed to unseat its authority. To this day, for most chefs and gastronomes, Michelin's inspectors remain enigmatic figures, wielding power with their pens and forks and keeping alive the allure of an honour that is, at least in principle, purely merit-based. As Michelin's influence grew, so did the stakes for those under its gaze. A Michelin star could make a career, but the pressure to keep it could also break one. The tales of this uneasy love-hate relationship with the Red Guide abounded in the culinary world. In 2003, renowned French chef Bernard Loiseau tragically took his own life, an act widely linked to fears. He was about to lose one of his 3 Michelin stars, a downgrade that ultimately did not occur. His death echoed across France, spurring public debate about the enormous stress placed on chefs. The legendary Paul Bocuse lambasted the culture of "I'll give you a star, I'll take one away," and how critics' ratings toyed with chefs' lives. In the years that have passed, other renowned chefs have acknowledged that meeting Michelin's expectations can be a challenging task, as the same recognition that draws pilgrims to their dining rooms also causes them to experience anxiety at night. Some chefs have even attempted to dethrone Michelin. In 2017, Sébastien Bray, the chef of a 3-star restaurant located in rural Laguiole, shocked the gastronomic world by requesting that Michelin remove his restaurant from its guide. After nearly 2 decades at the summit, he yearned to cook without the shadow of constant judgment, to be free from the pressure, as he explained in a video announcement. Michelin reluctantly agreed to his request, an almost unheard-of concession, though a couple of years later Braz found himself back in the guide, stars and all, after Michelin decided its assessments would remain independent of chefs' wishes. Braz's public renunciation ignited conversations about whether the pursuit of perfection demanded by Michelin had gone too far. He wasn't alone in his ambivalence. Other celebrated chefs have both revered the guide and resented it. In 2019, the eminent French chef Marc Veyrat went so far as to sue Michelin after his restaurant was demoted from 3 stars to 2, claiming the inspectors had made a factual error. The saga was dubbed Cheddargate in the press. The court ultimately threw out his case. Such dramas underscore the intense emotions experienced by those minority chefs. Beyond individual chefs, there are broader cultural critiques. For decades, Michelin was accused of a French and Eurocentric bias, of favouring stiff white tablecloths and classical techniques over more diverse or homey culinary experiences. In the 2000s and 2010s, as gastronomic awareness blossomed globally, Michelin expanded its reach across Asia, the Americas and beyond, seeking to stay relevant. It surprised skeptics by awarding stars to humble street food stalls such as a hawker stand in Singapore known for $2 noodle bowls. This was Michelin's way of saying excellence can be found anywhere, not only in gilded temples of haute cuisine. And yet debates continued. Did Michelin truly understand local food cultures, or was it imposing its standards? Was a starred sushi bar in Tokyo evaluated using the same criteria as a fine dining salon in Paris? Such questions provided endless fodder for food lovers and fuel for Michelin's rivals. What is clear is that a Michelin star creates a profound economic and emotional ripple effect. Restaurants that earn one often see bookings skyrocket overnight, allowing them to raise prices and invest in their craft. Entire regions have bet on the Michelin effect to boost culinary tourism, sometimes even reportedly subsidising the guide's expansion into their cities. And civic pride is now intertwined with star count. Cities and countries trumpet their Michelin-laurelled restaurants to entice travellers, just as chefs trumpet their stars to entice diners. Conversely, losing a star can feel like a public humiliation, and can lead to real financial pain as diners and investors react. The guide has been called a kingmaker, a kingbreaker, a tyrant, and a saviour. To some chefs it's a benchmark of achievement, to others a source of unrelenting pressure. In the era of Instagram influencers and crowdsourced review sites, some have speculated that Michelin's old-school approach would lose relevance. But the continued obsession with its verdicts suggests that its star system still holds a unique sway over chefs and diners, a fact as astonishing today as it was a century ago. This tension has only heightened the Michelin Guide's cultural aura. Love it or loathe it, those little stars provoke big emotions. Looking back, the audacity of André Michelin's strategy is astonishing. What began as a clever ploy to sell more tyres evolved into a venture that transformed both travel and gastronomy on a global scale. The Michelin Guide helped turn the act of driving from a novel experiment into a widespread cultural practice, and in doing so it laid foundations for the modern travel industry. Early motorists with a guide in hand felt empowered to explore, secure in the knowledge that they could find their way, get a decent meal, and repair a flat. In many ways, Michelin wrote the first draft of the road trip. Over time, that little red book spawned an entire ecosystem of travel aids, road maps, tourist guidebooks, and travel itineraries. Indeed, Michelin eventually expanded into publishing green guides to cities and regions worldwide. It's no exaggeration to say that Michelin's promotional gamble greased the wheels for 20th century tourism, making distant corners of France, and later the world, accessible and inviting to those adventurous enough to motor there. The impact on the food industry has been even more profound. By introducing the idea that restaurants could be rigorously evaluated and ranked, Michelin inadvertently created a whole new arena of competition and aspiration among chefs. The guide stars became the Oscars of the culinary world, and chasing those stars became a narrative of ambition in kitchens from Paris to Shanghai. Haute cuisine, which was once confined to word-of-mouth acclaim, now had a codified system of merit, one that could vault a chef to international fame or humble even the mightiest ego. This innovation also turned dining out into a sport for patrons, ushering in the era of the destination restaurant, where food enthusiasts strategize entire trips to dine at Michelin-starred temples of cuisine. A tyre maker from Clermont-Ferrand ended up setting trends in the cooking of foie gras, the serving of sushi, and the topping of pizzas, indirectly influencing countless culinary traditions through the power of its ratings. Michelin's own mascot, the tubby tyre man Bibendum, became a cultural icon in his own right, named the best logo of the century by the Financial Times in 2000. Perhaps just as significantly, Michelin demonstrated the power of brand extension through content long before that term existed. The company proved that a brand could transcend its original product, rubber tyres, and insert itself into consumers' lives in more intimate, experiential ways. Today, when airlines publish travel magazines or beverage companies curate lifestyle blogs, they are following a trail blazed by Michelin in 1900, using useful content to deepen customer engagement. In Michelin's case, the stunt was so successful it eventually outgrew its marketing purpose entirely. The guide established itself as an institution, perhaps even surpassing the fame of Michelin's tyres. By the 21st century, Michelin's verdicts could determine a chef's fortunes, and cities would strive to attract a Michelin guide due to its potential economic benefits. Dozens of would-be imitators, from crowdsourced websites to alternative ranking lists, have tried to replicate Michelin's formula, but none has quite matched the cachet of those stars. All this originates from a scheme dreamt up by two brothers who simply wanted people to drive more. Even in an age of GPS apps and social media, the essence of Michelin's gambit to spark wanderlust and celebrate outstanding cooking, and in so doing create demand for its core business, remains as powerful as ever. In the end, the story of how André Michelin tricked the world is not one of deceit, but of vision. He understood that selling a lifestyle, the thrill of discovery, the promise of adventure, the allure of a perfect meal at journey's end, was the key to selling his product. In nurturing that vision, Michelin changed the way people travel, the way we eat, and even the way businesses court customers. The Michelin Guide's century-plus journey, from freebie pamphlet to global gastronomic gatekeeper, stands as one of the most remarkable chapters in marketing and cultural history. Indeed, it's now a textbook example of content marketing. It's a well-told yet still surprising true story of a business gambit that steered its way into the hearts of millions, leaving tire tracks across the world's roads and indelible stars in the world's kitchens. André Michelin's grand trick of transforming a tire firm into a cultural tastemaker achieved unprecedented success. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading spot, perhaps with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Tonight, we're going to travel back to a time when sleep was as different from yours as a handwritten letter is from a text message. You might think sleep has always been the same, 8 hours, a pillow, maybe some tossing and turning, but you'd be wrong. Before Johannes Gutenberg changed everything around 1440, sleep moved to entirely different rhythms. Imagine living in a world where darkness truly meant silence, where the only light after sunset came from flickering candles that cost more than most people earned in a day, or smoky oil lamps that made your eyes water just thinking about them. In this world, your great-great-great and many more greats' grandmother didn't fight the darkness. She surrendered to it like a worn-out traveller finally reaching home. When the sun dipped below the horizon, most people began their journey into what historians now call segmented sleep, though back then nobody needed a fancy name for it. It was simply how humans slept, like the way birds fly or fish swim. Here's where it gets intriguing. People didn't sleep for 8 straight hours. Instead, they slept in 2 distinct chunks, like a delicious sandwich with a wide filling of wakefulness in between. The first sleep began shortly after sunset, lasting roughly 4 hours. Then, sometime between midnight and 2 in the morning, people would naturally wake up. However, the remarkable aspect is that they did not panic about being awake during the middle of the night. They did not deceive themselves by calculating the number of hours of sleep they were sacrificing, or by fretting over potential grogginess at work the following day. Instead, they embraced this midnight awakening as naturally as you embrace your morning coffee routine. During these quiet hours between sleeps, people would do the most wonderfully human things. They'd tend to the fire, ensuring their family stayed warm through the cold night. They'd monitor on children, offering comfort to little ones startled by dreams. Couples would talk softly in the darkness, sharing thoughts and feelings that somehow seemed easier to express when the world felt smaller and more intimate. Some people used this time for prayer or meditation, finding a special connection to the divine in those hushed hours when the boundary between day and night felt thin as gossip. Others would craft simple items by firelight, mending clothes, carving wooden spoons, or braiding rope. The wealthy might even visit neighbours, because apparently social calls at 1 in the morning were perfectly acceptable back then. Such behaviour wasn't considered insomnia or a sleep disorder. Medical texts from the era mention first sleep and second sleep, as casually as we might mention breakfast and lunch. People structured their nights around this natural pattern, planning activities for their wakeful hours just as carefully as they planned their daytime tasks. The darkness that surrounded these midnight activities was profound in ways we can barely imagine today. Step outside your house at night now, and you'll likely see streetlights, house lights, the glow from windows, and maybe the distant shine of a shopping centre. Even in relatively rural areas, light pollution reaches far beyond cities, creating what astronomers call sky glow. But in pre-printing press Europe, nighttime darkness was absolute. The Milky Way blazed overhead like a river of diamonds, and people knew the constellations not as romantic notions, but as practical tools for navigation and timekeeping. The moon's phases mattered deeply because they determined how much natural light you'd have for nighttime activities. This darkness shaped not just when people slept, but how they thought about rest itself. Sleep wasn't something to be optimized or tracked with devices. It was a natural surrender to the rhythm of light and shadow, a time when the boundaries between consciousness and dreams became delightfully blurred, and when the night held mysteries that daylight couldn't touch. Little did anyone know that a goldsmith's son in Mainz was about to change all of our lives forever. Johannes Gutenberg probably never intended to revolutionize sleep. He was simply trying to solve a problem that had plagued humanity since the first person wanted to share a story with someone who wasn't there to hear it. Before his invention, books were as rare as unicorns and almost as expensive. Each one had to be copied by hand, letter by painstaking letter, by scribes who specialised in beautiful handwriting and presumably had powerful wrists. Imagine desiring to possess a single volume, be it a compilation of prayers or perhaps a manual on herb gardening. You'd need to save money for months, maybe even years. A single book could cost as much as a farm. Most people owned exactly 0 books, not because they couldn't read, though many couldn't, but because books simply weren't available to ordinary folks. The scribes who copied these manuscripts worked in scriptoriums, which sounds much more glamorous than it actually was. Picture a large, cold room filled with monks hunched over wooden desks, carefully forming each letter with quill pens that needed constant attention. Sneezing at the wrong moment could ruin hours of work. One small mistake meant starting an entire page over again. These hand-copied books were gorgeous works of art, decorated with elaborate illustrations and ornate initial letters that looked like tiny masterpieces. But they were also riddled with errors. Errors often creep in when humans copy text by hand, much like weeds in a garden. A scribe might accidentally skip a line, misspell a word, or correct something they thought was wrong. Several copies of a text might only bear a passing resemblance to the original. Gutenberg, with his goldsmith's precision, an apparent gift for seeing solutions where others saw only problems, developed movable type printing. Instead of carving entire pages into wooden blocks, which had been tried before, he created individual metal letters that could be arranged and rearranged to form different words and pages. It was akin to possessing a highly advanced collection of alphabet blocks, yet these blocks had the potential to fundamentally alter the world. His printing press could produce books faster than a scribe could even read them. Where it might take a monk 6 months to copy a single book, Gutenberg's press could print hundreds of copies in the same time. Suddenly books weren't precious unicorns, they were becoming more like friendly neighbourhood cats, still special, but no longer impossibly rare. The first book Gutenberg chose to print was the Bible, which made perfect sense since most literacy at the time was connected to religious practice. But here's where our sleep story really begins to unfold. As printing presses spread across Europe faster than news of a royal scandal, they didn't just make books more available, they made reading itself a different activity. Before printing, most reading was done aloud, in groups. Families might gather to hear someone read from one of their precious few books. Reading was a social activity, like sharing a meal or telling stories around a fire. People read during daylight hours when they could see clearly, and reading sessions were often planned events that brought communities together. But printed books changed this dynamic entirely. Suddenly, you could own multiple books, and reading became something you could do alone, quietly, whenever you wanted. You didn't need to coordinate with others or wait for someone else to finish with the family's single volume. You could read in bed, by candlelight, in the privacy of your thoughts. This shift from communal to private reading happened gradually, like the way seasons change. You don't notice it day by day, but suddenly you realise everything is different. People began staying up later, reading by whatever light they could afford. Candle makers probably started having much better business years without fully understanding why. The content of books began to change too. Along with religious texts, printers started producing what we might recognise as the world's first entertainment reading. Stories, poetry, accounts of adventures in distant lands, and even early versions of self-help books. For the first time in human history, you could disappear into a fictional world whenever you wanted, transported by nothing more than words on a page and your own imagination. This was revolutionary in ways that go far beyond just having more books to read. For thousands of years, humans had lived primarily in the physical world, immediately around them. Your entertainment came from the people you knew, the stories they told, and the songs they sang. But books opened up infinite worlds, all accessible from the comfort of your home or even your bed. The printing press had inadvertently created the world's first truly portable entertainment system. As printed books spread through European towns like honey through warm bread, something curious began happening to the night. You have to remember, this transformation didn't occur overnight. It unfolded across generations, the way a river slowly carves a new channel through rock. But the change, once it began, was as irreversible as morning following darkness. The most immediate shift was practical. People who could now afford books, and by 1500 a printed book cost roughly what you might spend on a luxurious dinner today, suddenly had a reason to extend their waking hours. The new book owners found themselves negotiating with the night, while previous generations surrendered to darkness as naturally as flowers close at sunset. Reading by candlelight evolved into a unique art form. You learned to position yourself just so to avoid casting shadows on the page, while preventing wax from dripping onto your precious book. Candle making evolved too, with craftsmen developing longer-burning, cleaner-burning candles specifically for readers. The wealthy began investing in multiple candles, oil lamps with better wicks, and even early versions of reading glasses to make the most of their dim light. But here's where it gets fascinating from a sleep perspective. People weren't just staying up later, they were changing what nighttime meant. Previously, the hours between sunset and sleep had been family time, community time, or practical time for essential tasks. Now, nighttime became personal time, private time, and thinking time. Picture yourself as a merchant in 1520 Antwerp, finally able to afford a small collection of printed books. After a day of buying and selling, negotiating with customers, and managing your shop, you discover that reading offers something unprecedented: escape. Not only does reading provide a physical escape to distant lands described in travel narratives, but it also provides a mental escape from the immediate concerns of daily life. This mental escape had profound effects on sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were going to bed with their minds racing, not from the day's physical labours or immediate social concerns, but from the ideas, stories and emotions they'd absorbed from books. Their dreams began incorporating elements from fictional worlds, characters they'd never met, and places they'd never seen. The old pattern of segmented sleep began to shift, although it did not immediately disappear. People still often woke in the middle of the night, but instead of using that time for practical tasks or quiet conversation, they increasingly turned to reading. Those midnight hours became precious reading time, when the house was quiet and distractions minimal. This created the first real tension between artificial light and natural sleep patterns. Candlelight, while dim by our standards, was bright enough to suppress the body's natural production of sleep-inducing hormones. People began experiencing what we now recognise as the early stages of artificial light's impact on circadian rhythms, even though they lacked a scientific framework to understand the changes occurring. Religious authorities noticed the change and weren't entirely pleased. Church leaders began warning against excessive nighttime reading, particularly of secular books. Worried, they realised that people were literally losing sleep over fictional stories and worldly concerns, time they could have better spent in prayer or rest. Some sermons from this period specifically mention the dangers of night reading and its effects on both spiritual and physical health. Medical practitioners of the time began documenting new types of sleep complaints. Physicians noted that patients, particularly educated ones, were reporting more difficulty falling asleep, more restless nights, and more vivid, complex dreams. The term scholar's insomnia appeared in medical texts, describing a condition primarily affecting people who read extensively. The printing revolution also democratized knowledge in ways that affected sleep indirectly but significantly. People could now access medical information, including advice about sleep and health, without relying solely on local practitioners or folk wisdom. This led to the first wave of people actively contemplating and trying to optimize their sleep, rather than simply accepting whatever rest came naturally. Books on health, diet, and daily routines became popular, many offering advice about proper sleep habits. Ironically, people were staying up late reading books about how to sleep better. The more information they consumed about sleep, the more conscious they became of their sleep patterns, which often made sleep more elusive. Meanwhile, the book industry itself was creating entirely new nighttime economies. Printers worked long hours to meet growing demand. Bookbinders, paper makers and type founders extended their working days. Candle makers and lamp oil producers experienced unprecedented demand. An entire ecosystem of night jobs emerged to support the growing appetite for reading. By the late 1500s, complaints about neighbours reading late into the night became common in urban areas. The soft glow of candlelight from windows, previously a sign that someone was sick or dealing with an emergency, increasingly just meant someone was enjoying a good paper makers, becoming less about rest and more about choice. The stage was set for sleep to become something entirely different from what humans had known for millennia. Something magical happened as books became cheaper and more abundant. They began migrating from public spaces into the most private space of all, the bedroom. This wasn't just a matter of convenience, it represented a fundamental shift in how humans related to both sleep and stories. For the first time in history, the last thing many people experienced before sleep wasn't the voice of a family member, the crackle of a dying fire, or the settling sounds of their house, but words on a page that transported them to entirely different worlds. The practice of bedtime reading emerged gradually, like a new tradition nobody planned but everyone seemed to discover independently. Parents who could afford books began reading to their children at bedtime, creating the first generation of humans to associate the transition to sleep with storytelling. These weren't the oral folk tales that had been passed down through generations. These were printed stories, consistent in their telling, often accompanied by illustrations and infinitely repeatable. Children raised on bedtime stories developed different relationships with both sleep and imagination. Instead of drifting off to sleep thinking of the day's events or tomorrow's chores, they fell asleep with their minds full of fictional characters, imaginary places and narrative possibilities. Their dreams began incorporating more complex storylines, and many reported dreams that seemed to continue stories from their bedtime books, or create entirely new adventures featuring beloved characters. Adults too discovered the peculiar pleasure of reading in bed. The combination of physical comfort, dim light, and engaging stories created a uniquely conducive environment for relaxation. But it also created something unprecedented, the cliffhanger bedtime. For the first time, people were deliberately putting themselves into emotional suspense right before sleep, their minds actively wondering what would happen next in their stories. This led to what historians now recognise as the first widespread occurrence of voluntary sleep delay for entertainment purposes. People would tell themselves they'd read just one more chapter, then find themselves still turning pages hours later. The phrase, "I couldn't put it down," entered common usage during this period, though it originally referred specifically to the difficulty of stopping reading at bedtime. The types of books people chose for bedtime reading began to influence the content publishers produced. Adventure stories with chapter-ending cliffhangers proved enormously popular, as did romantic tales that left readers emotionally satisfied but eager for more. Publishers discovered that books specifically marketed for bedtime reading sold exceptionally well, leading to the development of what we might recognise as the first genre fiction specifically designed for nighttime consumption. Religious bedtime reading remained popular, but even devotional books began adapting to bedtime reading habits. Prayer books started including shorter sections suitable for nighttime reading, and collections of brief comforting religious passages became common. The practice of reading a psalm or brief devotional passage before sleep became so widespread that furniture makers began designing bedside tables specifically to hold books and candles. The wealthy began commissioning special bedroom libraries, small collections of books selected specifically for nighttime reading. These typically included poetry, easy to read in short segments, inspiring or comforting prose, and what publishers began calling gentle adventures, exciting enough to be engaging but not so thrilling as to prevent sleep. Medical opinion on bedtime reading was mixed. Some physicians warned that exciting stories could overstimulate the mind and prevent restful sleep. Others argued that reading helped transition the mind from the day's concerns to a more peaceful state conducive to rest. This debate marked the beginning of what would become centuries of discussion about the relationship between mental stimulation and sleep quality. The practice of reading in bed created new intimacies between couples. Married partners began sharing books, reading aloud to each other, and discussing stories as a regular part of their bedtime routine. Some couples developed elaborate systems for sharing limited reading light, taking turns holding candles or reading aloud while the other rested their eyes. This sharing of stories in the marriage bed represented something entirely new in human relationships. Previously, the most intimate conversations between couples typically focused on practical matters, family concerns, daily events, plans, and problems. But bedtime reading introduced shared fictional experiences, imaginary worlds that couples could explore together, and characters they could discuss and debate. Children growing up in households with bedtime reading began asking for their books earlier than previous generations had shown interest in reading. The association between books and comfort, books and the safety of home, and books and the transition to sleep created powerful positive associations with reading that lasted throughout their lives. By 1600, a significant portion of the literate population had incorporated reading into their bedtime routines. What had begun as a practical way to make use of expensive books had evolved into a new cultural ritual, one that transformed both how people fell asleep and what they dreamed about when they finally closed their eyes. The night was no longer just nature's signal for rest. It had become reading time. By the early 1600s, something unprecedented was happening in bedrooms across literate Europe. People were lying awake contemplating sleep itself. For the first time in human history, significant numbers of people were actively analysing their rest, comparing their sleep experiences to advice they'd read in books, and trying to optimise their nighttime hours. The printing press had accidentally created the world's first generation of sleep-conscious individuals. Medical books, once accessible only to physicians, were now available to anyone who could read and afford them. These texts introduced ordinary people to concepts like humoral balance and the idea that diet, exercise, and daily habits could affect sleep quality. People began experimenting with the timing of their meals, the firmness of their mattresses, and even the direction their beds faced, all based on printed advice from medical authorities. This marked a fascinating shift from passive acceptance to active management. Your ancestors had simply slept when they were and woken when they weren't. But the new book-reading population began tracking their sleep patterns, noting which activities helped or hindered their rest, and developing personal theories about optimal sleep conditions. The results were mixed, to put it gently. Many people, armed with partial medical knowledge and conflicting advice from different books, began creating elaborate bedtime routines that probably did more harm than good. Some would spend an hour before bed preparing their sleeping environment according to whatever book they'd most recently read, adjusting ventilation, rearranging furniture, or consuming specific foods supposed to promote restful sleep. Meanwhile, the mere act of reading about sleep often made it more elusive. People would lie in bed analysing whether they felt sufficiently relaxed, whether their breathing matched the patterns described in their health books, and whether their mattress was positioned correctly according to the latest printed advice. The more they thought about sleep, the harder it became. Publishers, recognising a profitable trend, began producing books specifically about sleep improvement. Titles like The Complete Guide to Restful Slumber and Natural Methods for Perfect Sleep became bestsellers. These books typically promise simple solutions to sleep problems, while simultaneously making readers more anxious about whether they were sleeping correctly. The wealthy began investing in elaborate sleep optimization equipment based on printed recommendations. Special mattresses, pillows designed according to particular theories, bedroom furniture arranged to promote better rest, and even clothing designed specifically for sleeping. This period saw the birth of the idea that sleep quality could be purchased and optimized through the right products, an idea we'd recognize today. Religious authorities continued to voice their concerns about the evolving relationship between books and bedtime, but their focus shifted from moral objections to practical health concerns. Church leaders began preaching about the importance of proper rest for spiritual life, arguing that people too fatigued from staying up reading were less able to focus during prayer or church services. The emerging scientific revolution of the 1600s brought new complexity to sleep advice. Books began presenting competing theories about what happened during sleep, why dreams occurred, and how rest affected health. People found themselves trying to sleep while mentally debating whether sleep was primarily for physical restoration, mental processing, or spiritual renewal. Coffee, introduced to Europe during this same period, added another layer of complexity to the sleep equation. Popular books about coffee's stimulating effects led to elaborate rules about when coffee consumption could occur without affecting nighttime rest. People began timing their coffee consumption based on printed advice, often creating more anxiety about their sleep than the coffee itself caused. The practice of keeping sleep journals emerged among the educated classes. People began recording their bedtimes, wake times, dream content, and energy levels, comparing their experiences to advice they'd read in books. These personal sleep studies represented humanity's first systematic attempts to understand individual sleep patterns, though the data was often more confusing than illuminating. Physicians began reporting a new category of patient complaints. People who felt their sleep was inadequate not because they were worn out, but because their sleep didn't match descriptions they'd read in books. Healthy individuals with normal sleep patterns sought medical help because they worried their rest wasn't optimized according to the latest printed theories. This period also saw the emergence of sleep-related social anxiety. People began comparing their sleep habits to those described in popular books, worrying that their bedtime routines, mattresses, or sleep positions marked them as unsophisticated or unhealthy. Sleep, which had been a private, largely unconscious activity, became a topic of social discussion and comparison. Everyone recognized the irony. Some writers of the time noted that humanity had survived for millennia with perfectly adequate sleep before anyone thought to write books about it. They observed that the more people read about sleep, the more problems they seemed to develop with sleeping, but there was no going back. The printing press had fundamentally altered humanity's relationship with rest, transforming sleep from a natural surrender to darkness into a complex activity that could be studied, analysed, optimised and worried about. Sleep had become homework. As the 1600s progressed into the 1700s, something profound was slipping away from human experience, so gradually that no one quite noticed until it was nearly gone. The ancient pattern of segmented sleep, first sleep, wakeful period, second sleep, was dissolving like morning mist, replaced by something entirely different. Books weren't just changing when people slept, they were fundamentally altering how people slept. The transition happened differently in cities than in rural areas, and faster among the wealthy than the poor, but the direction was unmistakable. People were beginning to sleep in single, consolidated blocks, much like you do today. This transition might seem like a minor technical change, but it represented one of the most significant shifts in human behaviour since the development of agriculture. Urban areas led this transformation. Cities meant more artificial light, more scheduled activities, and more access to books and printed entertainment. City dwellers found their old midnight wake periods increasingly inconvenient. If you had to be at work by a specific time and needed to maintain your energy throughout the day, the segmented sleep pattern began to feel inefficient rather than natural. Books played a crucial role in this shift. The growing practice of bedtime reading meant people were staying awake later into the evening, pushing their first sleep period later and later. Eventually, many people were going to bed so late that their natural wake period occurred uncomfortably close to dawn. Rather than wake for an hour or two in the middle of the night, they began sleeping straight through until morning. This change didn't happen without consequences. People raised on segmented sleep patterns often struggled with the new consolidated approach. They'd lie awake during what had traditionally been their midnight active period, not understanding why sleep eluded them. Physicians began documenting what they called midnight melancholy, periods of wakeful anxiety that occurred when people fought against their natural tendency to wake during the night. The loss of segmented sleep meant the disappearance of those precious midnight hours that had traditionally been used for quiet conversation, prayer, meditation, and gentle activities. Couples lost that intimate time of soft conversation in the darkness. Families stopped sharing those peaceful moments of tending the fire and checking on children together. Instead, all the evening's activities, conversation, reading, planning, and reflection, became compressed into the hours between dinner and bedtime. This intensification of evening activities created a faster pace of life that many found overwhelming. The gentle rhythm of segmented sleep had provided natural breaks in the day's emotional and mental processing. Books began reflecting and reinforcing this new sleep pattern. Authors started writing longer chapters, assuming readers would want substantial content for their extended evening reading sessions. The concept of the page-turner, a book so engaging you'd read late into the night, became a marketing advantage. Publishers discovered that books that kept people reading past their traditional first bedtime were most likely to become popular. The wealthy began designing their homes around consolidated sleep patterns. Bedrooms became more elaborate and comfortable, designed for longer periods of occupancy. The concept of the bedroom as a retreat, a personal sanctuary designed specifically for rest and relaxation, emerged during this period. Previously, bedrooms had been more utilitarian, places to sleep certainly, but not necessarily places to linger or relax. Reading nooks within bedrooms became fashionable among those who could afford them. These were specifically designed spaces for pre-sleep reading, with comfortable chairs, good lighting, and convenient book storage. The bedroom was transforming from a place you went only to sleep into a place where you might spend several hours each evening reading, relaxing, and gradually transitioning towards sleep. This architectural shift reflected a deeper change in how people thought about rest and privacy. The bedroom was becoming the first truly private space in most people's homes, a place where you could retreat from social obligations and family responsibilities to engage with books and your thoughts. Children growing up during this transition experienced something unprecedented. They were the first generation to sleep through the night as a normal, expected pattern. Their parents and grandparents had grown up expecting to wake during the night, but these children learned to sleep for 8 or 9 continuous hours. This created different relationships with both sleep and darkness, and different capacities for sustained attention and energy throughout long days. The old folk wisdom about sleep began to seem obsolete. Sayings like, "The hour before midnight is worth 2 after," made less sense to people who were going to bed at midnight or later. Traditional advice about using wakeful periods for prayer or meditation seemed irrelevant to people who no longer experienced regular midnight wake periods. By 1750, consolidated sleep had become the new normal for most of the literate population. The segmented sleep pattern that had characterized human rest for millennia survived mainly in rural areas where artificial light was still rare and daily schedules remained tied to natural daylight cycles. Medical authorities of the time noted the change but generally approved of it. Consolidated sleep seemed more efficient, better suited to the increasingly complex demands of modern life. Few realised that humanity was abandoning a rest pattern that had evolved over thousands of years, replacing it with something entirely unprecedented in human experience. The printing press had accidentally engineered the most significant change in human sleep patterns since we learned to control fire. Here you are, centuries later, settling into your comfortable bed with perhaps a book on your nightstand, completely unaware that your entire relationship with sleep was shaped by a goldsmith's invention from the 1400s. The consolidated sleep pattern you consider natural, 8 hours of continuous rest, would have seemed as strange to your medieval ancestors as their segmented sleep routine seems to you today. The transformation the printing press began continues to ripple through your nights, in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you reach for your phone to read just one more article before sleep, you're participating in a tradition that began when the first person lit a candle to read just one more chapter. The eternal struggle between "I should go to sleep" and "I'll just read a little longer" started with those early book owners and has never really ended. Your bedroom itself is a testament to this transformation. The idea that you need a comfortable, private space specifically designed for rest and relaxation, complete with good lighting for reading, comfortable seating, and easy access to books or digital devices, would have been incomprehensible to people who simply slept wherever they could identify a safe, warm spot. The printing press didn't just change what people read, it changed how they think. The ability to access multiple perspectives, compare different ideas, and engage with complex narratives trained human minds to be more active, more analytical, and more imaginative. These more active minds naturally took longer to settle into sleep, requiring longer transition periods and more comfortable environments. Modern sleep science has rediscovered some wisdom from the pre-printing era. Sleep researchers now understand that the consolidated 8-hour sleep pattern, while workable, isn't necessarily optimal for everyone. Some people naturally function better with segmented sleep or alternative patterns, but our modern world of scheduled work and artificial lighting makes these patterns difficult to maintain. The books that line your shelves, the reading light beside your bed, and the comfortable chair where you might read before sleep. All of these represent victories in humanity's ongoing negotiation with darkness. Each generation since Gutenberg has pushed bedtime a little later, made nights a little brighter, and filled the hours before sleep with more mental stimulation. Your dreams themselves carry the legacy of this transformation. The complex, narrative-rich dreams that many people experience today reflect minds trained on centuries of storytelling tradition. Your sleeping brain processes not just the day's immediate experiences, but also the characters, plots, and ideas you've absorbed from books, creating dreams that would have been impossible for pre-literate humans to imagine. The sleep problems that plague modern life, difficulty falling asleep, racing thoughts at bedtime, the temptation to read or check devices instead of sleeping, all have their roots in that moment when humans first chose artificial light and mental stimulation over natural darkness and rest. We traded the simple surrender to sleep for the complex pleasure of extended consciousness, and we're still learning to manage the consequences, but perhaps this trade-off was worth it. The same printing press revolution that complicated sleep also democratized knowledge, spread literacy, enabled the scientific revolution, and created the foundation for every book you've ever loved. Those late nights reading by candlelight gave birth to the modern world, with all its complexities and possibilities. As you prepare for sleep tonight, you're participating in a ritual that would be recognizable to readers from centuries past. The details have changed. Electric lights instead of candles, printed books or digital screens instead of hand-copied manuscripts, but the basic pattern remains. You're using artificial light to extend consciousness beyond its natural limits, filling your mind with stories and ideas that will accompany you to sleep and perhaps to dreams. The printing press taught humanity that night doesn't have to mean the end of thought, that darkness can be filled with light and stories, and that sleep can be a transition to worlds even more fantastic than the ones we read about. Changing how we sleep changed us as a species, more thoughtful, imaginative, and connected to ideas and stories than before. So tonight, as you finally turn off the light and settle into sleep, you're carrying forward a tradition that began when the first person decided that sunset didn't have to mean the end of reading time. Sweet dreams. They're brought to you by Johannes Gutenberg and everyone who ever stayed up late reading just one more page. The wind on the Mongolian steppe doesn't merely just blow, it also delivers judgment. Harsh and unrelenting, it strips away pretense, like skin from bone. Modern meteorologists measure wind speed in kilometers per hour. 13th century Mongols measured it by how quickly it could freeze the tears on your face. During winter, temperatures routinely plunge to negative 40 degrees, a number where Celsius and Fahrenheit find their rare point of agreement. That same landscape might bake at 40 degrees Celsius, 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the summer, causing thermal swings that are unheard of in our climate-controlled lives. You, with your dependency on consistent room temperatures, hot showers, and memory foam mattresses, would find yourself desperately unprepared for this fundamental reality. The average Mongol warrior began developing their environmental resilience before they could walk. By age 3, children were placed on horses. By 5, they could ride independently. By 10, many had survived multiple seasons of brutal weather that would send modern emergency management agencies into crisis mode. Your entire concept of roughing it might involve a weekend of glamping with a portable espresso maker. The Mongols would find the idea laughable if they understood what espresso was. Water, that substance you acquire with a lazy twist of a faucet handle, required strategic planning in the empire. The steppe's watercourses were unreliable, sometimes disappearing entirely during dry periods. Many Mongols drank arag, fermented mare's milk, which served multiple purposes: hydration, nutrition, mild intoxication, and, crucially, bacteriological safety. Your untrained digestive system would likely reject this essential staple, leaving you dehydrated on the windswept plains. Consider your current fitness level. The average Mongol regularly rode 60 to 80 kilometers daily. They maintained this pace for weeks while wearing armor and carrying weapons. Many could shoot arrows with deadly accuracy from horseback, drawing bows requiring 166 pounds of pull strength, nearly triple the draw weight of a modern compound hunting bow. Your gym membership and occasional weekend hike have not prepared you for this level of physical demand. The constant movement of nomadic life meant that storage space was precious. The concept of belongings underwent severe restriction. While you might feel anxious travelling with just carry-on luggage for a week, Mongols transported their entire lives on horseback or in carts. The mental adjustment alone, living with only what could be easily packed and moved, would challenge your very identity, shaped as it is by acquisition and accumulation. Sleep patterns differed dramatically as well. The Empire's military maintained vigilance through a system of night watches, with warriors sleeping in armour, ready to fight within moments. No alarm snoozing, no, just 5 more minutes. When the signal came, you rode or died. Sleep was not a right, but a resource to be carefully managed and often denied. Food security operated on principles alien to your experience. The average Mongol warrior could survive on dried meat and milk products for extended periods, supplemented occasionally by foraged plants and hunted game. Their digestive systems adapted to high protein, high fat and low carbohydrate diets, similar to a ketogenic diet, but without modern conveniences like Instagram posts or specialty products. Your body, a accustomed to regular meals with diverse nutrients, would struggle with both the content and irregularity of steppe nutrition. Then there's the matter of hygiene. Your concept of cleanliness hinges on daily showering and the liberal application of scented products. The Mongols, living in a water-scarce environment, developed different standards. Smoke from dung fires provided antibacterial benefits inside yurts, while animal fats protected skin from windburn and frostbite. The smell of a Mongol encampment, a potent blend of horses, humans, smoke, and fermentation, would overwhelm your sanitized sensibilities. These environmental challenges represent merely the baseline difficulties, the ambient conditions that existed before considering human conflicts, political complexities, or social hierarchies. If the elements themselves defeated you, imagine how poorly you would fare against humans who mastered this harsh existence and then decided to conquer the known world. The social architecture of the Mongol Empire would confound you as thoroughly as its physical demands. You've been conditioned by modern Western ideology to believe in certain fundamental rights, speech, assembly, and individual autonomy. These concepts would be difficult to understand within the Mongol socio-political framework, which valued individuals based on their utility to the collective and their position within a rigid hierarchy. Let's begin with language. The Mongol Empire eventually encompassed speakers of dozens of languages, but the lingua franca remained Mongolian, specifically Middle Mongolian written in Uyghur script. Without fluency, you would be effectively mute, unable to defend yourself verbally, comprehend orders, or navigate social situations. Interpreters existed, certainly, but they served the empire's elite. Your linguistic isolation would render you vulnerable in ways you cannot imagine. Having always inhabited linguistic environments where communication felt like a birthright rather than a privilege. Then there's the matter of honour culture. Modern society has largely abandoned honour as an organising principle, replacing it with legal frameworks and bureaucracy. In the Mongol Empire, slights to honour, real or perceived, could trigger immediate violence without legal recourse. Your ingrained habits of casual speech, direct eye contact, or inadvertent physical contact might constitute grave offences. Without the cultural fluency to navigate these unwritten rules, you would blunder into conflict through innocent behaviours. The Mongol legal system, codified in the Yasa, Genghis Khan's legal code, prescribed death for a startling range of offences. What was the penalty for urinating in running water? Death. Adultery? Death. Theft? Often death. Even minor theft could result in punishment 9 times the value of the stolen item. Bankruptcy? The debtor and their family could be enslaved. Your understanding of proportional justice would provide no protection in a system where examples were made to maintain order across vast territories. Religious tolerance in the Mongol Empire is often celebrated by historians, but this tolerance had pragmatic rather than ideological roots. The Mongols permitted various faiths because religious leaders were exempt from certain taxes and conscription, providing administrative convenience. However, this tolerance did not extend to religious practices that conflicted with Mongol customs. For instance, Muslim and Jewish prohibitions against consuming blood or improperly slaughtered meat were directly at odds with nomadic food practices. Religious practitioners were forced to choose between spiritual compromise or physical hunger. Your conception of privacy would dissolve entirely. The yurt housed extended family units in a single open space. Conversations, bodily functions, and intimacy all occurred within a communal environment. The Mongol camps themselves were arranged according to military organisation, with placement determined by rank and function rather than personal preference. Your desire for me-time or a quiet space to decompress would find no accommodation in this structure. Your modern sensibilities would be further shocked by gender roles. While Mongol women enjoyed more rights than their counterparts in many sedentary civilizations, they could own property, divorce, and sometimes participate in warfare. Their status remained fundamentally determined by their relationship to male power structures. Women's primary value centered on reproductive capacity and household management. The concepts of gender equality or personal fulfillment outside prescribed roles would seem alien and dangerous. Class mobility, that cherished modern ideal, existed but followed different patterns than you might expect. Genghis Khan famously promoted based on merit rather than birth. But this meritocracy was measured primarily through loyalty and military prowess. Your specialized modern skills, programming, marketing, and financial analysis would hold little immediate value. Unless you could quickly demonstrate utility in warfare, animal husbandry, or practical crafts, your position would likely default to the bottom of the hierarchy. The concept of face, or social reputation, functioned as actual currency. In an empire where written records remained limited, your word and reputation formed your primary assets. Breaking promises, showing weakness, or failing to reciprocate generosity would irreparably damage your standing. Without understanding the intricate dance of obligation, favour trading, and reputation management, you would quickly find yourself socially bankrupt. Most fundamentally disorienting would be the collective rather than individual orientation of Mongol society. Decisions prioritise group survival over individual rights or preferences. Resource distribution, military service, and marriage arrangements all serve collective interests first. Your deeply ingrained individualism, whether you recognise it or not, would mark you as fundamentally untrustworthy in a culture where solidarity meant survival. The Mongol military apparatus operated with a systematic efficiency that transformed warfare across Eurasia, but your integration into this machine would prove catastrophically difficult, assuming you were even permitted to join rather than being classified as a servant or slave. First, consider the entry requirements. By adolescence, Mongol warriors could shoot arrows accurately while riding at full gallop, navigate vast distances without maps using only astronomical and geographical features, butcher animals efficiently for maximum resource utilization, survive independently on the steppe with minimal equipment, track humans and animals across varied terrains, execute complex cavalry maneuvers in formation. These weren't specialized skills for elite units, they were baseline competencies expected of ordinary soldiers. Your modern abilities with spreadsheets, home appliances, or even conventional weapons would provide almost no transferable advantages. The physical conditioning alone would likely break you within days. During campaigns, Mongol warriors frequently rode between 100 and 130 kilometers each day. They did not ride for a single day, but for weeks or months at a time. Modern endurance athletes train specifically for singular events. Mongol warriors maintained this capacity as their baseline existence. They could sleep in saddles, go days with minimal water, and function effectively despite extreme physical discomfort. The Mongol military diet during campaigns frequently consisted of dried meat powder mixed with water or blood drawn from a small incision in their horse's vein. This high-protein, virtually zero-carbohydrate regimen sustained warriors through extraordinary physical demands. Your digestive system and metabolism, accustomed to regular carbohydrate intake and consistent meals, would struggle catastrophically with this dietary shift. Equipment maintenance formed another insurmountable challenge. Each warrior maintained multiple horses, weapons requiring specialized care, and armor demanding regular attention. The composite bow, the signature Mongol weapon, required constant maintenance to prevent delamination of its complex structure of wood, horn, and sinew. Improper storage could render it useless in hours. Without generations of accumulated knowledge in these maintenance protocols, your equipment would fail at critical moments. The communication system would leave you perpetually confused. Mongol armies coordinated complex battlefield maneuvers using flag signals, horn calls, and drum patterns, a military language as foreign to you as ancient Sumerian. In battle conditions, misinterpreting these signals meant instant death, either from enemy action or from disrupting your side's carefully orchestrated movements. Discipline within the Mongol military operated with mechanical precision. The decimal organization system, with units of 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the famous two-men, created clear chains of command and responsibility. This structure enforced collective punishment. If one member of your Arban unit of 10 fled battle, all members could be executed. Your survival hinged not only on your own performance, but also on the performance of your assigned comrades. Pain tolerance represented another area where you would find yourself woefully unprepared. Medical care during campaigns was rudimentary by modern standards. Arrow wounds were treated by inserting milk-soaked cloth into the wound, then extracting it after the wound had begun festering, pulling damaged tissue out with the cloth. Broken bones might be set, but complex injuries often resulted in battlefield euthanasia. Your expectation of pain management would meet the harsh reality of pre-modern medicine. The psychological warfare practiced by the Mongols would disturb even hardened modern military personnel. Their systematic use of terror included constructing pyramids from the severed heads of civilians, using enemies as human shields, and deliberately allowing some survivors to flee and spread tales of horror. Mongol forces not only expected you to witness these acts, but also to participate in them without moral objection. The Mongol forces treated weather conditions that modern armies would consider Operation Suspending as merely incidental. They preferred campaigning in winter when rivers froze solid enough to support cavalry movements. Your cold weather gear, however advanced by today's standards, would prove inadequate against the combination of Siberian winds and constant movement that prevented establishing proper shelter. Most critically, the psychological framework of Mongol warfare would alienate you entirely. Modern military ethics emphasize distinction between combatants and non-combatants, proportionality in force application, and limitation of unnecessary suffering. Mongol strategic doctrine recognized no such distinctions. Civilian populations were legitimate targets, both for resource acquisition and psychological impact. Cities that immediately surrendered might escape, while those that resisted faced complete annihilation, not as a war crime, but as standard operational procedure. Your modern moral framework, whether you consider yourself hardened or not, has been shaped by centuries of evolving notions about the ethics of violence. The cognitive dissonance between these ingrained values and daily participation in Mongol military operations would create psychological trauma beyond anything your contemporary mind is structured to process. While the physical environment, social complexities and military demands of the Mongol Empire would each present formidable challenges, perhaps nothing would threaten your survival more immediately than the microbial landscape, a biological battlefield for which your body is perilously unprepared. Your immune system has developed in an environment of unprecedented sanitation, regular vaccination and antibiotics. This protected upbringing, while extending your lifespan, has left you immunologically naive compared to a 13th century nomad. The average Mongol survived numerous childhood diseases that would ravage your unprepared system. Their immune responses, honed through constant exposure to pathogens, operated at a level of efficiency your sheltered physiology cannot match. Consider water consumption, that most basic necessity. The Mongols developed specific techniques for locating reasonably safe water sources and, more importantly, harboured gut microbiota adapted to local pathogens. You, accustomed to treated municipal water, would likely contract severe dysentery within days of drinking from steppe water sources. Dehydration would rapidly follow, compromising physical performance precisely when maximum strength was needed for adaptation. The parasite load carried by average Mongol Empire inhabitants would astound modern physicians. Intestinal worms, skin parasites, and blood-borne pathogens existed in a complex equilibrium with host immune systems. These parasitic relationships often began in childhood, allowing for co-adaptation rather than acute crisis. Your body, encountering these organisms for the first time as an adult, would mount extreme inflammatory responses that could prove more dangerous than the parasites themselves. Zoonotic diseases, those transmitted between animals and humans, presented particular danger in a culture where close contact with livestock was unavoidable. The Mongols lived alongside horses, sheep, goats, camels and cattle, trimming living spaces during harsh weather. Anthrax, brucellosis, and various animal-borne influenzas circulated continuously. While the Mongols developed partial immunity through childhood exposure, you would have no such protection. The bacterial environment itself would prove hostile. Soil-dwelling bacteria like Clostridium tetani, causing tetanus, represented constant threats in a lifestyle filled with small injuries from riding, hunting, and combat. The Mongols treated wounds with fermented mare's milk, hot animal fat or cauterization, methods that, while crude, often provided antimicrobial benefits. Without these techniques, any injury could become fatal due to infection. Dental health presents another vulnerability. The Mongol diet lacked refined sugars but still posed dental challenges. These were managed through specific hygiene practices using steppe plants with natural antimicrobial properties. Your teeth, despite modern dental care, would likely be unprepared for abrupt cessation of this care combined with a radically different diet. Dental infections, minor inconveniences in the modern world, became life-threatening in pre-antibiotic environments. Fungal infections flourished in the close quarters of Mongol encampments. Ringworm, athlete's foot, and various dermatological fungi spread readily among populations with limited access to complete hygiene facilities. The Mongols managed these conditions with specialised techniques involving smoke exposure and application of specific animal fats with antifungal properties. Without this knowledge, chronic fungal infections would compromise your skin's integrity, creating additional pathways for more dangerous infections. The Mongol Empire's greatest irony was that its military success facilitated unprecedented disease transmission across Eurasia. As the empire connected previously isolated disease pools, novel pathogens travelled trade routes with devastating efficiency. You would encounter not just local Mongolian pathogens, but biological threats from China, Persia, and the Rus' lands, all without the immunological preparation that lifelong inhabitants developed. We cannot overlook the psychological dimension of illness. Modern humans expect recovery from most infections. This expectation shapes how we experience illness, as a temporary inconvenience rather than an existential threat. During the Mongol era, every fever posed a risk of death. This chronic uncertainty created psychological resilience among survivors that you, with your expectation of medical rescue, have never needed to develop. Most critically, the communal understanding of disease differed fundamentally. While the Mongols recognized contagion patterns and practiced forms of isolation for certain conditions, their explanatory models incorporated spiritual and humoral concepts alien to your biomedical framework. Treatments focused on restoring balance rather than eliminating specific pathogens. Your inability to conceptualize illness within their framework would prevent you from accessing what limited effective treatments existed. Ultimately, your body represents a naive immunological system entering an environment of hardened pathogens and limited medical interventions. Diseases that were minor for the Mongols could severely affect you due to your biological vulnerabilities. Modern medicine has not made you stronger. It has allowed physiological weaknesses to persist that would become fatal liabilities in the 13th century disease landscape. You would be as unfamiliar with Mongol Empire survival psychology as with its physical challenges. Your mental architecture, formed by a wealth of information, psychological safety nets, and individualistic frameworks, would crumble in the 13th century wandering landscape. Consider how you use time. The modern mind divides time into hours scheduled days ahead, minutes recorded on computer screens, and seconds before deadlines or meetings. Moon cycles, seasonal migrations, and animal diurnal habits shaped Mongol temporal perception. Instead of calendars, weather, grass, and animal behaviour were considered. Your artificially scheduled internal clock would struggle to match these fundamental needs, leaving you confused and out of sync. Information processing includes another major discontinuity. Due to information overload, you're swimming through mountains of data and constructing sophisticated filtering systems. Because of a lack of information, Mongols saw every observation as potentially useful for survival. Their hyper-awareness of minute animal activity, distant dust clouds, and small wind direction changes showed cognitive adaptations to a low-information world. Your attention patterns are used to getting a lot of information with little meaning, so you would miss critical environmental cues. Risk assessment frameworks vary widely. Modern psychology indicates humans employ probability estimation and outcome severity to judge danger. These systems developed in environments with long-term, well-controlled dangers. Existential threats in the Mongol cognitive environment required being assessed immediately without probability calculations. In a world where everyday choices may kill, your brain's risk assessment software, updated for modern risks, would cause constant anxiety. Identity would change totally. Personal narratives regarding your past, professional tasks, and chosen connections likely shape your sense of self. Mongol identity was based on ancestry, tribe, and military unit. Only when an individual's attributes assisted these collectives did they matter. Few modern brains can make the leap from who I am to whose I am in self-concept. It goes beyond cultural adaptability. Emotional management methods would fail you. Modern emotional management involves verbalization, introspection, and discussional therapy. For the Mongols, physical expression, emotional restraint, and stoicism were more important than words. Emotions were largely expressed in ritualized circumstances like funeral laments and triumph celebrations. Your persistent emotional transparency might be risky due to your ongoing unmet need for emotional processing. Another psychological barrier is sleep architecture. Modern humans sleep consolidated and temperature controlled. gloomy environments. Security requirements dictated the Mongols' segmented sleep patterns, which often occurred in exposed locations with little calm. Your brain was conditioned for deep sleep cycles under regulated conditions, thus persistent sleep disturbance would damage it severely. When survival demands optimum cognitive performance, such disruptions hinder decision-making. Your moral landscape change may be most puzzling. Modern morality centres on rights, justice, and harm minimisation across fictitious populations. Mongol ethical frameworks emerged from communal bonding, resource acquisition, and lineage continuation. Actions that helped short-term aims were good regardless of outgroups. Your deep-rooted moral intuitions about universal human value would not help in a moral world whose ethical limits rarely extended beyond familial networks. Spiritual systems would also alienate. Modern spirituality emphasizes belief, emotional connection, and personal meaning, even when religious. Mongol spiritual practices focused on balancing the visible and invisible realms through rituals. Animistic beliefs held that natural, atmospheric, and celestial phenomena were aware. Due to this fundamental disparity between your consciousness bounds and the Mongol spiritual environment, you would repeatedly commit significant spiritual transgressions. Your association with violence would be emphasized. Modern psychology says violence is traumatic and requires recovery. Violence involvement and observation were commonplace in Mongol cognitive environments, requiring minimal psychological processing. Your brain was never educated to be exposed to violence, so it would react to everyday occurrences with traumatic stress, generating a chain reaction of psychiatric instability that no 13th century framework could handle. Your relationship with uncertainty may be your final and most difficult psychological challenge. Modern life is complicated, but institutional stability, medical prognoses, and weather forecasts are predictable. Mongols had to be comfortable with unclear information and unpredictable consequences since they lived in a world of tremendous uncertainty. In a world where uncertainty is the norm, your underlying need for predictability would generate constant worry. The Mongol Empire's technology would be both familiar and unfamiliar to modern humans. You may assume you're more technologically sophisticated than 1300 travellers, but you don't grasp what technology implies in diverse contexts. Mongol weapons include the composite bow, materials science, biomechanical engineering, and generational knowledge went into this little device. These weapons were fashioned of wood, horn, sinew, birch bark, and glues. Correcting them took 2 years. The resulting device could penetrate armour at 200 metres for expert shooters. Not being able to produce, maintain, or use this primitive technology would leave you unarmed in a weapon-rich civilization. Another seemingly easy field was textile production, which was exceedingly difficult. Mongol felt making developed wool into a water-resistant, warm textile. Protecting against severe weather was crucial. The process required a profound understanding of animal fibres, how to manipulate them, and how to mechanically apply pressure, moisture, and heat. Without understanding these procedures, you can't create or fix safety gear. This process exposes you to the outdoors. Fire control methods would also be inaccessible. The Mongols were knowledgeable about using animal excrement, wood, and dried grasses as fuel sources. Each burned differently and had varied uses. They started fires even in windy or damp conditions using flint striking and specific tinder. You would be vulnerable if matches or lighters broke down and you had no other options. Navigation technology may be the most extreme example of development versus reality. GPS would stop operating after a few hours if the battery died. However, the Mongols navigated using star positions, landmarks, weather patterns, and animal behaviour. These techniques didn't require power or infrastructure. The Mongols crossed thousands of kilometres of flat desert without charts, which you probably can't do with paper directions. Similar variances exist in food preservation. Refrigerators, industrial canning, and chemical preservatives keep food fresh nowadays. They didn't exist in the 1300s. Mongol technologies like fermentation, dehydration, smoking, and salt curing preserved food's caloric value year-round without energy. If you're unfamiliar with these strategies, you might need to rely on others for food preservation. Transportation technology revolutionizes progress. You may be proud of your driving skills, but they're meaningless without proper equipment. The Empire's principal mode of transportation was horseback riding, which required biological knowledge, years of practice, and intricate equipment maintenance abilities. Horses were self-repairing, self-replicating transportation systems that converted grass into engine energy. Not being able to use primitive transportation would make getting around and socializing difficult. Communication technology also turned growth around. Without modern infrastructure, interaction was impossible in the 1300s. Mongols used yams for long-distance communication. A complicated relay network carried messages up to 300 kilometers daily across the world's largest land empire. Messages were conveyed through memory, multilingual scripts, and equine relay systems without any infrastructure. Without your communication equipment, you wouldn't be able to communicate like a Mongol messenger. Disparities in medical tools matter. Drugs, electronic diagnostics, and specialists power modern medicine. However, Mongol medicine used localized botanical knowledge, physical manipulation techniques, and environmental remedies gleaned from generations of observation. Their pharmacopoeia contained hundreds of plant, mineral, and animal treatments for different ailments. As your body faced new pathogens, you would have fewer medical care options without contemporary medical systems or traditional knowledge bases. Technological epistemology, how knowledge was gained, verified and shared, may be the most confounding development. Today, we understand technology through theoretical theories, mathematical modelling, and standard documentation. The Mongols learned technology via talking, practicing, and teaching. I learned technology by practicing under professionals for years, not reading manuals. If people understood about technology instead of reading directions, watching tutorials, and experimenting with settings, your regular methods of learning new technologies would not function. From infrastructure-dependent externalized technologies to knowledge-based embedded technologies, this move may be the hardest to adjust to. Modern technology makes humans smarter by providing external devices, by providing internalized information and embodied abilities. Mongol technology made people wiser. Even more fundamental than physical hardships, social complexity, military demands, disease susceptibility, psychological barriers, and technological inversions is the fact that your modern consciousness would still be unable to access the existential meaning framework that gave Mongol suffering purpose. Think about time horizons. Modern life encourages long-term planning, retirement plans for decades, health habits for life, and career routes for 50 years. Urgency, seasonal preparation, and generational continuity limited meaningful temporal contemplation in the Mongol existential framework, which operated on compressed time horizons. Compression was an adaptive response to the environment, not a cognitive restriction. Your natural ability to project into distant possibilities would not help you survive in an unpredictable world. Different meanings were given to suffering. Modern paradigms view suffering as a problem to be solved rather than a part of life. Social, technical, and medical systems aim to alleviate discomfort and promote comfort. A meaningful life required hardship which showed one's value, demonstrated character through resilience, and reinforced communal relationships via common suffering, according to the Mongol existential paradigm. Aversion to discomfort would be considered a sign of dangerous weakness in a society where accepting adversity deliberately was a sign of maturity. You would be confused by value hierarchies. Self-actualization, expression, and fulfillment are valued in modern Western culture. The Mongol value system prioritized ceremonial attendance, communal survival, and lineage continuation to maintain cosmic order. The ideal death for Mongols was often dying in battle for their master, which ensured spiritual transition and familial prestige. Modern ideas of a beneficial death include comfort, respite from pain, and family. In a culture that values social status over individual identity, your individualistic ideals are irrelevant. Justice would also look strange. The primary principles of modern justice theory are proportional punishment, procedural fairness, and individual rights. Restoring cosmic, social, and outcome stability was paramount in Mongol justice. The severity of the penalty often reflected the victim-offender status gap rather than the crime. Significant crimes against low-status victims carried nominal fines, while minor offences against high-status victims carried death sentences. These arrangements offended your daily sense of fairness. Therefore, they wouldn't help you adapt to the real judicial system. Translation is especially challenging in religion, even while they preserve ancient elements. Modern spiritual systems have adapted to individualism and science. Mongol religion integrated animistic traditions, shamanic intermediation, and ancestor veneration in a cosmic perspective where spiritual and material realms were interconnected. To please invisible entities, rituals had to be performed regularly. Your secularized worldview or modern religious framework might discourage you from engaging in spiritual practices that were once considered necessary social technology for regulating invisible forces. Political engagement definitions would shift similarly. Voting, speaking out, and joining institutions are all elements of modern politics. Mongol politics centered on personal allegiance, as shown by military duty, resource giving, and physical presence. Political legitimacy was based on military victory, resource acquisition, or divine favour, not procedure. If might and right were still linked rather than conceptually distinct, your good governance idea would fail. Your new relationship with nature may be the most complicated. Modern environmental frameworks represent humans as independent of and influencing natural systems, whether exploitative or conservationist. Mongol existential philosophy holds that humans are part of ecological systems impacted by seasonal flows, weather patterns, and animal migration. Human communities were little subsystems of nature that were the primary reality, not a resource or aesthetic backdrop. In a worldview where humans were integrated into natural processes, your role as nature's spectator, consumer or protector would change. Different meanings surrounded death. Most deaths today occur in sterile, medicalized, and artificially delayed conditions. Death was a constant presence in the Mongol Empire, often violently. This proximity fostered practical acceptance of mortality rather than callousness or despair. Happy lives included planning for death, ensuring lineage continuity, adopting memorial rites, and keeping spiritual links beyond physical life. Your possible death phobia, bred in a culture of mortality denial, would not exist in a society where accepting death was normal emotional development. Integration of purpose is the final existential challenge. Today, purpose is often considered a human enterprise of meaning-making through identity construction, work choices, and purchase decisions. The Mongol existential framework gave meaning to societal roles, cosmic order, and ancestry. Pre-existing systems externalized the goal. You would not get much social support for self-determined meaning in a setting where purpose comes from doing prescribed tasks well rather than pushing or exceeding them. Existential estrangement would make you a lifelong outcast, more than physical hardship, illness, or technology. Even if you physically adapt, get the necessary skills, and make social relationships, the framework that gives these adaptations meaning would remain unavailable to awareness shaped by modern existential assumptions. To survive in the Mongol Empire, you would have to strive to find purpose, which is perhaps the hardest task. Picture an early morning in the ancient kingdom of Macedon, a hazy dawn light creeping over the rolling hills and illuminating the stone walls of Pella. The capital, in the courtyard of the royal palace, a young prince takes measured steps across smooth flagstones still cool from the chill of night. He is Alexander, son of King Philip II, already restless with ambition. He stands no taller than any normal youth, yet there's a quiet intensity in his gaze. Local gossip suggests he asks questions no child his age should, ones about life, death, and the boundaries of human capability. It's whispered that from the day he first saw the world, he's been driven by the desire to surpass it. Philip himself is not a particularly sentimental father. He loves Alexander in his own way, yet the kingdom demands more attention than his son. Under King Philip, Macedon has become stronger, more organised, and more dangerous to neighbouring lands. Philip sees in Alexander the potential to carry on and expand his work. He pushes the boy to study with the best tutors in all of Greece, ensuring a potent blend of martial and intellectual preparation. Aristotle is one among many teachers, but uniquely revered. He nurtures Alexander's fascination with science, philosophy, and the fringes of knowledge. Lessons aren't rote memorization, but dialogues, full of debates that test logic and stoke curiosity. This mental discipline shapes Alexander's sense of strategy and cunning. The climate in the palace is complex. Every corner can hold a potential spy, and each dusty corridor might echo with rumours of betrayals and alliances. People talk in low tones about the tension between Philip and his wives. Alexander's mother, Olympias, is as formidable in her own right as any soldier. devout worshipper of the god Dionysus. She's rumoured to participate in midnight rituals involving serpents, drums, and an ecstatic communion with the divine. Some say she is cunning, even a dangerous influence on Alexander. Yet to him, she is not the mysterious priestess, but the unwavering pillar of maternal warmth. Between Philip's stern discipline and Olympias's intense devotion, Alexander is shaped by a certain duality, logic wedded to the mystical, ambition guided by tradition but emboldened by dreams of grandeur. From an early age, Alexander's thirst for the glory finds its first real test in the stables of his father. Legend has it that when he encounters a spirited black stallion named Bucephalus, the horse refuses to be tamed by any of Philip's most capable men. They try, they fail, and the beast is ready to be dismissed. But young Alexander notices the animal's fear of its own shadow. Patiently, he coaxes Bucephalus to face the sun, away from the silhouette that spooked him. In minutes, the horse is calm, and Alexander rides him without protest. Observers watch, stunned, as the boy demonstrates a combination of empathy and ingenuity that even seasoned horsemen lack. From that moment, Bucephalus becomes a living extension of Alexander, a half-wild mirror to his own fierce spirit. In the Macedonian court, no virtue stands above the ability to wage war, an art requiring both brilliance and brute strength. Alexander's basic training begins, filled with the typical rigours, sprinting uphill, wrestling in dusty arenas, and drilling with weapons under the unrelenting heat of the summer sun. Yet his father insists he also master oratory. The skill to sway hearts with words is as valuable in forging alliances as a sharpened spear is in battle. Philip knows that to conquer new lands, you need to win people's faith or kindle their fear. Alexander, even as a teenager, shows promise in both realms before he ever lifts a sword in earnest combat. He has already convinced many of his peers he is destined for greatness. At night, after the strenuous training and political chatter, Alexander retreats to the palace library. He pores over scrolls describing the achievements of legendary heroes, Achilles most of all. When Alexander reads these stories, he doesn't see them as dusty relics, but as signposts of what is possible. Every triumph of Achilles, every cunning manoeuvre of Odysseus, becomes a clue to his own destiny. Yet he's not content to just mirror these heroes. He wants to eclipse them, to inscribe his own feats into the tapestry of myths. In his private moments, he contemplates the ephemeral nature of life. He wonders how many will remember him after centuries have passed. His conclusion is always the same: only through extraordinary deeds can one transcend mortality. So, from the vantage point of Pella's palace, we see the formative years of a conqueror in the making. The forces shaping Alexander's character are as varied as the lands he will one day traverse. The unwavering discipline from King Philip, the fierce spiritual intensity from Olympias, the philosophical grounding from Aristotle, and the burning ambition stoked by legends of warriors past. Already, he's begun forging a path that few in the Greek world, indeed, the entire known world, can envision. He's not simply an heir to a throne. He sees himself as the living manifestation of a myth destined to break the boundaries of what Macedon, or any kingdom, believes is possible. Life in Macedon, even for a prince, is precarious. The hallways of the palace buzz with potential treachery, assassins lurking in the shadows, and cunning allies who are only as loyal as their opportunities demand. Every so often, tensions flare between Philip and the aristocracy. Some resent the king's bold military reforms, believing he is gradually dismantling old tribal structures that once defined Macedonian life. Others fear that while building alliances with Greek city-states, Philip risks losing the distinct identity of Macedon itself. Young Alexander, absorbing these concerns, learns early that power can be fickle. Even the mightiest monarchy can topple under the weight of ambition, both from within and beyond the palace walls. Beyond politics, Alexander wrestles with internal doubt. Yes, he is fearless on a charging horse, but the responsibilities overshadowing him loom far greater. There's a hidden conflict, often unspoken, between father and son. Philip expects gratitude for all he provides: training, a stable empire, connections. But Alexander yearns to chart his own course, unsatisfied by mere inheritance. He wants to carve out something unprecedented, an empire bridging cultures and continents. Sometimes it feels like the older generation just wants to secure Macedon's local dominion. While Alexander's private vision stretches across the horizon, he doesn't articulate it yet, but deep within, the seeds of conquest already take root. To outsiders, Macedon can feel rugged compared to the refined city-states of southern Greece. Athenians and Spartans might sneer at Macedonian barbarism, but Philip has proven that Macedon's might lies in an organised army led by fierce leadership. Alexander sees the transformations, the phalanx formation perfected, discipline enforced, and new siege technologies tested. He trains alongside hardened veterans who share stories of battles fought against formidable foes. Growing up amid soldiers' banter, Alexander learns not only the physical demands of combat, but also how morale, fear, and loyalty can determine outcomes before the first arrow even flies. Around this time, Alexander is invited to visit Athens with his father. Despite any mocking glances from local intellectuals, he admires the marble columns, the bustling agora, and the philosophical debates that spill out onto street corners. The famed city is a living monument to human achievement in art and reason, yet it also teems with political tensions, a sense of friction between progress and tradition. Walking those storied streets, Alexander muses that controlling a city is far more than just occupying its walls. You must win over its spirit, its sense of cultural pride. He keeps that insight close, suspecting he'll one day need it. Yet tragedy and strife soon converge, as they so often do in the ancient world. Word spreads of plots against Philip. Some revolve around former allies who feel slighted by the king's conquests or suspect he's grown too bold. Alexander stands on the periphery, uncertain whether he should intervene, afraid that any misstep might implicate him as a conspirator. The tension boils over during a grand ceremony, one that should have been a pinnacle of Philip's prestige. In a sudden and shocking moment, an assassin plunges a blade into the king. The crowd gasps. The king of Macedon, unstoppable in battle, falls victim to a single thrust in the confusion of the celebration. Chaos erupts, with bystanders scattering and guards rushing forward. Within minutes, the assassin lies dead, but the damage is done. Philip's lifeblood seeps into the dirt, and Macedon stands at a precipice. Alexander is thrust into an unexpected, yet almost inevitable, position. At age 20, with the kingdom newly crowned upon his head, he must stabilise his realm. Some friends rejoice, convinced this is his destiny. Others wait in tense anticipation, unsure if the fledgling monarch can hold the reins. Fractious lords sense an opening for independence. Rival city-states begin murmuring about retaking lost territory. Even within Macedon, old grudges resurface. All eyes fix on the new king, who must assert control with the same decisiveness as his father, or face disintegration of all that has been built. One of his first orders is brutal and direct, subdue any potential revolts. In a swift campaign, Alexander and his loyal companions quell insurrections, sometimes responding with shocking severity. Towns that challenge him learn the cost of defiance as he razes structures and exacts harsh penalties. These measures, while seemingly cruel, do confirm a crucial fact. The throne is not vacant. Alexander wields power with an iron determination that matches, and at times surpasses, Philip's. Yet behind the stern facade, there's a flicker of deeper purpose. Alexander doesn't want to be the typical monarch who rules merely out of fear. He yearns to unite, to be recognised not just as a conqueror, but as a visionary leader who can guide disparate peoples towards something grander. In the midst of stamping out rebellions, Alexander turns his eyes back to the Greek city-states. Many think him too young to command their respect, until he arrives at Thebes. The city had rebelled, perhaps assuming the new king was inexperienced. In an audacious move, Alexander's troops storm Thebes quickly, unleashing severe punishment. While horrific to watch, it cements a realization across Greece. This is no malleable successor. If Alexander is tested, he will respond forcefully. The punishment also sends a cautionary note to Athens and others tempted to break alliances. Diplomacy, Alexander understands, can be built on intimidation as well as flattery. By the time the dust settles, the name Alexander already rings with fear across rebellious enclaves and resonates with respect among loyal allies. In fewer than 2 years, he consolidates Macedonia's hold over Greece, earning recognition as the de facto hegemon of the region. Yet rather than rest on these laurels, Alexander looks east, where the vast Persian Empire sprawls. The memory of previous Greek-Persian conflicts looms large, but Alexander imagines more than a retaliatory strike. Rumours swirl that he sees an empire beyond the horizon, a chance to bring Greek culture into a new world, if he can muster the daring to seize it. And so, in the hush of late evening, he prepares to set in motion one of the most extraordinary military campaigns recorded in the annals of history. The war drums beat in the hearts of those who follow Alexander eastward. It's more than just ambition or revenge for past Persian aggression. For many, it feels like a holy cause to punish the empire that once threatened Greek freedom. But Alexander's goals surpass mere retribution. Standing at the Hellespont's edge, where Europe meets Asia, he performs symbolic rituals before crossing. Tossing a spear onto the Asian shore, he allegedly proclaims the land to be won by the spear. It's a blend of theatre and conviction, carefully calculated to unite his troops with the sense that destiny itself beckons them forward. The Persian Empire, stretching from the Aegean Sea to the Indus Valley, has wealth beyond imagination. Its roads, like lifelines, connect distant provinces governed by satraps. Alexander's army, though battle-hardened, pales in sheer numbers compared to the Persian forces, but he counts on something intangible, the belief that each Macedonian soldier is part of a historical quest. Logistics become the silent partner of this ambition. He organises supply lines, secures local alliances where possible, and ensures his men remain disciplined, rewarded, and mindful of the stakes. A loosely knit coalition of Greek allies joins him, some out of genuine admiration, others out of fear of retribution should they refuse. The first major engagement, a confrontation at the Granicus River, tests Alexander's mettle against Persian satraps. Cavalry charges, spears glinting in the sun, churn the muddy banks on the battlefield. Alexander fights at the forefront, disregarding the protective distance that many generals maintain. He trusts in his skill and the loyalty of the men around him. Though pinned down at one point, he narrowly escapes a fatal blow thanks to a timely intervention by a commander. The Macedonians push forward, turning the tide. The Persians, momentarily disorganised, retreat. Their swift defeat rattles the empire's western flank. The rumour spreads that Alexander's boldness on the battlefield is as fearsome as his father's had been in the realm of politics. Victories follow in rapid succession. Alexander's strategy is not merely about smashing through defences, but also about presenting himself as a liberator to Greek cities under Persian rule. He spares those willing to cooperate, displaying a surprising level of mercy towards some towns. This balanced approach undercuts Persian authority and encourages local populations to accept his leadership with fewer rebellions. It also cultivates a sense of moral justification among his troops. They aren't mere invaders, others. They are freeing these territories. At least that's the story told in Macedonian campfires and official proclamations. Still, there are instances of calculated cruelty. When a city defies him, he doesn't hesitate to unleash the terror of siege warfare, employing advanced siege engines learned from Philip's campaigns. Walls crumble, families flee. If the defenders still refuse to surrender, the aftermath is dire. The memory of Thebes resonates. Disobedience to Alexander carries a dire cost. Yet what emerges is a pattern of caution among local rulers, and increasingly they weigh submission as the safer path. While forging ahead, Alexander exemplifies a curious mind. Local environments, flora and fauna fascinate him. He consults with his retinue of scholars, describing new animal species in letters to Aristotle. His bond with Bucephalus remains strong, the horse galloping across unfamiliar plains, as though both man and beast are discovering their destinies together. And as the army advances, forging new roads, bridging ravines, setting up supply depots, Alexander ensures each step is methodically prepared for the next confrontation with Persian might. The turning point looms in an expansive plain near the city of Issus. Here, Darius III, the Persian king of kings, personally leads a massive force. The disparity in numbers is staggering. Alexander must rely on the disciplined Macedonian phalanx and cunning cavalry manoeuvres. Before the battle, tension grips his soldiers. They face an emperor whose domain and army dwarf their own. Alexander, never missing an opportunity for theatre, walks through his camp, greeting individual soldiers, sharing a brief word of confidence. He underscores that they fight not just for Macedon, but for Greece and for a place in the annals of glory. Morale soars. It's said that a single warrior burning with faith in victory can fight like 3, and Alexander aims to ensure that each soldier feels that heart flame. Once the horns signal the charge, dust clouds envelop the plain. Javelins fly, swords clash, and war cries mix with the clamour of shields. Alexander targets the heart of the Persian line, seeking to unnerve Darius himself. Rumour has it that during the most critical moments, Alexander and Darius lock eyes across the chaos. Darius, seeing the relentless approach, loses his nerve and flees the battlefield. Suddenly, the king's personal guard disperses, and the Persian ranks crumble. Victory belongs to Alexander, who captures not only the field, but also the family of Darius, his mother, wife, and children. Remarkably, he treats them with respect, a calculated move to demonstrate both magnanimity and his sense of kingship. If he is to succeed in ruling Persian lands, he must show that he can protect as well as conquer. After Issus, Alexander's star rises among his own troops, while the Persian Empire grapples with uncertainty. Cities open their gates more quickly, satraps weigh switching sides or forging secret deals, and the myth of Persian invincibility splinters. Still, Darius remains at large, and the empire endures. Like a hydra, cutting off one head doesn't necessarily kill the beast, but for Alexander, Issus is proof that no odds are too great when armed with discipline, daring, and a bit of destiny. The next chapters of his campaign will test him in deserts, on the high seas, and within the labyrinthine politics of an empire older than Macedon itself. Yet one fact emerges unmistakably. The young king from the rugged north is rewriting the map of the known world, and he has just begun. In the aftermath of the Battle of Issus, the Macedonian army marches southward, drawn toward the wealthy and strategic coastal cities of Phoenicia. The broad objective is clear: secure the eastern Mediterranean ports and deny the Persian fleet any safe harbours. City by city, Alexander negotiates or besieges, or fostering alliances with those who bow voluntarily and subduing those who resist. At the city of Tyre, perched on an island with towering walls, Alexander meets one of his most formidable sieges yet. Tyre's defenders mock the Macedonians, convinced that their fortress is impregnable, protected by the shimmering blue waters around it. Unfazed, Alexander orders the construction of a massive causeway stretching from the mainland to the island. Day by day, the land bridge inches forward, built from timber and rubble. Tyre's defenders hurl blazing projectiles and stage daring naval raids, inflicting casualties. Still, Alexander's men persist. The siege of Tyre drags on for months, an agonizing test of perseverance and engineering. To motivate his frustrated troops, Alexander personally joins them at the construction, shoulders loaded with materials as though he were an ordinary labourer, sweat mingling with dust on his brow. This spectacle of shared hardship stiffens their resolve, forging a deeper bond. Eventually, Macedonian siege engines batter Tyre's walls. The city falls, unleashing a bloody aftermath that once again underscores Alexander's ruthless approach when denied a swift victory. The causeway, left behind in the sea, stands as a testament to his unbending will to succeed. From Tyre, Alexander's gaze shifts to Egypt. The Egyptians, long subjugated by Persia, see an opening in the young conqueror's approach. Upon arrival, Alexander is greeted less as an invader and more as a liberator, welcomed with processions and offerings. The famed city of Memphis opens its gates, and Alexander visits its temples. He's fascinated by the age-old rituals, the colossal statues of the gods, and the labyrinthine lore. For some, his admiration might seem an act, another shrewd political ploy to win hearts. But Alexander truly finds wonder in the cultural richness he encounters. Sensing the importance of Egyptian beliefs, he visits the oracle of Amun at Siwa, traversing desert expanses. Legend suggests that in the hush of the sanctuary, the oracle addresses him as the son of a god. The exact words remain hidden in the desert's silence, but from that day on, Alexander's conviction in his divine destiny intensifies. Seizing this momentum, he founds the city of Alexandria on Egypt's Mediterranean coast, his future capital in the region. Alexander envisions it as a bustling hub for trade, culture, and philosophy. He consults architects on layout and design, ensuring broad avenues to catch the sea breeze and grand public spaces that might rival Athens. Even in the midst of conquest, his mind is drawn to city planning, forging new centres of learning and commerce. For him, building an empire isn't merely about claiming land, it's about shaping the fabric of civilization. He leaves behind administrators and soldiers to cement Macedonian authority, ensuring that the nascent city will flourish once he has moved on. Returning to the broader campaign, Alexander heads back north and east to chase Darius into the heart of Persia. The next great confrontation comes at Gaugamela, a dusty plain where the Persian king assembles a massive army bolstered by scythes, chariots and war elephants. The sight intimidates, an ocean of Persian soldiers swirling with countless banners. Yet Alexander employs cunning tactics, encouraging his cavalry to feign retreats, luring enemy chariots into positions where they are easily targeted, and orchestrating the phalanx to hold firm against waves of attackers. Again, Darius flees. The Persian king's departure sends shockwaves through his ranks, inciting panic. Alexander's victory at Gaugamela effectively shatters the core of Persian military might. It's a triumph so decisive that historians later mark it as the downfall of the Achaemenid Empire. With no organised Persian resistance left, Alexander moves eastward into Babylon, a city of legendary splendour. Gold-laden temples, lush hanging gardens, and the labyrinth of ancient streets leave Alexander in awe. Babylon's populace yields to him without significant conflict, and he enters the city like a triumphant hero. Symbolic gestures follow. Alexander orders that the local temples be restored, presenting himself as a patron of Babylonian religion and traditions. Each region he conquers, he strives to affirm its culture and worship, forging an image of himself as a unifier rather than a mere plunderer. Beneath the spectacle, though, is a shrewd realization. To rule lands as vast as Persia, intimidation alone won't suffice. Understanding and respecting local customs will secure loyalty far more effectively than perpetuating fear. As he journeys further into Persia's heartland, Alexander takes possession of the Persian capital cities, Susa and Persepolis among them. At Persepolis, the seat of Achaemenid power, an iconic event unfolds. During a drunken revel, some Macedonian soldiers, possibly incited by Alexander or by a woman's vengeful suggestion, set fire to the royal palace. Flames dance across priceless reliefs and echo through the columns that once bore testament to Persian might. The devastation stands out as a moment of fiery revenge, avenging centuries of Persian aggression against Greece. Yet, as the embers fade, Alexander reportedly regrets the destruction of such a magnificent sight. Legend holds that the next day, he wanders the charred remains in sombre reflection, perhaps realizing that in a single night of triumphal fury, an irretrievable piece of human heritage was incinerated. By now, Alexander has all but dethroned Darius, who flees east with a few loyalists, yet the empire's total subjugation remains incomplete. Vast territories in Central Asia remain unconquered. Rebellious satraps and local warlords refuse to acknowledge Macedonian rule. The campaign that began with dreams of bridging Europe and Asia now stretches into a sprawling pursuit across deserts, mountains and unfamiliar realms. Alexander, undeterred, pushes onward. The once modest Macedonian force has evolved into a complex, multicultural army, incorporating Persians, Egyptians, and other peoples. Still, the spirit of Macedonia endures in the discipline of its core phalanx and the leadership of Alexander himself. No rumour of a hostile warlord or a rebellious city can quell his determination. The promised land lies yet further east, beckoning him to push the boundaries of the known world. As Alexander forges deeper into Central Asia, the terrain itself becomes an adversary. The rocky highlands, unpredictable winters, and scarce water supplies challenge his army in ways the open plains never did. Gone are the easy, show-stopping battles of earlier campaigns. Instead, Alexander and his men face guerrilla warfare. Local warlords retreat into fortresses high in the mountains, from which they launch ambushes on the Macedonian columns. Supplies strain under the demands of a longer-than-anticipated pursuit, and the troops grow weary. In these hostile environments, Alexander's formidable will must serve as a kind of compass for his men. He refuses to turn back. If he can't sway local leaders with diplomacy, he methodically besieges their strongholds, using a combination of siege towers, specialised climbers, and cavalry blockades. The Macedonians gradually wear down resistance. It's slow and gruelling, a war of attrition, in which Alexander's famed speed and decisiveness are tested to the limit. Occasionally, entire communities vow loyalty, some out of awe, others out of exhaustion at resisting. Alexander seizes such opportunities to integrate them into his growing empire, placing local leaders in positions of governance if they pledge allegiance. He's discovered that a balanced approach of magnanimity and unrelenting force can be potent. Central Asia also introduces him to new customs and cultures. The region's vibrant tapestries, horse-breeding traditions, and local myths intrigue him. Even the architecture, mud brick fortresses perched on precipitous cliffs, provides lessons in resourceful building methods. Though the campaign is physically draining, Alexander seems mentally alive, soaking up every experience as if it might offer a clue to how worlds might merge under his rule. As the army trudges forward, Alexander's increasingly elaborate attire, sometimes blending Persian finery with Macedonian practicality, sparks disquiet among his veteran officers. They mutter that he's adopting foreign ways too eagerly. Alexander is aware of the whispers, but believes that to govern effectively, he must visibly embrace the cultures under his dominion. For the older Macedonians, though, these gestures threaten the very identity they fought to protect. Tension simmers. One controversy that ignites this tension is Alexander's adoption of the Persian court practice known as proskinesis, bowing or prostrating oneself before the king. Among Persians, it symbolizes respect for a ruler believed to be quasi-divine. However, for Macedonians and Greeks, bowing to another mortal man seems like servile flattery, even blasphemy. When Alexander begins expecting his courtiers to perform the gesture, he faces a quiet but potent backlash. It's not outright mutiny, but murmurs drift through the camp that their once-beloved leader is succumbing to arrogance, forgetting that the bond between commander and soldier in the Macedonian tradition was forged through a shared sense of mortal equality. Alexander, for his part, sees proskinesis as a means to unify the traditions of East and West under a single court protocol, but the friction underscores the growing distance between him and the rank and file who once found him so relatable. Adding to this strife is the case of Philotas, a high-ranking officer and son of Alexander's cherished general, Parmenion. Accusations arise that Philotas is embroiled in a conspiracy to assassinate Alexander. Whether real or fabricated, Alexander reacts swiftly. Philotas is tortured into confession and executed. Fearing Parmenion might seek vengeance, Alexander orders the older general's murder preemptively. The effect ripples through the army, striking fear and sowing doubt. Even close companions realize Alexander's paranoia has grown. No one is untouchable in the face of suspected betrayal. Rumours swirl that his mother, Olympias, had once warned him about trusting anyone too deeply. The triple blow of adoptive Persian customs, harsh punishment of perceived traitors, and the creeping sense that Alexander is evolving into a distant figure combine to erode some of the camaraderie that once fueled his men's devotion. Yet if the internal climate is fractious, the external campaign continues to expand Alexander's legend. In the region known as Bactria and Sogdiana, roughly modern Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, Alexander marries Roxana, the daughter of a local noble. Historians debate his reasons. Is it genuine affection? Stories describe her as strikingly intelligent and beautiful, or a strategic move to legitimize his claim over the newly subjugated territories? Possibly both. In any case, the wedding is symbolic. It merges Macedonian power with Central Asian lineage, hinting at Alexander's deeper ambition to create a blended aristocracy that transcends old boundaries. Eventually, the pursuit of Darius ends not with a climactic battle, but with the Persian king's murder at the hands of one of his own satraps, Bessus. Alexander finds Darius abandoned and fatally wounded along a dusty roadside, granting him a final respectful cloak. The demise of his long-standing rival brings Alexander no real triumph. Instead, it leaves him with a new antagonist, Bessus, who declares himself the rightful Persian king. To avenge Darius and maintain the semblance of continuity, a clever tactic to rally Persian loyalists under his banner, Alexander pursues Bessus until the usurper is captured and executed. It's a twist of fate that Alexander, originally the nemesis of Persia, now punishes those who harm the Persian royal family, positioning himself as the legitimate heir to the empire. With that, Alexander effectively becomes King of Asia, though the label falls short of capturing the enormity of what he's achieved. He's already governed territories from Greece to the eastern edges of the Iranian plateau, but the horizon beckons him yet again, this time toward the far-flung lands of the Indus Valley. Having extended his empire across deserts and mountains, he thirsts for new challenges. No ancient map fully satisfies him. If oceans define the world's boundary, he wants to see that boundary for himself and possibly cross it. Marching into the Indian subcontinent, the vast Indus region, Alexander confronts not a monolithic empire but a tapestry of kingdoms, each with its own traditions, warriors, and alliances. The land is lush, with tropical forests and rivers that swell during monsoon rains. As he advances, he sends envoys to local rulers, hoping to forge alliances or demand submission. Some comply, offering gifts and tribute. Others test his mettle on the battlefield. Famed among these rulers is King Porus, who reigns over a territory in the Punjab region. Taller than most men, Porus is said to command fearsome war elephants that tower over the Macedonian cavalry. When Alexander's scouts bring back tales of the beasts' trumpeting roars and the sight of their sweeping trunks used like living battering rams, it sparks both fascination and anxiety among the troops. Alexander senses this confrontation will be unlike any before. Elephants can shatter a phalanx, throwing even seasoned veterans into disarray. Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred. In fact, the challenge invigorates him. His route to Porus leads him and his men across the Hydaspes River, where fast currents and monsoon rains make the crossing treacherous. Under the cover of darkness and using diversionary tactics, Alexander manages to transport a significant portion of his forces to the opposite bank, positioning himself to attack. When dawn breaks, the armies face each other on a sodden plain. Porus, astride an elephant, appears regal and unflinching. Alexander, on his trusty Bucephalus, readies his cavalry to harry the flanks. As the battle commences, the thundering of the elephants shakes the ground, sending tremors through the Macedonian lines. Yet Alexander employs cunning. He directs archers to focus on the elephant mahouts, drivers, creating confusion among the beasts, and positions horsemen to strike from multiple angles. The Macedonian infantry displays its trademark discipline, forming tight formations that can pivot to lure elephants into lethal cul-de-sacs. The chaos is intense, mud and blood mingle underfoot, and the roar of maddened elephants resonates across the battlefield. Eventually, Porus's forces buckle under the unrelenting pressure. Even the mighty war elephants, wounded and panicked, turn against their own side in some cases. In the end, the Macedonians triumph. Rather than subjecting Porus to humiliation or execution, Alexander does something unexpected. Impressed by Porus's bravery, he restores him to his throne as a subordinate ruler, extending a policy of pragmatic statesmanship. This act leaves an enduring legacy in the region, capturing the idea that Alexander valued noble opponents and recognized the utility of local rulers who would maintain order in his name. A sense of admiration grows on both sides. Some of Alexander's men remark they've never seen him so openly respectful to a defeated foe. And in return, Porus becomes a loyal ally, at least for a time. Despite the victory, the Macedonians are battered by the tropical climate, monsoon rains, unfamiliar diseases, and the strain of campaigning so far from home. Some murmurs become open pleas to turn back. Many have marched for years, seldom seeing their families. Tales spread of monstrous rivers further east, of endless armies waiting, or of new elephant corps that dwarf Porus's. The men, once intoxicated by a continuous string of conquests, begin to waver. The bond between Alexander and his army is tested. He rallies them with talk of forging an empire that circles the entire known world. Yet even as he speaks, the weariness in their eyes is palpable. At the Hephaestus River, they finally balk, refusing to go any further. Alexander is outraged. This is the first time his men openly defy him en masse. He tries all his powers of persuasion, calling upon their shared glory, reminding them of the unswerving loyalty they once showed under the scorching sun of Persian deserts. But the tired, homesick soldiers refuse to yield. The standoff is deeply emotional. At last, Alexander relents, perhaps realizing that an empire without an army to maintain it would collapse anyway. He constructs large altars at the boundary, symbolically marking the furthest point of his march and dedicating them to the gods. It's a gesture that provides him a sense of closure, even as frustration roils in his heart. The retreat begins. Though it's hardly a straightforward journey home, Alexander splits his forces, sending part by river while he leads the remainder through the harsh Gedrosian desert, modern-day southern Pakistan and Iran. This route is fraught with scorching heat, water scarcity, and sandstorms that obscure the sun. Many men succumb to thirst, exhaustion, and disease, leaving their bleached bones on the barren dunes. The retreat, in a way, becomes more of a trial than any of the battles waged. Alexander shares in the hardships. He famously pours out a helmet of offered water onto the sand rather than drinking it himself when his men have none. Such acts rekindle a measure of respect, though no one can forget the scale of the suffering they endure. At length, the battered army reunites near the Persian heartland. In place of triumphal parades, there is subdued relief. They have conquered more territory than any Greek or Macedonian ever dreamed possible. Yet the human toll is devastating. Alexander now stands at the apex of his power, in theory the ruler of everything from the Ionian Sea to the fringes of India. He has tested the boundaries of the world as known to him, but he can't escape an inevitable question. What does one do after conquering so much? There's an unease in the air, a sense that the unstoppable force of Alexander's ambition might have reached its outer limit. In the final years, Alexander's empire is vast yet fragile. He understands that simply conquering land doesn't guarantee permanence. Cracks appear among his generals, each harbouring personal ambitions. Ethnic tensions flare between Macedonians, who consider themselves the rightful rulers, and Persians, who resent foreign occupation, but also resent each other. Alexander attempts a radical solution. He pushes for a fusion of the races, encouraging mass marriages between Macedonian officers and Persian women, even presiding over a grand ceremony in Susa. Thousands of couples wed under lavish canopies, the event choreographed to signal unity. While it's a breathtaking spectacle, it doesn't fully ease the undercurrents of distrust. Many marriages end as soon as the official feasts conclude. The shift in Alexander's personal demeanour also causes unease. He drinks more heavily, at times losing the composure that once set him apart. Gone is the simplicity that marked his early campaigns. Now he's surrounded by an entourage of courtiers, many eager to flatter or manipulate. Some suspect that guilt over the killing of old friends haunts him, that the war-weary ghosts of campaigns past weigh on his conscience. Anger flares unpredictably. In one infamous episode, during a heated argument, he fatally stabs Clytus the Black, the same officer who once saved Alexander's life at the Battle of the Granicus. Immediately remorseful, Alexander is inconsolable for days, shutting himself away in anguish. But the damage is done. The old Macedonian veterans now see their king as a dangerous blend of paranoia and absolute power. Despite these tensions, Alexander doesn't abandon governance. He plans administrative reforms, carving the empire into provinces run by both Macedonian and local officials. He invests in roads, trade routes, and the expansion of cities. Alexandria in Egypt blossoms into a vibrant metropolis, a beacon of Hellenistic culture. Similar foundations or refoundations across Asia create a network of Alexandrias, each intended as a focal point of Greek influence entwined with local customs. Scholars travel these routes, exchanging knowledge from Athens, Babylon, and beyond. Alexander envisions a cosmopolitan tapestry, though whether such a vision can survive him remains uncertain. He even contemplates new campaigns. Rumours swirl that he wants to press into the Arabian Peninsula, that he might return to India with a fresh army, or sail around Africa to find a western sea route. The man who once stood restless in the courtyard of Pella still cannot resist the siren call of uncharted horizons. Yet fate intervenes. While residing in Babylon, his chosen administrative centre, Alexander falls ill after a prolonged banquet. High fever grips him. Some whisper it's the result of poisoning. Others claim it's malaria, typhoid, or complications from old battle wounds. The unstoppable conqueror, only in his early 30s, finds himself bedridden. As his condition deteriorates, Alexander's high commanders gather anxiously. Each wonders who will inherit an empire so colossal that it defies any single heir. Roxana is pregnant, but an unborn child can't rule a realm in chaos. On his deathbed, voice rasping, Alexander is said to murmur cryptic statements about leaving his empire to the strongest. Or maybe he names no successor at all. The records vary, reflecting the swirling confusion of that moment. He offers his signet ring to a trusted general, but the gesture's meaning is ambiguous. Was it a personal bequest or a declaration of succession? In the humid Babylonian nights, the mighty conqueror succumbs. Soldiers gather outside the palace gates, refusing to believe the rumours. They beg to see him one last time. Legend says the dying Alexander is carried to an antechamber, where he silently acknowledges his troops with his eyes. Too weak to speak, sorrow envelops them. The man who led them across oceans, deserts, and countless battlefields is now leaving them, with no clear directive for tomorrow. With Alexander's death, the empire he created trembles on the brink of fragmentation. Generals, later called the Diadochi, will carve the territories into separate kingdoms, forging their own dynasties in Egypt, Asia Minor, and beyond. Many of the cities Alexander founded remain, cultural crossroads that spin out new fusions of art, philosophy, and religion. Hellenistic influence spreads further than any purely Greek city-state ever could have imagined, shaping centuries of development in lands as far as the Indus Valley. And what of Alexander's legacy? For some, he is a brilliant strategist who rewrote the art of warfare, a king who integrated peoples and stoked the fires of cross-cultural exchange. To others, he is a figure of tragic hubris, dragging thousands into a long, bloody march fueled by personal ambition. Stories from the Indus to the Nile, from the Oxus River to the Aegean Sea, carry fragments of his legend. Over centuries, the raw details morph into myths. Poets transform him into a demigod. Historians debate his virtues and vices, and explorers invoke his name when embarking on perilous quests. But above all, Alexander remains the restless soul of antiquity, a leader who, from his first steps on Macedonian soil, dreamed not of limiting horizons but of breaking them. His life stands as a testament to the sheer, and sometimes terrifying, force of will, forever leaving questions about how one man's drive can alter the course of nations for good or ill. Thus concludes our tapestry of Alexander the Great, a story woven from dusty paths, rivers of conflict, lavish banquets, and fleeting triumphs. He was shaped by powerful parents, guided by philosophers, tested on countless battlefields, and enthralled by the promise of immortality through conquest. Whether or not he had achieved that immortality remains for us to judge. As long as human curiosity thrives, his name echoes. Alexander, the man who sought to see, to rule, and to understand the edge of the known world, only to find that the world is always larger than we dare imagine. American settlers. Leaders like Tecumseh strove to form a broad indigenous confederation that might halt further American encroachment. For them, this war was another chapter in a long-standing struggle to defend their homelands. The British, short on manpower, readily welcomed indigenous allies, albeit with uncertain commitments once the war ended. Public opinion within the United States remained uneven. Southern and western states tended to favour hostilities. In contrast, many New Englanders, reliant on Atlantic trade, found the conflict ruinous. Some states half-heartedly contributed militia. Political friction within the US threatened to hamper effective prosecution of the war. Nevertheless, the formal declaration spurred initial bursts of patriotism in certain regions. Local militia parades and oratory about defending liberty repeated the rhetoric of the Revolutionary era, though critics derided the war as Mr. Madison's war. As the summer of 1812 progressed, American forces readied invasions across the Canadian border, aiming to quickly seize territory. The War Department, however, was ill-prepared. The regular army was small, officered by a mix of Revolutionary War veterans and political appointees. State militias varied widely in discipline. Supply lines were shaky. Still, generals promised swift victories. Observers from Europe, half attentive while embroiled in Napoleonic campaigns, watched with mild interest, suspecting the conflict would remain localized. The War of 1812 began in this precarious, multifaceted environment. The Americans believed they could avenge maritime wrongs and perhaps expand into Canada. The British, confident but distracted, expected to defend Canada with minimal resources. Indigenous nations, caught in the crossfire, saw an opportunity to resist American expansion. As the war commenced, few realized the transformative effects it would have on North America's diplomatic and cultural landscape. Early in 1813, American strategists believed they could redeem the humiliations of 1812 by launching renewed offensives into Canada. However, the same structural flaws persisted: volunteer militias, uncertain supply lines, and leadership lacking experience in large-scale campaigns. Generals like Henry Dearborn planned coordinated thrusts along Lake Ontario and the Niagara frontier, yet cooperation between commands remained shaky, and British defenders, aided by local militia and Indigenous allies, effectively countered many moves. On Lake Erie, Oliver Hazard Perry supervised a frantic shipbuilding effort at Presque Isle, present-day Pennsylvania. The plan was bold: construct a small fleet to wrest control of the lake from the British, thereby isolating their garrisons in western Upper Canada. In September 1813, Perry's squadron faced the British at the Battle of Lake Erie. Amid chaotic fighting, Perry's flagship took heavy damage, prompting him to row to another vessel and continue the fight. The result was a striking American victory, culminating in his laconic message, "We have met the enemy, and they are ours." This triumph severed Britain's supply route and forced them to abandon Detroit. Simultaneously, William Henry Harrison led an American army into Upper Canada. Bolstered by Lake Erie's strategic advantage, Harrison advanced, culminating in the Battle of the Thames in October 1813. The death of Tecumseh there shattered the indigenous coalition in the region. Although some tribes would continue resistance, the unified front Tecumseh championed is dissipated. American morale soared at these regional successes, mitigating memories of the prior year's catastrophes. Yet not all fronts prospered. Along Lake Ontario, the Americans captured and burned York, future Toronto, angering Canadian locals but failing to achieve a decisive hold. Furthermore, the attempt to hold or take the Niagara region vacillated as leadership changed. The incompetent or quarrelsome interplay among American generals let opportunities slip away. British regulars, though outnumbered, capitalised on interior lines and local knowledge. They also enjoyed better coordination with indigenous forces. On the Atlantic side, the US Navy's larger warships occasionally triumphed in single-ship duels, but Britain's blockade grew tighter. American merchant vessels found it perilous to venture out. Privateers operating from smaller ports tried to slip through, capturing British merchant ships for bounty. Despite being a significant threat to Britain, these privateers were unable to lift the blockade. Coastal towns faced hardship as imported goods became scarce, fueling discontent. In New England, especially, anti-war sentiment solidified. Some Federalists saw the conflict as a Southern war, suspecting expansions in territory only benefited southwestern agrarian interests. Amid these realities, 1814 brought a watershed shift in the global context. Napoleon's defeat in Europe freed British resources to pivot to North America. The British planned major offensives. One, a southern thrust aiming to capture New Orleans. Another, a mid-Atlantic invasion to strike the Chesapeake. They also stepped up attempts to secure control of Lake Champlain, a route to New York's interior. The intensification alarmed the Madison administration, which realised that if these drives succeeded, major US cities could fall or states might bolt from the Union. Also, central in 1814 was a series of negotiations that began in Ghent. Belgium, American delegates, including John Quincy Adams and Henry Clay, faced British counterparts. These talks progressed slowly, shaped by events on the battlefield. Initially, Britain demanded concessions like a recognised indigenous buffer state in the Old Northwest, while the Americans insisted on status quo antebellum. Each side hoped for a military advantage that would improve bargaining. Throughout the summer, the negotiations seesawed, overshadowed by intensifying hostilities. An overlooked aspect was the southwestern frontier, where Andrew Jackson confronted Creek warriors allied with or influenced by the British. Jackson's Tennessee volunteers waged fierce campaigns in the Creek War, culminating in a decisive victory at Horseshoe Bend. The resulting treaty forced vast land cessions from the Creeks, revealing how the War of 1812 also served American expansion at indigenous expense. Jackson's reputation soared, positioning him for greater national prominence after the conflict. Thus, by mid-1814, the war was nearing a pivotal moment. The British planned to unleash their superior fleets and veteran troops now freed from European entanglements. The Americans, battered and divided, pinned hopes on local successes and the resilience of militia. Diplomatic channels flickered, but no one was sure how soon or on what terms peace would arrive. The stage was set for dramatic clashes that would shape not just the immediate fortunes of the two countries, but the future map of North America. Observers recognized that the war's outcome might finally clarify whether the United States, after 3 decades of independence, could fully stand among global powers or remain overshadowed by older empires. Late 1814 saw Britain escalate. One prong targeted the Chesapeake. Its success at capturing and burning Washington, D.C. in August shocked Americans. The British sought to quickly follow up by attacking Baltimore, a crucial port. If Baltimore fell, Britain might cripple the region's commerce and break American resolve. Yet Baltimore's defenders prepared vigorously. Citizens erected barricades, sank vessels to block harbour approaches, and reinforced Fort McHenry. British warships commenced bombardment on the night of September 13th, unleashing salvo after salvo into the fort. Despite the onslaught, the fort held. When dawn arrived, the American flag still billowed, witnessed by Francis Scott Key, who penned the Star-Spangled Banner. This morale-boosting outcome forced the British to withdraw, neutralising their Chesapeake campaign. Another British thrust aimed at Lake Champlain. An army advanced from Canada, hoping to slice into upstate New York and isolate New England. On September 11th, 1814, American naval forces under Thomas MacDonough won the pivotal Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, outmanoeuvring the British squadron. With their naval support lost, the British land invasion faltered, forcing a hasty retreat. This second repulse, alongside Baltimore's defence, shattered British hopes for a swift resolution by capturing major towns. Meanwhile, the southwestern frontier remained a separate theatre. Andrew Jackson's victory over the Creeks had freed him to concentrate on potential British moves along the Gulf Coast. British strategists planned a grand assault on New Orleans, imagining that controlling the Mississippi's mouth would hamper American expansion. Jackson, aware of the vital importance of the city, assembled a force of militia, volunteers, freedmen, and even a group of Barataria pirates under Jean Lafitte, forging a makeshift but spirited army. But that confrontation awaited final culmination early the next year. In the midst of these unfolding battles, negotiations in Ghent progressed. Sensing that neither side would gain from prolonged conflict, British diplomats seized earlier demands for territory or indigenous buffer states, while Americans, stung by the burning of their capital, recognised that an indefinite war threatened ruin. By December, a draft treaty emerged, endorsing the principle of status quo ante bellum. Both nations would revert to pre-war boundaries. Outstanding issues like impressment or maritime rights were not addressed, rendering the war's original triggers unsolved. Nonetheless, the desperate weariness on both sides pressed them to sign the Treaty of Ghent on December 24th, 1814. However, word of the treaty needed weeks to traverse the Atlantic. None of the signatories realised a major confrontation loomed on the Mississippi. British forces landed near New Orleans in mid-December 1814. Jackson rushed to fortify the city's approaches, digging entrenchments along the Rodriguez Canal. On January 8, 1815, the British launched a frontal assault, certain their disciplined ranks could overwhelm Jackson's ragtag defenders. Instead, entrenched Americans unleashed devastating volleys of musket and artillery fire, decimating British columns. The attack collapsed. British casualties soared. While American losses were modest, Jackson's victory catapulted him into national stardom. Ironically, this epic battle occurred after the signing of peace. When news of the Treaty of Ghent finally reached North America weeks later, both countries ratified it promptly, halting further bloodshed. For Americans, the war concluded on an emotional high thanks to the improbable success at New Orleans. They hailed the conflict as a second triumph over Britain, ignoring that the treaty omitted the maritime issues that sparked the war. For Britain, the war had always been a side theatre overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars, so ending it with minimal concessions was acceptable. Only indigenous nations truly lost out. With Tecumseh's confederation broken and no recognised buffer territory, the war thus spurred the unstoppable wave of American expansion westward. In the aftermath, Federalist opposition collapsed, tainted by war-rumoured secession talk at the Hartford Convention. The party withered, ushering in the so-called era of good feelings. The war also stimulated a sense of national identity, forging heroes like Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, and Oliver Hazard Perry. The mythos of the war overshadowed the chaotic mismanagement and half-baked strategies that marked its early phases. Instead, popular memory latched onto the star-spangled defence of Fort McHenry, the ragtag victory at New Orleans, and the notion that the United States had defended its independence once again. From a broader perspective, the War of 1812 significantly shaped North American geopolitics. Canada, having rebuffed invasion, consolidated its distinct identity, reinforcing loyalty to the Crown. The United States, for its part, experienced a surge of nationalism, ironically reinforcing Union sentiments despite the war's rocky start. The conflict also revealed structural weaknesses in American finance and logistics, prompting post-war reforms. Freed from foreign entanglements, the US turned more confidently toward internal development and westward expansion. Indeed, the war's messy conclusion paved the path for subsequent growth that would define much of the 19th century. Historians continue to debate the War of 1812's deeper significance. Some label it a minor war, overshadowed by the Napoleonic giants in Europe, while others see it as a critical second test of American sovereignty. The reality, perhaps, is that both are true. On the grand scale, Britain was more consumed with Napoleon, but for the young United States, the conflict marked a crucial juncture. Did the new republic have the cohesion to withstand external assault, or would it fragment under pressure? One often overlooked outcome was the impetus for American industrialization. British blockades cut off European imports, prompting domestic manufacturers to step in and supply textiles and finished goods previously sourced from abroad. This unintended stimulus laid early foundations for the Industrial Revolution stateside. Once peace resumed, those infant industries demanded tariff protection, spurring sectional debates over free trade versus protective measures, a theme that shaped national politics well into the mid-century. The war also spurred the creation of new symbols of identity: the battered but surviving flag at Fort McHenry, the poem by Francis Scott Key that morphed into a national anthem, and even the iconic image of Dolly Madison rescuing crucial state papers. These narratives turned the War of 1812 into a story of pure strength. For many Americans in subsequent decades, it stood as proof that courage and cunning could offset inferior numbers or resources. That cultural legacy overshadowed the administrative bumbling and the partisan rancor that nearly crippled the war effort. For indigenous nations, the war's end accelerated their dispossession. Tecumseh's dream of a native confederacy collapsed with his death. British forces, no longer needing a bulwark against US expansion, provided limited post-war assistance. Tribes that had allied with Britain faced retribution or land seizures as Americans advanced. In the South, Andrew Jackson's post-war ascendancy led to further treaties pushing native groups west. Thus, the War of 1812 served as a key moment, paving the way for widespread white settlement throughout the Mississippi region and beyond. As for Canada, it developed a sense of shared heritage by resisting American invasions. French and English-speaking Canadians united under the Crown to repel the foreign threat, sowing seeds for a budding national identity distinct from Britain and the US. Figures like Laura Secord, who carried warning of an American raid, or the dead General Isaac Brock, became local heroes. The war's memory underscored that Canada would not be simply swallowed by the larger republic to the south, a dynamic that remains a point of cultural pride. Meanwhile, the returning US soldiers found themselves in varied conditions. Many frontier militias simply melted back into civilian life. Officers like Andrew Jackson or William Henry Harrison parlayed their war reputations into political capital, eventually capturing the White House. The post-war political environment recognized the potency of war heroes as leaders. The Federalist Party, tarred with disloyalty, soon dissolved, leaving the Democratic Republicans dominant, though internal factions would later spin off into new parties. James Madison completed his presidency in 1817, claiming the war had proven the constitutional system could endure an external threat. However, not all scars vanished. New England's economy, battered by blockades, pivoted more strongly toward manufacturing. Southern cotton expanded rapidly, ironically, fueled by the sense of security that no immediate British incursion threatened the coastline. The war's ephemeral alliances with French exiles or Spanish forces in Florida also factored into ongoing jockeying for territory. Within a few years, the US negotiated further expansions, culminating in the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. These expansions, ironically, were partly greased by the sense that the US had won the War of 1812. even if the official treaty indicated no formal victor or concession. Thus the conflict's legacy blossomed in multiple directions. For some, it was an afterthought, overshadowed by the Napoleonic saga. For others, especially Americans, it was a second war of independence that validated the constitutional experiment. For indigenous nations, it triggered sorrowful fragmentation. For Canadians, it stamped a rebellious, proud identity that shaped future confederation. And for the wider Atlantic world, it removed a potential thorn, allowing Britain and the US to gradually pivot from enemies to trading partners. Of course, the complexities of war never vanish neatly. Subsequent decades saw tensions remain, especially in the boundary disputes in the Great Lakes region, eventually resolved by more peaceful diplomacy. The War of 1812 thus quietly ended an era of direct Anglo-American conflict. In the century that followed, both nations found more pressing concerns elsewhere, forging an uneasy but enduring peace. Over time, the war receded into historical memory, overshadowed by other milestones, yet its impact on shaping North American political, cultural, and economic trajectories remains indisputable. From a modern viewpoint, the War of 1812 often suffers from overshadowing by the American Revolution or the Civil War, yet it introduced important transformations in how Americans conceptualize their government's role, how local militias interface with federal authority, and how the broader continent responded to shifting power dynamics. For a generation that came of age after 1776, the war proved their own defining moment. Many states saw newly minted heroes or identified local episodes of valour, forging a tapestry of war stories that fed local pride. Among lesser-known anecdotes is the role of enslaved men who escaped to British lines, particularly in the Chesapeake region. The British offered freedom to those who joined their cause, akin to certain practices during the Revolution. Many seized the chance, enforcing British logistical efforts or forming labour battalions. Following the war, some relocated to British territories such as Nova Scotia or Trinidad, forming diaspora communities known as Americans. The phenomenon highlighted the contradictory nature of a war fought over liberty, while slavery persisted, adding another dimension to the moral tensions of the era. Another overlooked thread is the role of women on the home front. Dolly Madison's rescue of the White House portrait is famous, but countless unnamed women toiled under blockades, farmed while husbands marched, and nursed wounded militiamen. Some women, with entrepreneurial flair, turned to weaving or local manufacturing to fill voids left by the disrupted import market. Their contributions, though seldom documented, were part of the shift toward a more self-sufficient domestic economy, proving that crises can spur inventive responses in local communities. Meanwhile, the impetus for building infrastructure grew. The war exposed how the poor roads hindered troop movements and supply lines, prompting calls for federal investment in internal improvements, canals, turnpikes, and eventually railroads. Although these developments advanced mostly after the war ended, the War of 1812 experience laid bare the necessity for connectivity. As a result, the federal government gradually leaned into more involvement with the infrastructure, an idea championed by national Republicans who wanted to unify the states through improved trade routes. Diplomatically, the post-war settlements signified a slow thawing in Anglo-American relations. British statesmen, preoccupied with maintaining post-Napoleonic Europe's order, found it pragmatic to reduce friction across the Atlantic. The Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 demilitarized the Great Lakes, a pioneering arms control pact that diffused future tensions. Over time, the Canada-US boundary stabilized, fostering an unusual phenomenon, the world's longest undefended frontier. This shift from hostility to mutual accommodation in North America stands as a direct outgrowth of the war, even if overshadowed by the dramatic episodes of 1812 to 1815. For indigenous peoples, the war's end spelled heartbreak. Britain no longer needed to bolster native confederations, so they withdrew support. The momentum of American expansion resumed, unstoppable. A patchwork of treaties forced tribes onto smaller lands or westward. The war had briefly offered a chance for unity under Tecumseh's leadership, but that vision perished at the Thames. The subsequent displacement of tribes in Ohio and Indiana soared, part of the broader national policy that would eventually culminate in the forced removals of the 1830s. Culturally, the war fed a romantic notion of American pride in adversity. Painters produced works depicting the Constitution's duels at sea or the British retreat from Baltimore. Poetry and ballads commemorated local militia triumphs. Over decades, these popular accounts coalesced into a somewhat sanitized narrative highlighting victory at New Orleans and the heroic stand at Fort McHenry. The fiascos, the bungled invasions of Canada, the burning of Washington slipped into lesser emphasis. This selective memory pattern shaped how textbooks presented the war for generations, culminating in a sense that the US overcame formidable odds to defend its independence once more. Thus, the War of 1812 was not solely about the immediate triggers of maritime rights or frontier tension. Its significance unfolded over decades, influencing economic policy, forging new heroes, weaving new cultural motifs, and setting boundaries for indigenous communities. Even with no territorial gains codified, the intangible results were profound. The conflict established that the US could wage war without fracturing, albeit narrowly. It paved a path for internal expansion and signalled that a truly post-colonial North America was emerging, with the US and Canada forging distinct identities. Looking back, these legacies underscore that wars, even ones overshadowed by larger global events, can reshape continents in subtle but enduring ways. The War of 1812 might seem distant, yet its themes echo in contemporary life. How a young nation handles international bullying, the friction between defending principles and managing everyday commerce, and the tensions of forging unity among disparate regional interests. Observing how that the US then navigated blockades, invasions, and internal disputes can offer perspective on the modern crises, where resource constraints and political divides remain just as real, albeit in different forms. One instructive aspect is the leadership dynamic. President Madison, initially reluctant, found himself backed into a war by vocal congressional voices. The war's early failures exposed the cost of insufficient preparation and partisan bickering. Only by mid-conflict did the administration coordinate effectively with local militias, naval contractors, and privateers. This shift from disorganisation to partial synergy teaches how policymaking, once confronted with real adversity, can pivot. Many modern observers glean that advanced planning, while ideal, often collides with political hesitance, yet adversity can spur belated but decisive collaboration. Another dimension is the interplay of personal and strategic agendas. Ambitious generals, such as William Hull or later Jacob Brown, had their reputations at stake. Politicians in Congress angled for local advantage or re-election. The war's path was shaped by these individual aims, sometimes to the detriment of cohesive national strategy. Similarly, in today's environment, personal ambition can sabotage or realign collective efforts, showing that cohesive leadership must harness personal drives rather than deny them. The conflict also underscores how external catalysts can unify an otherwise fractious society. Despite ongoing disputes, the burning of Washington united many who previously criticized the war. The subsequent defense of Baltimore turned despair into resilience, bridging divides, at least temporarily. This phenomenon appears repeatedly in national histories. A tangible external threat can galvanize unity, overshadowing internal differences. However, sustaining that unity after the crisis abates is another matter, a lesson well illustrated by the meltdown of Federalist support post-war and the ephemeral era of good feelings. From a moral vantage, the war showcased how indigenous alliances can be manipulated by great powers. British promises to protect native lands, or the American pledge to incorporate friendly tribes, often found little fulfillment once strategic ends were met. The ephemeral nature of these alliances led to tragic outcomes for indigenous communities. Modern discussions about the rights of marginalised groups caught in geopolitical crossfires resonate with the story of these nations' exploitation as pawns. While times differ, the principle that real autonomy seldom emerges from foreign patrons remains relevant. In the realm of memory, the War of 1812 reveals how selective retelling can overshadow complexities. Francis Scott Key's rocket's red glare soared in the national consciousness, overshadowing episodes where US invasions failed or inflicted harm on civilians. Today, educational curricula often reduce the war to a handful of famous vignettes: burning of Washington, the Star-Spangled Banner, Andrew Jackson at New Orleans, neglecting the messy intricacies. This phenomenon, common in historical narratives, underscores the importance of seeking more profound perspectives beyond iconic highlights. Another parallel to modern times is the war's reflection on global commerce. Then, as now, major powers tried to control trade routes, imposing blockades or sanctions. The US had to navigate a dual challenge, sustaining internal unity while resisting external economic pressure. The war's outcome hinted that a nation with robust internal markets and flexible production can endure even when cut off from usual trade. This resilience dynamic remains at the core of contemporary discourse around self-sufficiency and global supply chains. Ultimately, the War of 1812's legacy remains multifaceted. It united Americans around a renewed sense of identity, advanced some individuals politically, and inflicted irreparable damage on indigenous confederacies. It highlighted that the young republic, though battered, could stand as an independent entity, shaping a distinct brand of national pride that propelled expansions west and cultural evolutions at home. Yet the moral questions, particularly regarding indigenous and enslaved populations, reveal deeper costs. For midlife readers who are balancing personal ideals with real-world complexities, the War of 1812 emphasises that every grand enterprise, from commercial policy to warfare, hinges on negotiations of principle, ambition, and compromise. During this delicate balance, societies often uncover their potential for harmony as well as the potential for future strife. When the final guns fell silent and the Treaty of Ghent was ratified, the War of 1812's immediate outcome could be summarised as a military stalemate but a psychological victory for the US. The impetus behind the war, ending British impressment and maritime restrictions, remained largely unresolved in the text of peace, but global shifts, including the final defeat of Napoleon, rendered those maritime issues moot. Britain no longer felt the same compulsion to detain American sailors. Gradually, normal trade resumed. Domestically, the war left behind a changed political and economic landscape. The Federalist Party collapsed, tainted by its near-treasonous Hartford Convention. The Democratic Republicans established a single-party dominance despite the emergence of internal factions. James Monroe succeeded Madison and ushered in the so-called era of good feelings, where partisan bickering lulled temporarily. Simultaneously, the war stoked calls for a more robust national infrastructure, roads, canals, a better banking system to prevent future logistic nightmares. Many of the same states that had balked at federal authority during the war now grudgingly admitted the necessity of coordinated planning. Of the war's personalities, Andrew Jackson emerged as the archetypal hero. His triumph at New Orleans overshadowed earlier fiascos. Popular ballads hailed him as the unstoppable Old Hickory. This catapulted Jackson toward the presidency in the following decade, shaping a new wave of populist politics that departed from the more patrician style of Jefferson or Madison. Another figure, Dolly Madison, remained a cultural icon for her bravery during the White House evacuation, exemplifying how smaller personal acts can become legendary in a war overshadowed by battles and sieges. Meanwhile, the war's end did not bring peace to indigenous nations. With Tecumseh's coalition shattered, American expansion surged west, leading to treaties that often forced tribes off ancestral lands. The war's ephemeral alliances, wherein the British used tribal forces to hamper US invasions, vanished once the conflict concluded, leaving tribes vulnerable. This pattern repeated throughout the 19th century, culminating in a systematic push across the continent that overshadowed earlier illusions of indigenous-led confederations. For Britain, the war was a minor chapter. Most British historical accounts mention it as a side conflict overshadowed by the Napoleonic Wars. The eventual forging of an amicable British-American relationship in the 19th century meant that the War of 1812 quietly retreated into the background of British consciousness. The Joint Rush-Bagot Agreement of 1817 prevented future naval build-ups on the Great Lakes and fostered the concept of a demilitarised boundary that remains remarkable in global terms. For Canada, defending against American invasions underlined a budding sense of distinct identity. Residents of Upper and Lower Canada had, to many Americans' surprise, not welcomed the idea of annexation. This loyalty to the British Crown found fresh impetus after repelling repeated US attacks. Over time, Canadian historians pointed to the War of 1812 as a foundational moment. The volunteer militias, the alliances with Indigenous fighters, and the persevering local leadership formed the nucleus of later Canadian unity. Commemorations throughout the 19th century celebrated heroes like Isaac Brock, forging national myths that shaped the country's future. In the broader context of US military tradition, the war highlighted weaknesses that spurred professionalization. The humiliating collapses of militias taught that raw volunteer forces needed better training and discipline. Naval successes, on the other hand, proved the potential of a well-crafted professional navy. Post-war, the Navy's leadership gradually expanded, adopting new ship designs and forging a tradition that would eventually propel the US to maritime prominence in the next century. The Army, though overshadowed, also instituted reforms in leadership selection and supply management. As the decades passed, the war's memory nestled into national lore. The Star-Spangled Banner, originally penned as a poem, eventually became the national anthem by the early 20th century, immortalising that good moment at Fort McHenry. Veterans of the war, overshadowed by the larger generation of Revolutionary War patriots, formed their associations, though their recollections were less frequently lionised. It wasn't until the war's centennial in 1912 that a wave of commemorative events revived interest. Historians passed diaries and official records, unveiling the war's complexities, how it advanced certain domestic industries, spurred expansions, inflamed indigenous dispossession, and permanently altered the shape of Canadian identity. For Canada, it reinforced a distinctive path under the Crown. For Britain, it ended an irksome sideshow that proved Americans wouldn't revert to colonial dependence. And for Indigenous peoples, it signalled the lethal truth of an expanding American republic. The war's finale, overshadowed by the surreal timing of news, delivered no single glorious victor, but shaped the next century's cross-border realities in ways subtle yet enduring. Island, 5:36, brother Kieran wakes to a half-light seeping through the shutters. Although it is dawn, the sky still wears the same grim shade as it did at dusk. In the monastery kitchen, the last of the winter barley has been ground. The coarse flour barely rises when baked, yielding a handful of firm flatbread. He offers a loaf to a gaunt villager at the gate. The man's trembling hands cradle it as though it were a feast. It is the only food Kieran can spare. All around Cloyne Moor the fields lie barren. By Beltane they should be green with new barley, but instead patches of stunted sprouts struggle from cold, blighted soil. A ragged woman clutching a silent, hollow-eyed child begs Kieran for help. He closes his eyes in pained prayer, knowing the monastery's granary is almost empty. All winter there were whispers that the sun's light had changed. Even now in spring it glows weakly, more grey than gold, giving no warmth. At midday the villagers found no shadows following their feet on the ground. Frosts came hard even after Imbolc, blackening the early shoots. Kieran crosses himself, recalling tales of the biblical plague of darkness, but that lasted only 3 days, whereas this malaise drags on week after the week. Some of the older monks murmur that it's as though the sky itself is a hide stretched over the sun, a perpetual eclipse. At times a fine grey haze drifts through the air, carrying a bitter smell. It has brought hunger and despair to their land, regardless of its cause. To Kieran, it feels as like the very air has turned against them. In the village, cattle low with hunger, many were slaughtered months ago because there was no hay. The usual cheerful birdsong of spring is muted. Some mornings, thick dew lies frozen on the thatch, unheard of this late in the year. That afternoon, Kieran ventures to the village chapel. Inside, it is crowded with peasants seeking solace. The air is heavy with sweat and fear. He raises his hands and speaks of Job's trials, of keeping faith through hardship. As he prays, his voice wavers. He notices an old man in the back not genuflecting, one of the few who still cling to the old druidic ways. The old man's eyes are clouded with accusation. "Where is your god of light now?" the elder croaks when the prayers end. Nuada's silver hand would sooner bring back the sun than these Latin words. A few villagers nod, desperate for any remedy. Rumours swirl of ancient rites on the hill, offerings to appease whatever spirit has devoured the sun. Kieran feels a spark of anger, but mostly pity. In this dark time, people grasp at any hope. That evening, a thin rain falls, barely moistening the hard earth. In the scriptorium's candle glow, Brother Kieran opens the magnificent chronicle. His quill hovers above the page for the year. How to summarise this living nightmare? He dips in ink and writes in careful Latin script. Anno Domini 536, fame panis in Hibernia. The year 536 was marked by a shortage of bread. The words feel inadequate, mere scratchings to mark children dying in their mother's arms, and entire families wandering in search of food that does not exist. And yet he must record it for posterity. as truthfully and simply as the annals of old. His hand shakes with exhaustion. Before blowing out the candle, Kieran adds a final thought in the margin. Sol pallidus supra nos est. The sun is pale above us. Outside, the rain stops. The night is deathly quiet. Brother Kieran steps out and looks upward. Where he should see a tapestry of stars, there is only a dull haze and the ruddy disk of a moon drained of its splendour. He thinks of the hungry faces he saw today. In the morning he will venture farther, maybe to the next valley, to see if they fared any better. Perhaps there will be news from beyond the seas that could explain this pall, or is it the wrath of God? He does not know. Pulling his thin cloak tighter, the monk whispers a hymn into the gloom. His Latin words tremble with both doubt and hope, drifting upward in a world that has seemingly lost the sun. In Constantinople, Eastern Roman Empire, 536. Stephanos steps out of the granary and into an eerie midday gloom. The Forum of Constantine should be bright at this hour, but the sun hangs weak in the sky, its light pale and without brightness. Under the colonnade, a brazier has ignited, providing flickering light where the sun cannot. Normally at noon, the great column's shadow would slice across the marble pavement. Today there is none. Stephanos pauses, bread ledger in hand, and suppresses a shiver. In his 30 years in Constantinople, he has never seen the sun like this. It's as if the day has been swallowed by an endless eclipse. He hurries through the Forum, passing knots of anxious citizens. At the steps of the Hagia Sophia construction site, a knot of labourers kneel in prayer. Tools idle. Even the Patriarch has ordered continual prayers, for fear that God's anger is upon the empire. Stephanos does not stop. As a junior official of the grain dole, his duty is to assess the city's bread supply. And the news is grim. The wheat shipments from Egypt have dwindled. The harvests up the Nile were poor this year. Fields yielded scant grain. Although the imperial granaries remain full, the customary surpluses have vanished. In the bread market, he sees long queues of gaunt faces. An elderly woman clutches her stomach, muttering that famine now rides alongside war like the black horseman of the apocalypse. Stephanos silently crosses himself at that, quickening his pace. Inside the Augustaion, a cluster of senators argues in low voices. Stephanos catches fragments as he passes. One laments that the blighted sun, which began during Consul Belisarius' year, is a dire omen. Another frets that if the produce is destroyed by this bad time, the legions will starve. Men are free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death, an elderly senator concludes. No one disagrees. At the docks on the Golden Horn, grain barges from Alexandria are being unloaded under the dim sun. The usual cacophony of stevedores is hushed. Everyone moves with the worried calm of men who know they carry precious food. Stephanos inspects the offloaded sacks. The wheat kernels are small, shrunken by poor yield. "Is this all?" he asks the harbour master. A shrug. "Afraid so. Even the bread basket of the world struggles now." Stephanos nods and makes a mark on his wax tablet. In the past, Egypt's bounty could feed Constantinople twice over. Now any shortage sends prices climbing. Already he has heard of riots in the poorer quarters at dawn when the meagre bread allotments ran out. He muses grimly about the concept of bread and circuses. Crossing back toward the palace, Stephanos peers up at the sky. The sun's hue is a strange bluish white, and the very air seems thick. A dry, foggy haze hangs high above, dulling the daylight. Some call it an omen, others say it's a natural miasma. One pamphlet circulating in the Forum even claimed that a volcano in some far-off land must have vomited ash into the heavens, promptly confiscated by the urban prefect for spreading alarm. Stephanos does not know what to believe. He only knows that the empire lacks experience with simultaneous harvest failures across all regions. In the past, if Syria suffered drought, Egypt might compensate. But now Syria also reports withered crops and empty granaries. An empire that commands the Mediterranean cannot command the skies. That night, the city is preternaturally quiet. By decree, a candle-lit vigil is held in every church. Stephanos stands among a crowd in the great church's half-built nave. The air smells of wax and incense. By day, hundreds of tiny flames flicker where sunlight should stream in. The Patriarch leads a solemn chant, beseeching God to restore the light and spare his people. Stephanos bows his head and joins the chorus. His mind wanders to his young daughter at home, who has known constant cough and hunger these past months. The sun gave forth light without brightness, like the moon. He remembers those words from a scholar's chronicle, and they ring true in his bones. He prays for the day he can show his child a bright, warm sun again. Until then, they endure in the half-light of an empire under siege by the very heavens. In the kingdom of Axum, Ethiopia, 536, Miriam's sandals are worn thin by the time she and her little brother crest the last hill before Axum. Below them, the city's familiar landmarks rise from the plain, the tall stone stellae of bygone kings casting faint shadows in the ashen daylight, and beyond, the spires of the great stone church where her people have worshipped for generations. She urges her brother onward with a gentle hand. They have walked for 2 days from their village, driven by desperation. At home, the fields of teff and sorghum utterly failed. This year's rains never arrived, and the soil cracked beneath a brazen but feeble sun. Along the road they joined a trickle of other villagers and farmers, all converging toward Axum like streams to a dry riverbed. They strolled past the abandoned ox carcasses by the roadside and the deserted farms with nothing left to harvest. At the city gates, Miriam feels a surge of relief. They have arrived. But the sight before her quickly tempers that hope. Axum's marketplace, usually vibrant with traders from far lands, has been transformed into an open-air soup kitchen. Cook fires gutter under large cauldrons of porridge. Hundreds of people gather in lines, clutching bowls or baskets, their faces gaunt. The smell of thin millet gruel mingles with the acrid scent of despair. Miriam clutches her brother's hand and finds a spot at the end of a line. Overhead, the sky is a flat, dull white, the sun's disk barely visible. A local deacon moves down the line, intoning prayers in Ge'ez. He sprinkles holy water on the crowd from a palm frond. Normally, people save such blessings for festivals, but now they perform them to combat hopelessness. A small caravan arrives with a few camels laden with grain from the coast, but after a brief exchange with officials, most of it turns away. Even the major trade routes bring no food now. In Axum's markets, one could once buy pepper from India, or wine from Nubia. Now even the humblest barley loaf is a treasure. As the line inches forward, Miriam passes by a group of nobles and priests gathered under an incense tree. She recognises Negus Caleb, King Caleb, among them by the gold-fringed cloth draped over his shoulders and the ornate processional cross he leans upon. Her ears catch an advisor reporting that the Nile's flood was weak, and even across the Red Sea no stores remain. The king's shoulders sag under his embroidered cloak. At last he raises his hands and calls out, "People of Axum, God is testing us. We will open the last of the royal granaries to feed the hungry, share what you receive, and trust that the Lord will provide." A murmur of gratitude ripples through the throng. Miriam finally reaches the front. A deacon ladles a scoop of watery porridge into her clay bowl. It is not much, barely a few mouthfuls for each of them, but she murmurs, "A mesa gin lahu, thank you," with a deep bow. Her brother swallows his portion greedily, licking the bowl. She forces herself to eat slowly, savouring each drop. Around her, others huddle on the ground in silence, some weeping with relief for this small mercy. At sunset, King Caleb leads a candle-lit procession through the streets. Miriam and her brother stand among the faithful lining the route. The king walks barefoot, carrying the gilded cross, followed by priests bearing icons. Their chants of Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy, echo off the towering stellae. As the procession passes, Miriam closes her eyes and joins the singing. Never has she felt the community so united. Nobles and peasants, priests and paupers, all imploring heaven for deliverance. In the failing light, the king lifts the cross to bless the entire land. Miriam tightens her arm around her brother. Though hunger gnaws and the darkness endures, in that moment she takes solace in their collective hope. Under the mournful sky of 536, the people of Axum face the long night together, their faith unbroken even as the world around them withers. Though hardship was far from over, a spark of hope persisted. Like dawn following the longest night, they trusted that better days would come again. In northern China, 536, the sky should have been a brilliant blue above the rice paddies, but today it is the colour of lead. Farmer Liang squints at the field where his family's livelihood lies. It is the 7th month of the year, high summer, yet a bitter wind rattles the stalks. Suddenly one of his sons cries out. Liang looks down in disbelief as snowflakes swirl onto the green rice shoots. Within minutes, a rare summer snowfall dusts the paddies. bending the young rice. The villagers stand helplessly by. Such a thing has never happened in living memory. Autumn brings no relief. The harvest is paltry and stunted, weeks late in ripening. By the 8th month, the famine is undeniable, the granaries are nearly empty. Liang's family begins mixing chaff and acorns into their rice to make it stretch. His youngest daughter stops growing. Her cheeks are sunken and grey. One afternoon, a yellow powder drifts down from the sky, coating the village roofs in a film like ash. Villagers fear it is a curse from heaven. Whatever the cause, the crops are ruined, and hunger stalks the land. In the village temple, the headman burns incense before the altar of the earth god. The air is thick with smoke and the murmured prayers of desperate farmers. "We must appease heaven to now," the headman declares, sweat beading on his brow despite the cold. As night falls, the villagers carry an offering of their last millet and a slaughtered goat to the hill shrine. Liang watches as the small procession winds up the slope with lanterns bobbing. He holds his shivering daughter close. They set the offerings and bow until their foreheads touch the ground, begging for mercy, good weather, a decent harvest, anything. But the night sky offers no reply, only a faint glow where the moon hides behind a strange haze. The offering remains untouched by any deity. Weeks pass and starvation sets in. Liang feeds his children thin congee made from wild herbs and tree bark. His elderly mother quietly refuses her portion, pretending she has eaten so that the little ones might have more. Soon she grows too frail to leave her bed. One cold morning, Liang finds that her breathing has stopped. With shaking hands, he covers her body with a woven mat. There is no energy or grain to spare for proper funeral rites. Before her death, his mother had whispered that perhaps the emperor had lost heaven's mandate. How else to explain the son's betrayal? In grief, Liang wonders if the distant court's sins have brought on heaven's wrath. They hear of hungry folk in nearby provinces attacking granaries, but in Liang's village, though desperation grows, order holds for now. By early winter, bandits roam the countryside, stealing what little remains. One night, a gang of starving young men, once farmers from a nearby hamlet, break into Liang's storehouse, seizing the meagre sack of millet he had hidden. There are scuffles in the dark. His eldest son is struck with a staff while trying to defend their food. The thieves flee into the night, leaving the family bruised and without a single grain of food. When dawn breaks, Liang makes a decision. He gathers his family and tells them they can stay no longer. If they remain in the village, they will surely die. Rumours suggest that the harvests were better further south. Perhaps they could find food and employment there. That day, the family packs what little they have left. Liang hoists his weakened daughter onto his back. He takes one last look at the fields of their ancestors, now barren, dusted with frost. Together, the family joins a small band of neighbours on the road heading south, leaving behind their village to whatever fate the heavens had decreed. As they vanished into the white distance, their footprints were swiftly blanketed by the new snow, one family among countless others on the road that winter, all seeking a land where the sun still shone and grain could be found. It was the second year without a summer in Scandinavia, 536. In a seaside village of what would one day be called Sweden, Jarl Einar stood on the frozen shore at noon and saw no sun above, only a dim glow behind the grey sky. The world felt stuck in twilight. Fishermen had to chip through ice where the bay had frozen solid, hoping to catch a few starved cod. Inland, the fields lay under dirty snow even in what should have been the growing season. Einar's people had slaughtered most of their livestock last autumn. There was no fodder to keep them alive through another barren year. Half the benches in the hall were now empty. The strong had ventured south to gentler climates, and the frail had perished in the first famine winter. Inside the Jarl's longhouse, a small fire flickered weakly. Einar passed a hand over the embers and thought of the sun, once the great fire in the sky now vanished. His gut clenched with a mix of sorrow and dread. The village's priestess, Volva, had warned that they could be living through Fimbulvetter, the legendary great winter of Norse prophecy. 3 winters with no summer between, a prelude to Ragnarok, the end of the gods. Einar had scoffed at the time, but now he was not so sure. To placate the gods, they had tried everything. The previous fall, they sacrificed their finest ram and a pair of oxen to Freyr at harvest, yet the snows came early and stayed. In the spring, Einar himself cast a gold arm ring into the peat bog as an offering. Many nobles were said to be abandoning their treasures to the earth in hopes of buying back the sun. Still, the gods remained silent, and the sun's chariot did not return. By midwinter of that second sunless year, desperation hung like a fog. The village elders grimly agreed that only a human sacrifice might break the curse. That night, they offered up a captured thrall under the frost-covered ash tree, spilling his blood in Odin's name. But when dawn broke in yet another leaden sky, they knew even that was not enough. As spring of the third year approached with little change, whispers began in the village. Some said that the Jarl's bloodline was cursed, that Odin and Freyr would accept nothing less than the life of the chieftain himself to set things right, just as in ancient tales a king had once been sacrificed to end a blight. Einar heard these murmurs and knew in his heart what had to be done. The next day he called an assembly at the sacred grove. Mustering his remaining strength, he addressed the tribe. "I will go to Odin's hall if it brings back the sun and the harvest," he declared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. His wife wailed, but he raised a hand gently. "We have all lost loved ones. If my life buys the dawn for those who remain, I give it freely." That evening, under the steel-grey sky, Jarl Einar knelt before the old oak tree in the grove. The Volva and 2 elders stood solemnly by with ceremonial knives. Einar's breath rose in white puffs. He felt no fear now, only a strange peace, as though he were already halfway to Valhalla. In a clear voice he chanted a final prayer, a plea for Thor to smash the dark clouds and for Freyr to make the fields green once more. As the blade touched his skin, he closed his eyes and pictured golden summer sunlight. The knives did their work, and Einar slumped forward, life leaching into the frozen ground. A low moan of grief and hope rose from the villagers. After laying his body on a pyre with his cloak and shield, they ignited it, causing the flames to roar upwards. Throughout the long night they kept vigil, and then, in the early hours, a pale glow appeared in the eastern sky, stronger than any in months. As the sky lightened from black to murky blue, the villagers saw the outline of the sun, wan but emerging at last through a break in the haze. A murmur of awe swept over the crowd. They wept with joy, lifting their faces to feel its faint warmth. Whether it was Jarl Einar's noble sacrifice or simply the turning of fate, none could say, but the endless winter was finally loosening its grip. In the coming days, as the snows began to recede, the people raised a mound for their chieftain, honouring him as the saviour who gave himself so that spring could return. In the massive city of Chac Rouge, in modern El Salvador, or what we call Mesoamerica, in 536, the high priest Itzamnaj knelt before the temple's altar at midday. All around him, hundreds of people crowded the plaza in tense silence. For months the sun had hidden its face. A strange chill hung over the usually hot lands of the Maya. Crops of maize and cacao wilted in the unseasonal cool and dim light. The priests had consulted their calendars and made offerings of incense and jade, but nothing availed. Today they would entreat Kinich Ajor, the sun god, with the most precious offering of all, human blood. Itzamnaj rose to his feet and stretched his arms to the sky. On the altar stone before him lay a bound captive, painted blue for sacrifice. "O Lord of the sun, rise and eat, that you may shine upon us again," the priest cried out. A murmur of desperation rippled through the crowd. Using an obsidian blade, Itzamnaj swiftly opened the victim's chest. The crowd gasped as he raised the still-beating heart toward the heavens. "May this blood nourish you, O gods!" he shouted, his voice cracking. At that instant the ground shuddered violently. The ritual chant died on every tongue. Itzamnaj staggered, dropping the heart. A low rumble rolled through the earth. Suddenly the western horizon ignited with a pillar of fire. A volcano in the distance had exploded with unimaginable force. A massive plume of black ash rose, turning day into night in an instant. People screamed and scattered. Itzamnaj stood frozen atop the temple as he watched a wall of ash and rock hurtle toward the city, illuminated by eerie orange flames. The gods had answered, not with salvation, but with catastrophe. Within minutes, searing hot ash rained down upon Chac Rouge. Thatch roofs and wooden beams burst into flame. Men, women and children ran desperately for shelter, but there was none. Itzamnaj barely managed to scramble down the temple steps when a blast of furnace-hot wind knocked him flat. The air itself burned. He could not draw a breath without scorching his lungs. A torrent of pumice and ash buried temples and huts within hours. Those who did not die under falling debris succumbed to the suffocating soot and toxic gases. The proud city, its palaces, its ball courts, its altars, was being entombed in grey powder. Itzamnaj crawled, coughing, into the shelter of the temple courtyard wall. Through eyes stinging with ash, he beheld a scene from the darkest underworld. The sacred ceiba trees around the plaza were ablaze, and charred bodies lay strewn where moments ago the faithful had gathered. He clutched his obsidian dagger to his chest, numb with shock and guilt. Was this cataclysm the sun god's wrath for their offerings, or had the death of the sacrificial victim somehow unleashed a greater curse? His mind swam as the very ground continued to heave. Over the roar of the volcano, he thought he heard the distant, cruel laughter of the death gods. Hours later, a thick, unnatural darkness cloaked the land. The eruption's fury had finally ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Where the thriving city of Chakrouj had stood was now a mouldering grey wasteland, buried under layers of ash. Itzamnaj, miraculously still alive, pulled himself from the ashen debris. The once clear river ran black with volcanic dust. He limped through the ruins, calling out the names of his wife and son, but heard no answer, only the faint crackle of cooling cinders. His sandals sank into the hot ash covering the plaza. The once grand temple lay in shattered ruins, half-buried corpses strewn everywhere. Overhead, the sky remained as dark as midnight, though it was long past noon. Itzamnaj stumbled to the edge of the city where the fields began. Nothing remained of the maize rows, only a ghostly landscape of ash dunes. The sun was completely veiled, and fine grey particles drifted through the air like deadly snow. The priest sank to his knees and raised trembling hands to the unseen sky. "Why?" he croaked, voice broken. There was no one left to hear his questions. In that moment, it seemed to Itzamnaj that the gods had abandoned the world entirely. He looked up at the churning darkness above, knowing that beyond this poisoned sky the sun still existed, but its light might not return for a long, long time. As the lone survivor began to wail amid the desolation, the suffocating ash cloud spread far beyond, ensuring that 536 would be remembered as a year of unparalleled darkness and sorrow, even in lands far from this doomed city. Across the world, as I have covered, the year 536 left a scar on the human story. In its wake, kingdoms faltered and populations were decimated. Chroniclers from Ireland to China recorded unusual cold summer snow, failed crops and famine. They wrote of a dry fog dimming the sun's light, of skies coloured with ash, and of hunger stalking the land. For 18 long months, much of the earth lay under a pall of gloom. In Europe and the Near East, people looked for divine meaning in the calamity. Christian writers wondered if Revelation's apocalyptic horsemen were unleashed. War, famine, pestilence, and death all seemed present at once. Indeed, the historian Procopius wrote that men were free neither from war nor pestilence nor any other thing leading to death during those dark days. The plague of Justinian, which followed the famine, soon checked Emperor Justinian's ambitions in the Eastern Roman Empire. In the British Isles, Celtic monks noted a failure of bread. Far to the east, Chinese records spoke of great cold and summer frost that ruined the harvest. Northern Europeans were so desperate they offered their riches and kings to appease their gods. And in Central America, a volcano's cataclysmic eruption blanketed the skies with ash, plunging entire regions into darkness. Societies across the globe, separated by vast oceans and unaware of each other, shared the same despair. The sun that year was a feeble ghost above the horizon, a shared anguish in Ireland's green hills, Constantinople's marble streets, Axum's highlands, China's villages, Scandinavia's forests, and Mesoamerica's jungles. Millions perished as famine and disease swept through communities already weakened by crop failure. It was, by all accounts, one of the darkest times in recorded history. Some later scholars would even call 536 the worst year to be alive. And yet not all hope died. In every story of suffering there were those who endured. Parents who shared their last crust with their kids, leaders who died for their people, and communities that prayed and performed rituals to find meaning in the chaos. They adapted in the face of collapse, migrating to new lands, changing their traditions and rebuilding from the ashes. The darkness would slowly lift. From 5:37 to 5:38, the sunlight grew stronger as the dust in the sky settled. Fields were sown anew. Children born after the year without sun would grow up under blue skies, hearing the hushed stories of the terrible darkness their elders survived. Looking back, the catastrophe of 536 stands as a testament to human endurance. It was a year of tragedy on a scale almost beyond comprehension, a convergence of natural disasters that humbled empires and small villages alike. But it was also a year that showed the resilience of the human spirit. In Ireland, monks kept the flame of learning alive through the long winter. In Byzantium, officials and neighbours shared what food they could to keep the starving alive. In Axiom, faith and charity helped a kingdom pull through its worst famine. In Scandinavia, a people's devotion to their gods, however grim, kept their community united until the sun's return. Despite the loss of the Maya city in our story, other cities in Mesoamerica continued to exist, safeguarding knowledge and culture for future generations. Eventually the sun did return, brighter and warmer, as it always had before. The year 536 passed into history, its horrors softened by time, but those who lived through it would never forget how fragile their world could be. For a year it felt like night had fallen and the gods had abandoned humanity. Why wouldn't you last a day in 536? The people of that era faced unimaginable challenges, a sun that never shone, unfulfilled harvests, and a darkness that pushed the boundaries of hope. They persevered through faith, courage, and the fragile bonds of community, demonstrating that despite the most challenging year, humanity's determination to survive remained unwavering. In the end, dawn broke through the darkness, and life prevailed, scarred, changed, but ever hopeful beneath the returning light of the sun. In the year 742 CE, the prosperous city-state of Khorasan glittered under the noonday sun. A nexus for caravan routes feeding distant empires, Khorasan thrived on the exchange of saffron, silk, star charts, and rumours whispered behind curtained alcoves. At its centre loomed a grand marketplace whose vaulted roof trapped the daily bustle in a ceaseless echo. Traders from Byzantium, Tang China, the Abbasid Caliphate, and beyond mingled among stalls stacked high with lapis lazuli, dried fruit, and perfumed sandalwood. Some hailed it as a marvel of cosmopolitan life, where fortunes might pivot in a single conversation. Among the people navigating the throng was Karia bint Yazd, a travelling scholar whose lineage traced back to the once-renowned Zoroastrian priests of Persia. Her face betrayed concentration as she studied hieroglyphic notations in a weathered scroll. Unmarried and unconcerned with the expectations placed upon a woman of her station, she had roamed from one end of the Silk Road to the other, piecing together knowledge that seldom found its way into the official annals. The swirl of Khorasan's commerce did not distract her. She focused on a lead suggesting that rare manuscripts had surfaced in a private collection near the city's eastern quarter. This rumour, if proven true, could illuminate corners of history barely glimpsed by modern scholars. Korea pressed deeper into a labyrinth of narrow lanes behind the main bazaar, guided by a coded map etched into her memory. Eager boys offered to carry her satchels for a coin, and watchful guards in brass-trimmed uniforms eyed each passerby. She brushed off all offers of help. Too many watchers, too many ears. At last, she arrived at a courtyard hidden behind a plain wooden door. Its walls were plastered in cream white, while vines spiralled up lattices under a hazy afternoon sky. Within that secluded enclave stood an elderly bibliophile named Kazem al-Talibi, his hands trembling under the burden of a slender volume bound in jade-green leather. Their meeting was brief. Korea offered him carefully wrapped objects, fragments of ancient mathematics tablets uncovered near Samarkand, and, in exchange, Kazem relinquished the jade-bound text. He warned her that certain circles would stop at nothing to keep these pages hidden, for they revealed knowledge rumoured to disrupt any empire reliant on controlling scholarship. She nodded gravely, accustomed to the shadows that dogged rare manuscripts. Across the years, she had learned that truth took many forms, each requiring a subtle approach to keep it from vanishing under official censure. Emerging once again into the main bazaar, Korea carefully hid the new acquisition beneath her travelling cloak. She knew better than to linger. Khorasan's seeming tolerance of foreign ideas could transform abruptly if power shifted. Memories of burned scrolls and harassed scribes in other dominions haunted her, fueling her determination to preserve the text at any cost. She arranged with a local caravan heading eastward, its leader a woman named Afsoon, who had a reputation for outmaneuvering desert bandits. Without illusions, Carrier recognized that partnering with such a skilled merchant would cost her, yet safety for the jade-bound book was paramount. Before the caravan departed, Carrier paid her respects at a small shrine dedicated to wise men of antiquity. A single candle flickered by the altar, illuminating offerings left by travellers praying for clear roads and fair weather. She exhaled a silent oath that she would not let ignorance devour the precious knowledge in her care. Beyond the city's gates lay an expanse of desert and studded with dunes and hammered by fierce winds, but her route led even farther, along mountain trails rumoured to house hidden monasteries and ephemeral oasis towns. The unstoppable pulse of curiosity drove her to press forward, regardless of perils that might lurk in the next bend of the road. Dawn arrived, painting the sky with ochre and salmon hues. Carrier joined Afsoon and the other travellers at the designated meeting point, where camels brayed and donkey drivers prepared loads of barley and dried fruit. The caravan's synergy was immediately evident. Each person had a distinct task, ensuring that by the time the sun fully breached the horizon, they were on the move. Carrier walked near Afsoon, who shared glimpses of the terrain ahead and introduced Carrier to the caravan's unspoken rules: trust the signals, ration water meticulously, and never question the necessity of midnight halts. In these borderless regions, vigilance was currency. With the sun mounting, the caravan snaked through a parched plain dotted by twisted shrubs. A hush fell over them, broken only by the soft shuffling of hooves and the gentle clink of metal fastenings. Carrier's thoughts drifted to the codex inside her bag. She had only glimpsed a few pages thus far. Intricate diagrams of planetary movement, cryptic references to an ancient empire that preceded the Achaemenids, and footnotes scrawled in an unfamiliar script. If accurate, these writings expanded the known timeline of advanced astronomy by centuries. She resolved to study every page once the caravan reached a safe haven. Afsoon signalled a halt near a cluster of sun-scorched boulders, granting the group respite from the crushing midday heat. While some dozed in makeshift shade, Carrier took cautious sips from her water skin, feeling the dryness cling to her throat. A restlessness stirred within her, equal parts excitement and anxiety. She replayed Qasim al-Talibi's warning. Powerful figures had an interest in ensuring no one deciphered the text. For them, knowledge was a finite resource, best kept under strict watch. As a swirl of wind kicked sand across her path, Carrier gripped her satchel, silently vowing she would not be silenced. By twilight, the caravan approached a modest oasis, lined with date palms that cast long shadows across still water. Afsoon guided her camels into a semicircle, forming a protective barrier against stray wanderers. Several travellers set about erecting tents, while others gathered wood for small fires that would ward off the chill of desert night. Carrier found herself drawn to the water's edge, where subdued conversation rose among weary merchants. Some speculated about the political tensions brewing in distant courts, others lamented the rising cost of salt. As darkness settled, the oasis took on an otherworldly hush. A crescent moon glimmered overhead, illuminating faint outlines of crumbling stone pillars, suggesting an abandoned settlement from a forgotten era. Under that quiet vault of stars, Carrier couldn't resist scanning a few more pages of the jade-bound manuscript. Its text merged empirical observations with philosophical notes referencing the grand wheel of time. She recognized oblique references to astronomical systems older than the widely recognized Ptolemaic model. If deciphered fully, such knowledge might challenge many assumptions cherished by esteemed academies. Meanwhile, Afsoon stepped away from the main group, beckoning Carrier to join her near a withered acacia. "You stand out among our company," the merchant remarked in a measured tone. "Your eyes never rest, and you guard that bag as if it carries the soul of a king." Carrier, wary of revealing too much, offered that she was merely a scholar entrusted with a rare item. Afsoon nodded, but warned Carrier that roving spies seeking advantage for rival factions often infiltrated caravans. She suggested Carrier remain vigilant, especially given the extraordinary bustle in Khorasan, where rumour travelled like wildfire. Unable to sleep, Carrier lingered by the embers of the fire after most travellers had dozed off. She studied the swirling patterns of the night sky, mindful of the coded star charts in the manuscript. Passing caravans sometimes recounted legends of a hidden library in the mountain city of Varash, where lines of knowledge stretched back to centuries unknown. Karia wondered if that library could fill the gaps in her text. She believed the jade-bound manuscript might be only a fragment of a larger puzzle, scattered across the Silk Road's shifting tapestry. Morning unveiled a horizon brushed with amber, and the caravan proceeded along a rocky escarpment overlooking a vast dune field. Rolling slopes of sand rippled beneath the wind like the surface of a living sea. At midday they paused for water, rationed by Afsoon with practised efficiency. Karia noticed that one of the other travellers, a soft-spoken man named Malik, carried a small chest meticulously locked. He travelled with perpetual worry etched into his features, eyes darting whenever talk turned to rumours of desert raiders. Secrets seemed to coil around each member of this assemblage, as though no one ventured these roads without hidden motives. Late in the afternoon, the caravan encountered a party of horsemen flying the banner of a minor warlord rumoured to be in league with the region's most feared bandit clans. Tension crackled through the group as Afsoon halted the caravan, waiting for the riders to approach. After a terse greeting, the horsemen rode on, apparently uninterested in conflict, but the encounter rattled everyone. Karia noticed Afsoon's posture remained rigid with caution long after the riders vanished in a plume of dust. The merchant murmured about changing their route, seeking narrower trails less patrolled by predatory chieftains. That evening brought them to a narrow gorge, its walls towering on either side in jagged ridges. Afsoon insisted they make camp in a sheltered alcove half hidden behind weathered boulders. By the flicker of firelight, Karia finally delved into the central chapter of the manuscript. Strange symbols, part cuneiform, part unknown script, decorated the margins, each sign accompanied by cryptic commentary. The text recounted a civilization that mapped constellations in ways contrasting with every known chart. Diagrammatic lines implied an advanced geometry, far exceeding the standard calculations of her time. Just as Karia's pulse quickened at the revelation, a cry rang out near the edge of camp. She rushed toward the commotion, heart pounding. Malik stood trembling by his small chest, which now lay open, its contents missing. Anguish coloured his voice as he pleaded for help, insisting that something vital had been stolen, a crucial letter from the governor of Basra, hidden within that chest. Afsoon assembled the caravan members, demanding an explanation. Tempers flared, suspicion circled, and whispered accusations rippled through this group. Searching for footprints beneath lantern light, they discovered evidence of at least 2 intruders who had come and gone without a trace. No sign indicated who among them might be an accomplice. The theft underscored Afsoon's earlier warning. In these transitory worlds, secrets attract cunning opportunists. Karia gripped her manuscript more tightly, wishing to vanish inside the labyrinth of lines and symbols that promised an era unbounded by petty intrigue. Yet she remained anchored in the caravan's tense reality. The road ahead felt increasingly perilous, and the cost of preserving knowledge seemed set to rise. The following sunrise found the caravan subdued, each member wary of neighbours who might conceal hidden agendas. Afsoon led them out of the gorge at a brisk pace, aiming to put distance between their group and whoever had orchestrated the nighttime theft. A pale wind carried the scent of flint and dust, stinging eyes and chapping lips. Their route descended along a dry riverbed flanked by stunted tamarisk shrubs, offering scant protection from the intensifying sun. Karia trudged in stolen silence, mindful that trust could be a luxury. As midday drew near, they spotted the remnants of a caravanserai built against the side of a bluff. Its once sturdy walls had caved in and battered archways led into courtyards strewn with fallen timber. Afsoon signalled a cautious approach, uncertain whether travellers or outlaws might be occupying the ruins. The group explored in pairs, stepping over cracked tiles littered with scorpion husks. No living presence emerged, though evidence of a hasty departure. Scattered coals, torn blankets, suggested someone had sheltered there not long before. Since water was available from a half-collapsed cistern, Afsoon decided they would rest under what remained of the caravanserai's roof. Malik hovered by his broken chest, sifting through remnants of cloth as though searching for any clue. Karia drifted away from the group, drawn to an overgrown courtyard where a dried fountain stood. Vines draped its cracked basin, trailing over carved motifs of intertwined serpents. Time and neglect had worn away the finer details, yet a mysterious energy lingered, as though the place once echoed with conversation about cosmic truths beyond mortal comprehension. She pulled out the jade-bound book to scrutinize a passage describing the 4 points beyond the boundary of earthly measure. The text postulated that certain alignment patterns, stars in specific conjunctions, allowed glimpses into knowledge unattainable through ordinary means. This notion was not entirely foreign, given that many mystical traditions in Persia and India spoke of cosmic gates. Still, the clarity of these instructions startled her. The manuscript seemed less a mere curiosity, and more a carefully constructed key. She wondered if others who sought it might comprehend its significance. Meanwhile, Afsoon prepared spiced lentils and shared them among the group, her gestures calm yet determined to maintain unity. Tension still hovered like a low cloud, with suspicions that the thieves might be part of a larger plot. Over a sparse meal, Korea gleaned fragments of each traveller's story. A textile merchant returning from Cairo, a widower heading to Samarkand to meet his estranged son, an amateur scribe hoping to gain employment in the libraries of Nishapur. Layer by layer, she sensed each person guarded secrets born of loss, ambition, or desperation. As dusk fell, moonlight filtered through the caravanserai's gaps, accentuating outlines of shattered pillars. The group huddled around small fires. Soft conversation revolved around the abrupt shift in weather, the possibility of encountering warlord patrols, and whether rumours of a plague in the western provinces were exaggerated. Though the chatter seemed ordinary, Korea felt a current of urgency running beneath it. Everyone understood the precariousness of travelling these routes. At any moment, violent storms or human treachery could obliterate the careful calculations of even the most disciplined merchant. Restless, Korea ventured into the courtyard once more. She ran her fingertips over the carved serpents, musing that knowledge itself often took the shape of something fearsome and winding, capable of enlightenment but also of destruction, depending on who wielded it. Before she could lose herself in speculation, a subtle motion in the archway drew her attention. She turned to see Malik, shadowed in moonlight. His face still wore traces of anguish. He approached and, in hushed tones, apologized if his panic had disrupted the caravan's stability. Then he posed a startling question. "Is your book truly worth risking your life?" Korea hesitated, contemplating her answer. She confessed that its pages might safeguard insights from an older civilization, knowledge that could enrich the world if studied openly. Yet she recognized the hazards. No single text was worth a life, unless it also contained the means to prevent greater harm. Malik nodded, revealing that his lost letter held the potential to end a trade blockade strangling his hometown. Without it, he feared entire families would starve. They shared a poignant silence, realizing each bore a heavy burden for reasons that extended beyond self-interest. Their exchange was interrupted by a faint shout from Afsoon, who was patrolling the perimeter. A silhouette darted across the ruins, then vanished behind a crumbling wall. Alarmed, Carrier and Malik hurried back to the main courtyard, only to find the rest of the travellers on their feet. The intrusion lasted mere seconds, but it confirmed the presence of watchers trailing them. The memory of the stolen letter flared in every mind. Gathering her satchel close, Carrier recognised that pursuit was inevitable. She could only hope that what she carried would outlast the desert's shifting alliances and the relentless greed of unknown adversaries. Early the next day, Afsoon insisted they abandon the ruin before sunrise. Lanterns swinging from camel saddles cast flickering halos in the pre-dawn gloom. Korea walked at the caravan's rear, scanning the horizon for silhouettes. She felt more exposed than ever, especially with the manuscript drawing unseen eyes. A swirl of wind rustled the sparse vegetation, carrying the forlorn call of a distant jackal. Although no further intruder appeared, the caravan's collective nerves remained raw. Their route now wound through a series of rocky badlands. Eroded hills, tinted red and ochre, rose around them in jagged formations reminiscent of a broken amphitheatre. At times the path was scarcely wide enough for 2 camels to pass. Dust coated every surface, clinging to clothes and creeping into waterskins. The travellers advanced in single file, each footstep measured. Malik, no longer shy, kept pace with Korea, forging an unspoken alliance based on empathy rather than shared purpose. By noon they reached an outcropping that afforded a sweeping view of the surrounding valleys. Afsoon pointed to a distant caravan crossing a ridge, its figures small as insects against the harsh light. "Better to let them move on without our paths intersecting," she murmured, concerned they might be bandits or rival merchants. She had planned a side route that skirted known bandit strongholds, though it meant trudging through more challenging terrain. No one objected. Safety trumped speed in these uncertain wilds. As the day wore on, the punishing sun pressed down. Some travellers began to show signs of heat exhaustion. Afsoon allotted extra water rations, mindful that supplies were finite. Korea's thoughts swirled with calculations. How many days until they reached an established town? Would the manuscript's possible revelations be worth the perils? She reminded herself that knowledge had never come cheap, especially not the kind that might undermine established systems of power. Still, she felt an undercurrent of apprehension. Unseen forces seemed determined to intercept their path. Twilight offered a brief respite. They pitched camp at a plateau peppered with hearty desert shrubs. Wind wove through the stony hollows, producing a low moan that set everyone on edge. This time, Afsoon posted watches in rotating pairs. Korea volunteered for the midnight shift, hoping to glean some solitude for reading. When her turn arrived, she positioned herself near a small fire, scanning the starlit horizon, while carefully turning pages of the jade-bound codex. A diagram, carefully inked, depicted a swirling cosmos dotted with unfamiliar constellations. The accompanying text mentioned a geometry bridging mind and universe, though the specifics remained cloaked in archaic jargon. She sensed movement at the edge of the firelight and gripped the book protectively, but it was only an elderly trader from their group, awakened by coughing. He approached, nodding politely. "I see that you carry more than curiosity," he said, glancing at the manuscript's glowing pages. He spoke of his younger days when he'd travelled to a mountaintop sanctuary, rumoured to house writings older than any empire. The priests there, he claimed, hinted that scattered relics across the Silk Road formed pieces of a grand puzzle. He stopped short of elaborating, perhaps wary of scaring her with improbable myths, or simply reluctant to resurrect memories best left buried. Carrier nodded, intrigued yet cautious. She had heard variations of the mountaintop library tale in her journeys. One version placed it in Tibet, another in the highlands of Persia, and yet another in the Himalayas near the Indus. Regardless of location, the consistent theme was that a hidden repository of ancient texts might hold radical knowledge of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Could her manuscript be part of that lost legacy? She recalled hearing rumours that certain references connected the library's existence to the taboo notion of cyclical time, where civilizations rose and fell repeatedly, each leaving faint echoes for the next. The elderly trader coughed again and excused himself to rest. Alone, Korea gazed at the codex, a swirl of questions filling her mind. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the night air. She sprang to her feet. Afsoon came running, sword in hand. A scout on the perimeter shouted news of footsteps on the far side of the plateau. Everyone scrambled for weapons. Adrenaline surged. Within moments, the intruders fled, vanishing as swiftly as they'd arrived, leaving only footprints. Afsoon suspected they were testing the caravan's defences. Tension soared. Though no battle ensued, the message was clear: someone to track them with precision. As the group attempted to settle back into a semblance of rest, Korea's mind refused to quiet. She wondered if the vanished intruders belonged to a clandestine order, or were simply bandits with a knack for intimidation. Either way, the manuscript's significance seemed amplified. In that uneasy darkness, she cradled her precious book, feeling the weight of unspoken centuries pressed between its covers. The next day would bring new confrontations, but for now she could only watch the flickering embers and await the uncertain dawn. Dawn arrived with a brittle clarity that rendered every stone, shrub, and wary expression in sharp focus. Afsoon wasted no time ordering a quick departure. The caravan assembled under a sky streaked with lavender and rose, a fleeting beauty overshadowed by a need for vigilance. Camels loaded, watch rotations decided, they moved out, following a narrow winding track that descended toward lower elevations. The arid air tasted metallic, as if charged with pent-up tension. By mid-morning, the landscape began transitioning to hill country. Small streams, fed by recent rains, cut through the tough terrain, offering a chance to refill water skins. The travellers approached a shallow creek where reeds rustled in the wind. Carrier noticed footprints in the soggy earth. A separate group had passed here recently, heading in the same direction. Afsoon scowled, muttering about the possibility that within mile they might be trailing those who had invaded their camps. Concern rippled through the caravan. Eager to stay ahead, Afsoon pushed the group onward at a grueling pace. Korea's calves ached as the trail zigzagged between rocky slopes and patches of thorny vegetation. In the distance, the outlines of a fortified town occasionally emerged, only to disappear behind ridgelines. She guessed it to be Garesh, a mid-sized trading post rumoured to host pilgrims from the Indus region. If they could reach Garish by nightfall, the caravan would have a solid perimeter wall to shield them, at least temporarily. Eventually they spotted walls of pale stone crowned by watchtowers. Afsoon signalled for calm, reminding everyone that unknown dangers could lurk within a walled town as readily as outside. Approaching the gates, they encountered a row of guards wearing mismatched armour. After examining Afsoon's travel permits, the guards allowed them entry in exchange for a modest toll. Inside, the streets were cramped with stalls selling earthenware, dyed cloth and hammered bronze jewellery. The aromas of grilled meat and fresh bread teased weary travellers, but an undercurrent of wariness ran through the crowd. Afsoon found a secure compound where the caravan could rest. Stone walls enclosed a courtyard that provided storage for the camels and a small stable for donkeys. Carrier, anxious to glean any insight into who might be pursuing them, ventured into the town's winding lanes. She discovered a public square where men played strategy games on carved wooden boards. Nearby, a cluster of pilgrims chanted verses in a language unfamiliar to her. Amid these scenes, rumours floated. A band of masked riders had passed through a day earlier, asking about a certain travelling scholar. The mention chilled her. She hurried back to the compound, only to find Malik pacing by the gate, fidgeting with a leather pouch. He had overheard similar chatter, strangers seeking news of a woman carrying forbidden documents. Korea realised the net was tightening. They still had a window to slip away, but not much of one. She conferred with Afsoon, who suggested leaving Garish under cover of darkness, continuing east along seldom-used back roads. Although it entailed more risk, waiting might let their pursuers converge. After sunset, the caravan packed up stealthily. Torches were kept minimal, camels silenced with calm handling. A hush enveloped them as they slipped through Garish's secondary gate, bribing a night watchman who scarcely looked at their faces. Outside the walls, moonlight glimmered on the grassland. Korea clutched the manuscript, absorbing the night's chill. She couldn't escape the conviction that her mission had become a race, one in which the cost of failure was irreparable loss, not just for her, but for an entire lineage of knowledge that might vanish again. Guided by Afsoon's careful planning, they pressed into a region of rolling hills shaped by centuries of flood and drought. Occasional clusters of cypress trees broke the monotony. Crickets chirped in the darkness. The group maintained strict silence, halting often to listen for sounds of pursuit. Each time the night breeze whispered through the brush, Korea braced for a distant hoofbeat or a flash of torchlight. Yet hours passed with no sign of the ambush. As the moon descended, they reached a shallow ravine dotted with smooth, ancient boulders. Afsoon called for a halt to rest the animals. Korea found a flat rock and sank onto it, physically spent but mentally alert. She glanced at Malik, whose eyes reflected the same exhaustion mixed with defiance. The sky above them showed the faint glow of approaching dawn. Tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, they would come upon the mountain routes leading to Varash, the rumoured city of hidden monasteries. If the caravan made it that far, the Jade manuscript might finally find a place where its arcane revelations could be deciphered without fear. But that hope remained fragile, like a candle flame in a gusty corridor. The first rays of morning lit the ravine, revealing dusty grass and scrub that offered little camouflage. Wearily the caravan assembled and continued, mindful that speed was their best defence. Over the next hours they traversed rolling slopes that ascended gradually into stony highlands. The trail grew hazardous, lined with the loose gravel and sharp descents. Several times a misstep nearly sent a donkey tumbling into a gorge. The group's morale, though frayed, held steady under Afsoon's firm direction. Korea noticed the air thinning as they climbed, accompanied by a crisp coolness that sharpened her senses. Tiny alpine flowers clung to crevices, their vivid petals a welcome contrast to weeks of unrelenting dust. From a vantage point overlooking a sprawling valley, she glimpsed distant peaks wrapped in mysterious haze. Locals called these the 1,000-Year Mountains, rumoured to shelter monastic retreats older than recorded dynasties. The prospect of reaching them bolstered her spirit, even as her body complained of fatigue. Near midday, the caravan stopped by a rivulet trickling through a rocky defile. While watering the animals, Afsoon and Korea consulted a hand-sketched map that indicated Varash lay 2 more days beyond the far ridges. The path ahead would be even more treacherous, cutting across unpredictable passes sometimes blocked by landslides. Korea felt her heartbeat quicken, recalling rumours that entire caravans had been buried by sudden rockfalls in these mountains, yet the urgency to evade pursuers overshadowed every other fear. They pressed on, the route turning into a steep climb dotted with ancient stone markers. At each switchback, Carrier saw inscriptions worn by centuries of weather. She paused to trace her fingers over a faint symbol, a stylized sun encompassed by the intersecting circles. Something about it resonated with the diagrams in her jade-bound codex. She made a mental note to compare them later, suspecting these markers might be vestiges of the same civilization described in the manuscript's cryptic pages. Whenever she glimpsed fresh inscriptions, her curiosity ignited anew. Late in the afternoon, the skies darkened ominously. Thunder rumbled among the peaks, and a biting wind heralded an approaching storm. Soon urged everyone to hurry. They located a natural overhang near a rocky ledge, providing partial shelter from the elements. Rain unleashed its fury soon after they took cover, slamming the landscape in waves. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating ragged silhouettes of mountains. The downpour threatened to wash away the path. Huddled together, the travellers watched rivulets form across the rocky ground, carrying pebbles and debris downhill. The storm raged for hours, pinning them under the overhang. Korea used the enforced pause to unwrap the codex, sheltering it beneath a canvas. She examined the sections she had not yet deciphered, focusing on references to a temple of horizons. The text included mathematical guidelines for charting star positions from an elevated vantage. With each flash of lightning, she glimpsed the manuscript's swirling lines and felt a peculiar kinship with those unknown scholars from centuries past. They had once braved the wilderness of ideas. Now, in a literal wilderness, she carried their legacy. Eventually, the worst of the storm passed, leaving dripping rocks and a deep chill in its wake. The group decided to remain under the overhang for the night, wary of slick trails and potential landslides. By flickering lamplight, Afsoon distributed dried figs and salted lamb. Conversation drifted from the challenges of the climb to more philosophical musings, the futility of borders in a land shaped by millennia, the intangible line between faith and science. Malik spoke quietly of his father, who had died under a tyrant's regime while trying to protect valuable manuscripts. Listening to him, Korea sensed that each traveller had been guided here by a longing for redemption or renewal. Sometime after midnight, Korea woke to the faint crackle of footsteps. She inched toward the edge of their makeshift shelter, heart pounding. Two figures, hunched low, hovered near the pack animals. She recognized them as strangers, not members of the caravan. Before she could raise an alarm, Afsoon emerged from the darkness like a phantom, sword drawn. A terse standoff ensued, broken by frantic whispers. The intruders fled once they saw they were outnumbered. The caravan's travellers, now fully awakened, spent the rest of the night in guarded watch, cold and uneasy. With dawn they surveyed the sodden landscape. Landslides had ripped through parts of the trail, but it appeared passable with caution. Though the intruders had not returned, the sense of pursuit remained acute. Carrier conferred with Afsoon, both concluding that time was running short. If Farash was within reach, they needed to seize the chance before more enemies closed in. Hoisting packs onto weary camels, the group set forth again. The distant peaks beckoned like silent witnesses, and Korea whispered a fervent hope that the city's rumoured monasteries could offer refuge, and perhaps reveal how to unlock the manuscript's deeper secrets. The final stretch to Varash proved gruelling. Narrow trails clung to mountain ridges overlooking mist-shrouded abysses. Each step required vigilance. At times, they paused to listen for rockfalls in the distance, markers of an unstable terrain. The air grew thinner, and breath came in short gasps, yet beyond every precarious turn a new vista opened. Crisp lakes reflecting the sky, hidden valleys studded with wildflowers, the occasional stone ruin perched on a ledge like an ancient sentinel. The extremes of this landscape both awed and unsettled the travellers. By late afternoon, the slopes relaxed into a wide plateau. Rising from the plateau's edge stood Varash, enclosed by a high stone rampart. At first glance, the city appeared carved from the mountain itself, its walls blending with the surrounding cliffs. Mist swirled around parapets, creating a dreamlike vision. According to legend, Varash was older than any recorded dynasty, built upon a site revered for its celestial alignments. A hush fell over the caravan as they approached the massive gates. Inside, the city's winding streets ascended in tiers. Houses with slate roofs leaned against sturdy ramparts, while cobblestone lanes converged on a central square. Steam rose from communal baths that tapped into natural hot springs. Monks in dark robes shuffled along the corridors, carrying scrolls tucked beneath their arms. Carrier's senses ignited at the first glimpse of this environment. She could feel an undercurrent of scholarship humming through the city like a subterranean river, a potent contrast to the chaotic markets of Khorasan. Afsoon guided the caravan to a spacious courtyard inn used by trade emissaries. Soon after settling, Carrier excused herself and ventured into the city's upper levels, following directions gleaned from a scribe at the inn. She was searching for a specific monastery library, rumoured to house ancient manuscripts paralleling her jade-bound text. Crossing a series of stone bridges that arched over narrow gulches, she noticed the architecture displayed recurring motifs, spiral carvings, geometric borders reminiscent of the codex's marginal designs. At last, she arrived at a massive carved door flanked by statues of robed figures. A discreet sign identified it as the Library of High Windows. Inside, the atmosphere was reverential. Golden light filtered through stained glass windows, illuminating shelves stacked from floor to ceiling with scrolls, codices, and tablets. Monks, novices, and a few learned travellers from distant lands moved quietly between reading alcoves. Carrier approached a tall, bearded monk who introduced himself as Brother Callan. With measured politeness, he asked her purpose. Carrier revealed her codex, explaining in hushed tones that she believed it referenced an advanced astronomy predating recognised schools of thought. Intrigued, Brother Callan led her to a private study chamber lit by oil lamps. There he produced a set of meticulously preserved star charts inscribed on leather. To Carrier's amazement, certain passages aligned closely with the diagrams in her manuscript. Upon closer inspection, they found near-identical glyphs representing cardinal points beyond normal mapping. Brother Callan's eyes glimmered with excitement. These references appear in only our oldest records, believed to have been copied from texts salvaged millennia ago. As the evening deepened, they pieced together parallel lines of text, cross-referencing them with genealogies, straw altars, and cryptic commentaries. The synergy suggested that the jade-bound book might indeed be part of a nearly lost tradition. However, a vital section remained missing. It was rumoured that a sister manuscript lay in a monastery farther east, high in a remote range where few ventured. Carrier's heart sank, knowing the road ahead might hold even greater dangers. Yet she also felt invigorated. The puzzle had grown more intricate, weaving her fate with ancient legacies that demanded guardianship. Upon returning to the inn, she found Afsoon and Malik in heated discussion with the rest of the caravan. News had arrived that unidentified riders were poking around Varash's gates, questioning travellers about a woman scholar and her prized artefact. Their arrival here was no secret. For the moment, the city's laws prevented open aggression, but no one believed that protection would last indefinitely. Afsoon proposed they break the caravan into smaller groups for anonymity. Malik pledged to stand by Carrier, recognising that her success might ripple far beyond personal gain. Under the inn's lantern glow, Carrier shared what she and Brother Callan had uncovered. The group listened in solemn silence, understanding the gravity of her discovery. Perhaps it offered a new perspective on the cosmos, or perhaps it threatened structures built on carefully managed knowledge. Either way, their pursuers would not relent. Still, Carrier felt a renewed determination. The tapestry of centuries had woven her path into this moment. With the city of Varash as an unlikely refuge, she now held a clearer vision of the manuscript's purpose. Dawn would bring decisions, whether to remain, to search for the sister text, or to brave unknown dangers. In that flickering moment of possibility, each traveller realised they had become part of a tale larger than themselves, a saga carried along by caravans, forged in hidden libraries, and destined to echo across the shifting dunes and precarious peaks of time. Picture yourself standing outside a towering Manhattan mansion in 1885, clutching a worn carpet bag and wearing your only decent dress. The marble steps stretch up like a mountain, but you're not headed that way. Your entrance is around back through a narrow door marked only by the constant stream of delivery boys and other working folks. Welcome to your new life as a housemaid in America's Gilded Age, where the rich got richer and you got to scrub their chamber pots. The servants' entrance opens into a different universe entirely. While the family upstairs lives surrounded by velvet drapes and crystal chandeliers, you're entering a maze of narrow hallways, steep staircases, and rooms that never see proper sunlight. The basement kitchen feels like a ship's galley, cramped, hot, and buzzing with activity. The downstairs is your world now, and it operates by rules as rigid as any royal court. Your first shock comes when the housekeeper, Mrs. Patterson, hands you a list of duties longer than your arm. Did you assume that housework only involved sweeping and dusting? Think again. You're responsible for everything from blackening the coal stoves before dawn to polishing door handles with such precision that the master of the house shouldn't see a single fingerprint. And that's just Monday. The uniform comes next. A grey wool dress that itches something fierce, covered by a white apron that must remain spotless, despite the fact that you'll be cleaning fireplaces, scrubbing floors, and hauling buckets of water up 3 flights of stairs. The little white cap perched on your head serves as both identification and humiliation. You're invisible until you're needed and needed until the job is perfect. Your bedroom is a closet-sized space under the eaves, shared with another maid named Sarah who snores like a freight train. The single window faces an air shaft, offering a view of absolutely nothing except the brick wall of the house next door. But hey, at least you get your own chamber pot, though you'll be emptying everyone else's too. The pay sounds decent at first, maybe $8 a month plus room and board. But then you discover the board consists of whatever leftovers the family doesn't want, served at a wooden table in the kitchen after the family has finished their elaborate meals upstairs. You'll eat a lot of bread and gravy, and you'll be grateful for it because jobs are scarce, and this beats the factory work that's slowly killing your cousin back home. What nobody tells you is how the hierarchy works below stairs. The butler rules like a king, the housekeeper like a queen, and you're somewhere near the bottom of the pecking order with the scullery maid and the boot boy. Everyone has a boss and someone else bosses them around. It's like a pyramid scheme, except instead of selling overpriced vitamins, you're all selling your dignity one scrubbed floor at a time. The strangest part isn't the work, it's becoming a ghost in your life. You dust around the family as they eat breakfast, invisible as furniture. You change sheets while they're at the opera, erasing any sign that you exist. You know intimate details about their lives, who's having affairs, who's losing money at cards, who can't sleep without laudanum, but they couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. Yet somehow, in this strange netherworld between upstairs and downstairs, you'll find a community. The other servants become your family, sharing gossip over stolen moments and leftover cake. You'll discover that Mrs. Patterson isn't as stern as she seems, and that even the stuffy butler once sneaked you an extra blanket during a cold snap. Your hands will become rough and red, your back will ache from bending over scrub brushes, and you'll fall into bed each night exhausted. But you'll also develop muscles you never knew you had, learn skills that would impress any modern efficiency expert, and gain a perspective on wealth and privilege that few people ever get to see from the inside. 5 in the morning marks the start of your day, with the world still in darkness and the house enveloped in a quiet that echoes with every footstep. You've learned to dress by feel, fumbling for your uniform in the pitch black, because lighting a candle would wake Sarah, and a cranky roommate makes an already difficult day downright miserable. The first task is creeping downstairs like a burglar in your workplace. Those beautiful hardwood floors that the family walks on so elegantly become your enemy in the pre-dawn hours. Every board seems designed to creak at the worst possible moment. You've mapped out the quiet spots like a criminal planning a heist, stepping only where the floorboards meet the joists. Once you reach the kitchen, it's time for the morning miracle, bringing the house to life without anyone upstairs knowing how it happens. The coal stove needs to be cleaned out, fresh coal added, and the fire coaxed back to life. Your hands turn black within minutes, and you'll spend the rest of the day trying to scrub the evidence from under your fingernails. But this temperamental iron beast is your lifeline. No fire means no hot water, no cooking, and no heat for the family's morning comfort. While the stove heats up, you're racing against time to complete what servants call the invisible ballet. Every surface that the family might touch needs to be perfect before they wake up. Doorknobs become polished until they gleam, carpets become beaten free of yesterday's dust, and windows are cleaned with a mixture of vinegar and newspaper that leaves your hands smelling like a pickle factory. The state of the bathroom warrants a separate narrative. Indoor plumbing is still a luxury even in wealthy homes, so you're dealing with chamber pots, wash basins, and the occasional newfangled water closet that breaks down more often than it works. Emptying and cleaning chamber pots becomes as routine as brushing your teeth, though considerably less pleasant. You develop a technique that involves holding your breath and contemplating literally anything else. Breakfast preparation happens in controlled chaos. The cook maintains strict authority in the kitchen, wielding a wooden spoon with determination to ensure that anyone who obstructs her efforts is swiftly dealt with. You're responsible for setting the dining room table with military precision. Every fork exactly 1 inch from the edge of the plate, every napkin folded into perfect triangles. The family's breakfast must be delivered upstairs as if by magic, hot and impeccably arranged, while you hastily grab cold leftover biscuits and hope your stomach remains silent enough to go unnoticed. The washing routine would make a modern person weep. Everything is scrubbed by hand with lye soap that could strip paint from a barn door. Bedsheets are boiled in large copper tubs and stirred with wooden paddles, reminiscent of preparing an exceedingly tedious stew. Your hands develop calluses in places you didn't know could grow blisters, and the constant moisture makes your skin crack like dried leather. Laundry day transforms the basement into a steamy jungle. Clotheslines stretch everywhere, creating a maze of damp linens and undergarments. You learn to navigate this textile obstacle course while carrying baskets of wet laundry that weigh more than small children. The air becomes so thick with moisture that breathing feels like drowning in slow motion, and your hair escapes from your cap in rebellious wisps that make you look like you've been struck by lightning. The ironing comes next, using heavy metal irons heated on the stove. These weapons of domestic destruction weigh about 5 pounds each and retain heat like tiny furnaces. You'll burn yourself at least once a week, developing a collection of small scars that mark you as permanently as any sailor's tattoos. The family's clothes must emerge crisp and perfect, while your own uniform looks like you slept in it, which some days you practically did. Between all these tasks, you're constantly running up and down stairs that seem designed by someone who hated servants. Your legs develop the strength of a mountain climber, but your knees start protesting before you turn 25. Each trip upstairs feels like scaling Mount Everest, especially when you're carrying heavy buckets or baskets of clean laundry. The morning routine ends around 9, when the family finally makes their grand appearance downstairs. By then, you've been working for 4 hours, accomplished enough tasks to exhaust a small army, and somehow managed to make it all look effortless. The family effortlessly navigates their morning routine, unaware that a team of servants has been working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure their comfort. The invisible line between upstairs and downstairs isn't marked on any blueprint, but it might as well be painted in neon. Cross it at the wrong time or in the wrong way, and you'll face consequences ranging from sharp words to outright dismissal. Learning to navigate this social minefield becomes as crucial as mastering the art of silver polish. Your training in invisibility starts immediately. When family members enter a room, you become a piece of furniture, useful when needed, ignored otherwise. You learn to dust around conversations about family finances, clean fireplaces while dramatic arguments unfold, and change bed linens while pretending not to notice the love letters hidden under pillows. It's akin to operating as a secret agent within your own organisation, yet the information you collect is utterly insignificant and could pose a threat if discovered. The bell system becomes your master. Every room has a cord that connects to a series of bells in the servants' hall, each with a different tone that you must memorise like a musical scale. The library bell sounds different from the morning room bell, which sounds different from the master bedroom bell. Every room is equipped with a cord that connects to a series of bells located in the servants' hall, each producing a distinct tone that one must memorise akin to a musical scale. The bell in the library has a different sound than that of the morning room, which in turn differs from the bell in the master bedroom. Should you make an error, you may find yourself in the position of having to explain why you delivered tea service to someone who actually desired their boots to be polished. Engaging in conversation with family members necessitates its own set of protocols. One should never initiate dialogue unless there is an urgent situation, such as someone's hair being on fire. Speaking to family members requires its own protocol. You should never start a conversation unless someone's hair is in danger. When spoken to, you respond with "yes sir" or "yes ma'am," followed by immediate action. Extended conversations are forbidden, even if the family member seems friendly. They might ask about your family back home or comment on the weather, but these aren't invitations for genuine human connection. They're just rich people being polite in the same way they might pat a well-behaved dog. The children of the house present special challenges. Little Master Timothy might be adorable in his sailor suit, but he's also a tiny dictator who's never heard the word "no" applied to himself. He'll demand that you drop everything to build him a fort out of dining room chairs, then cry to his mother when you explain that you need to finish your actual work first. The result? You'll build the fort and work twice as fast to catch up, because rich children's tears carry more weight than servants' explanations. Privacy becomes a foreign concept. Your employers expect you to see and hear everything while somehow remaining mentally absent. You'll witness family fights that would scandalise the neighbours, observe personal habits that range from quirky to disgusting, and overhear financial discussions that could tank stock prices. But you're not supposed to remember, discuss, or use any of it. The family's guests provide their own entertainment. Wealthy guests treat their servants like interactive wallpaper, discussing intimate details of their lives as if they've left you deaf and mute. You'll learn about affairs, business deals, and family scandals that would fill a dozen gossip columns, all while polishing silver or arranging flowers with the focused concentration of a monk. Meal service becomes a choreographed dance where one wrong step can ruin the entire performance. You must appear at exactly the right moment with the right item, serve from the correct side, and vanish before anyone notices you are there. Drop a fork and the entire table falls silent. Spill wine on a guest and you'll be lucky to find work cleaning stables. The family's schedule dictates your entire existence. When they decide to host a dinner party for 20 people, your schedule explodes into 16-hour days of preparation. They either pack you along like luggage or leave you behind to maintain an empty house when they travel to their summer house. Your needs for rest, social contact or personal time simply don't factor into their calculations. Yet within this rigid system, small rebellions bloom. Servants develop their own communication networks, passing information through a complex system of glances, gestures, and carefully coded conversations. You learn to read the subtle signs that indicate when cook is in a poor mood, when the butler has been sampling the wine, or when Mrs. Patterson is actually pleased with your work despite her stern expression. The hypocrisy becomes almost comical once you adjust to it. The same family that lectures their children about honesty will lie smoothly to social callers about their whereabouts. They'll preach Christian charity at Sunday dinner, then dock your wages for breaking a plate. They'll discuss the moral degradation of the working classes while running their household through a system that would make a medieval lord blush. Your fellow servants become your real family, united by shared exhaustion and mutual understanding of the absurdities you witness daily. Late-night conversations in the servants' hall create bonds stronger than blood, forged by the knowledge that you're all surviving the same bizarre social experiment together. Below stairs operates like its own small kingdom, complete with rigid social rankings, unspoken rules, and enough political intrigue to rival any royal court. Understanding your place in this hierarchy becomes crucial for survival, because stepping out of a line can make your already difficult life absolutely miserable. At the top of this domestic pyramid sits the butler, a man who carries himself with more dignity than most senators and considerably more authority than the average army general. He controls the wine cellar, manages the male servants, and serves as the family's public face when they are receiving guests. In his perfectly pressed uniform and white gloves, he glides through the house like he owns it, which, in many practical ways, he does. Cross him, and you'll find yourself assigned to the worst jobs until you either quit or learn proper respect. The housekeeper holds a dominant position among the female servants, dictating everything from uniform standards to room assignments. Mrs. Patterson may appear as a gentle grandmother to some, yet she manages her domain with the efficiency of a military commander and the meticulousness of a Swiss watchmaker. She keeps track of every towel, every bar of soap, and every minute of your day. Her approval means protection and slightly better assignments. Her disapproval means scrubbing floors until your knees bleed. Cook occupies her own special category, technically below the housekeeper in rank, but wielding enormous practical power because she controls the food. A skilled cook has the power to shape the social status of a wealthy family, inspiring both respect and fear in everyone, including the family members themselves. She rules her kitchen like a benevolent dictator, capable of creating masterpieces with one hand while boxing ears with the other. If you manage to gain her favour, you'll never face hunger. If you provoke her anger, you'll have to rely on bread crusts and regret. Ladies' maids and valets occupy the aristocracy of servant land. These personal attendants dress their employers, style their hair, and know intimate details about their daily lives. They earn higher wages, wear better uniforms, and often receive cast-off clothing worth more than your annual salary. They also tend to adopt an air of superiority, behaving as though they are somehow elevated above others simply because they assist affluent individuals in dressing rather than performing more menial tasks. Footmen represent the peacocks of the servant world, chosen more for their appearance than their skills. They need to be tall, handsome, and capable of standing motionless for hours while looking decorative. Their primary duties include opening doors, serving meals, and providing visual stimulation for the family's female guests. The beneficial news is they're often too pretty to be truly bright. The adverse news is they know they're pretty and act accordingly. You occupy the vast middle ground of general housemaids, along with your fellow soldiers in the war against dust, dirt, and disorder. You're above the scullery maid, who spends her entire existence washing dishes and scrubbing pots, and the boot boy, whose life revolves around making leather shine, but below practically everyone else. It's like being middle management in a company that specialises in thankless labour. Kitchen politics make international diplomacy look simple. Cook and the housekeeper maintain an uneasy alliance based on mutual respect and territorial boundaries that shift like desert sands. The butler considers himself above such petty concerns, which makes everyone else consider him an arrogant peacock. Personal maids gossip about their employers while somehow maintaining superiority over everyone who doesn't have access to such intimate information. Meals in the servants' hall follow protocols stricter than state dinners. At the head of the table, the butler and housekeeper receive the first service and consume the tastiest portions. Personal servants are seated next, then upper housemaids, then lower housemaids, and lastly, the truly unfortunate individuals who clean pots and polish boots. Conversation follows equally rigid rules: no discussion of family business, no complaints about working conditions, and absolutely no questioning of decisions made by your superiors. Romance below stairs provides endless entertainment and occasional heartbreak. Relationships between servants face constant scrutiny from both the staff hierarchy and the family upstairs. A housemaid dating a footman might find herself reassigned to less desirable duties if the housekeeper disapproves. Marriage usually means one partner must locate employment elsewhere, since most families won't employ married couples who might prioritise each other over their duties. The contrast between your circumstances and those of the family creates its own psychological challenges. You handle their money while earning a fraction of what they spend on a single dinner party. You maintain their beautiful clothes while wearing the same grey dress day after day. You prepare their luxurious meals while eating leftovers that wouldn't satisfy a prison inmate. The irony thickens to such an extent that it could be sliced with the silver knives you meticulously polish every day. Yet within this strange system, genuine friendships develop. Sarah, your snoring roommate, becomes your closest confidant. The scullery maid, despite her lowly status, possesses a wicked sense of humour that makes even the worst days bearable. Even Mrs. Patterson, for all her stern efficiency, occasionally shows flashes of motherly concern that remind you she was once young and overwhelmed too. Information becomes currency in this closed world. Knowing which family members are travelling, which guests are expected, or which social events require extra preparation provides you leverage and protection. The servant who overhears plans for a dinner party can prepare accordingly. The one caught off guard ends up working until midnight with no warning. Nothing tests a servant's endurance quite like the social season, when wealthy families transform from merely demanding employers into social climbing tornadoes that sweep through your life, leaving chaos, exhaustion, and occasionally broken china in their wake. From November through February, your employers shed any pretense of normal living and dive headfirst into a whirlwind of dinner parties, balls, and social events that would exhaust a professional athlete. Preparing for a dinner party feels like planning a military invasion. 2 days before the event, the house erupts into controlled pandemonium. Every piece of silver must be polished until it blinds anyone foolish enough to look directly at it. Crystal glasses get washed in special solutions that cost more per bottle than you earn in a week. Mrs. Patterson meticulously scrubs, polishes, and inspects every surface in the dining room, a process typically reserved for operating theatres. The floral arrangements alone could drive you to drink, if you had access to anything stronger than Cook's cooking sherry. Flowers arrive from the florist in carefully packed boxes, each bloom worth more than your monthly wages. You'll spend hours arranging roses, lilies, and exotic blooms, whose names you can't pronounce, creating centerpieces that will be admired for precisely 3 hours before being relegated to the servants' hall, where they'll brighten your dreary meals for the rest of the week. Planning the menu turns into a challenging exercise in culinary mathematics, comparable to that of a university professor. The family wants to impress their guests without appearing to try too hard, serve sophisticated food without being pretentious, and accommodate dietary restrictions that change daily based on the latest medical fads. Cook transforms into a temperamental artist, creating elaborate dishes while simultaneously managing a kitchen staff that multiplies mysteriously during party preparations. Your uniform gets upgraded for special events, a slightly better dress, a crisper apron, and shoes that haven't been rosoled 3 times. You're expected to serve guests with the grace of a ballet dancer and the efficiency of a factory worker while remaining as invisible as furniture. Spill wine on a guest's gown, and you'll find yourself explaining to potential future employers why your last position ended so abruptly. The guest bedrooms become monuments to excessive hospitality. Fresh linens appear on beds that may not even be used, but the possibility that the Vanderbilt's cousin might need a place to rest between courses requires preparation worthy of visiting royalty. You'll arrange flowers, stock wash basins with the finest soaps, and ensure that chamber pots are spotless and discreetly positioned, because nothing ruins a social evening like inadequate bathroom facilities. Christmas season multiplies the insanity by roughly 10,000%. The family's gift-giving requires military-level logistics coordination. You'll spend December wrapping presents with paper that costs more than most people's winter coats, arranging elaborate displays that transform the house into something resembling a particularly expensive museum, and somehow maintaining normal daily operations while accommodating the constant stream of deliveries, social calls, and holiday preparations. Holiday entertaining reaches levels of absurdity that would impress Roman emperors. New Year's Eve parties stretch until dawn, requiring you to work shifts that would violate modern labour laws by several decades. You'll serve champagne that costs more per bottle than you earn in 3 months, clean up after revellers whose idea of fun involves considerable property damage, and somehow maintain a pleasant demeanour while running on 3 hours of sleep and pure caffeine. The laundry situation during the social season deserves its own chapter in the annals of human suffering. Evening gowns require special handling, with beading, lace, and fabric so delicate that breathing on them wrong could cause irreparable damage. Men's formal wear involves starching shirt fronts to cardboard stiffness, pressing tailcoats that must hang perfectly, and managing white tie ensembles that require the precision of a Swiss clockmaker. Guest management becomes a diplomatic challenge that would stump professional ambassadors. Wealthy visitors arrive with their servants, creating temporary hierarchies and territorial disputes that make international border negotiations look simple, sharing already cramped quarters with ladies' maids who consider themselves your social superiors, competing for kitchen space with visiting cooks who have strong opinions about proper techniques, and navigating personality conflicts that could destabilise small governments are all common experiences. The aftermath of large parties resembles battlefield cleanup. Wine stains on Persian carpets require immediate attention, with special cleaning solutions and techniques passed down through generations of servants. Broken crystal is collected with the reverence usually reserved for gathering fragments of religious relics. Leftover food will be redistributed through a complex system that ensures nothing edible goes to waste, though the definition of edible is stretched considerably after midnight. Your social life disappears entirely during party season. Any hope of personal time evaporates under the constant demands of preparation, service, and clean-up. Letters from home pile up unread, friendships with other servants get reduced to exhausted nods in hallways, and your health becomes secondary to maintaining the family's social standing, yet somehow you develop skills that would impress modern event planners. You learn to coordinate complex logistics, manage multiple tasks simultaneously, and solve problems with creativity born from desperation. You can estimate quantities for 50 people, arrange flowers that would make professional florists weep with envy, and serve formal meals with precision that would satisfy military inspection. The strangest part is how normal it all becomes. After your first social season, you develop the stamina of a marathon runner and the organisational skills of a general staff officer. What once seemed impossible becomes merely exhausting, and what once seemed exhausting becomes just another Tuesday in the life of a Gilded Age housemaid. Finding space for your humanity within the rigid structure of domestic service requires the ingenuity of a master criminal and the stealth of a professional spy. Your personal life exists in fragments, stolen moments between duties, whispered conversations in hallways, and relationships that bloom in the shadows of other people's grand lives. Your correspondence becomes a lifeline to the world beyond the servant's door. Letters from home arrive sporadically, their contents both comforting and heartbreaking. Your mother writes about crops and weather and neighbours who've married or died, painting pictures of a life that feels simultaneously familiar and impossibly distant. You save your pennies to send money home, knowing that your wages might mean the difference between your younger siblings eating well or going hungry, even as you survive on kitchen scraps and leftover bread. Romance in service requires navigating obstacles that would challenge a diplomat. Meeting someone from outside the household means coordinating schedules that change daily, finding time when you're not exhausted from 14-hour workdays, and somehow maintaining a relationship when you can't predict whether you'll have an evening free until about 5 minutes before it happens. Dating fellow servants creates its own complications, workplace relationships under the constant scrutiny of superiors who view any personal attachment as a potential distraction from duty. Your half-day off becomes more precious than gold and twice as rare. Every other Sunday afternoon, from 2 until 10 in the evening, you're theoretically free to live your life. In reality, you're often too exhausted to do anything more ambitious than sleeping in a real bed or taking a bath without worrying about someone needing immediate service. When you do venture outside, the world feels foreign after spending weeks in the artificial environment of wealth and privilege. Friendships among servants develop their own peculiar intensity. Shared hardship forges bonds that might not otherwise exist. The scullery maid transforms into your confidant, the boot boy provides you with comedic relief, and Sarah becomes your sister beyond blood. These relationships sustain you through the worst moments and make the best moments worth celebrating, even if celebration means sharing a stolen apple tart in the servants' hall after midnight. Reading becomes a form of rebellion and escape. You squirrel away penny novels and yesterday's newspapers, reading by candlelight until your eyes strain and your candle budget disappears. Books transport you to worlds where women have choices, where love overcomes social barriers, and where hard-working people sometimes find happiness. The family's discarded magazines provide glimpses into fashions and lifestyles that seem as exotic as tales from distant countries. Your health suffers in ways both obvious and subtle. The constant physical labour strengthens your muscles but wears down your joints. Poor nutrition leaves you vulnerable to every passing illness. The lack of sunlight and fresh air creates a pallor that marks you as any uniform. Back pain becomes your constant companion, along with hands that crack and bleed from exposure to harsh cleaning chemicals and cold water. Personal hygiene presents its challenges in an era when hot water is a luxury, and privacy is non-existent. Your weekly bath becomes a cherished ritual, even if it takes place in a tin tub in the kitchen after everyone else has finished their evening duties. Washing your hair requires planning and coordination worthy of a military operation since you need access to hot water, sufficient time for drying, and privacy that's rarer than diamonds. Your few personal possessions take on enormous significance. A locket from your mother, a pressed flower from your last walk in the countryside, or a photograph of family members becomes a treasure guarded more carefully than the family silver. These small tokens represent your identity beyond the grey uniform and white cap, reminders that you exist as more than just a pair of hands that scrub and clean. Dreams and aspirations are modified rather than abandoned. Instead of opening your shop, you dream of becoming a housekeeper with authority over your staff. Instead of marrying a prosperous farmer, you hope to locate a butler or valet, whose combined income might allow for a small apartment, and maybe even children someday. Your goals shrink to fit reality, but they don't disappear entirely. The seasonal rhythms of the household create their own calendar of anticipation and dread. Summer might bring opportunities to accompany the family to their country house, offering glimpses of different scenery and slightly modified routines. Winter social season means exhausting work, but also excitement, and the possibility of glimpsing famous guests. Spring cleaning represents weeks of back-breaking labour, but also the satisfaction of transformation and renewal. Small pleasures take on enormous importance. A compliment from Mrs. Patterson carries more weight than praise from royalty. An evening when cook shares leftover dessert feels like Christmas morning. A Sunday when you're healthy enough to walk to the park and sit under actual trees becomes a memory to sustain you through difficult weeks ahead. Your relationship with money becomes complex and contradictory. You handle more wealth daily than most people see in their entire lives, yet your own financial situation remains precarious. Every penny saved represents enormous sacrifice, less food, fewer letters home, and no small luxuries that might make your hard life slightly more bearable. Your bank account grows slowly while your hands grow rough and your back grows crooked. The strange intimacy of service creates its own emotional complications. You know details about your employers' lives that their relatives don't share, yet they remain strangers who could dismiss you without reference and barely remember your name. This one-sided intimacy breeds both affection and resentment, creating relationships that are simultaneously personal and completely impersonal. As the 1890s draw to a close, you've survived nearly a decade of service in the grand houses of America's wealthy elite, and the world around you is changing in ways both subtle and dramatic. From your perspective in the servants' quarters, these changes feel both impossibly distant and intimately personal. Technology creeps into the household like a slow-moving revolution. Electric lights begin replacing gas fixtures, transforming your morning routine of lamp cleaning but introducing new mysteries of switches and bulbs that sometimes work and sometimes don't. The telephone appears in the front hall like a magical device, bringing the outside world directly into the house while creating new responsibilities. Someone must answer it, and that person often turns out to be you. Your body tells the story of your service in ways that no employment record could capture. Your hands bear the permanent stains and scars of countless cleaning chemicals and burns from hot irons. Your shoulders curve slightly forward from years of bending over scrub brushes and laundry tubs. Your knees protest when climbing the endless flights of stairs that connect your basement world to the family's elevated existence. These marks of service will stay with you long after you've left domestic work behind. The skills you've developed would impress any modern efficiency expert. You can manage complex household logistics, coordinate multiple tasks simultaneously, and maintain impossibly high standards under constant pressure. You've learned to read people's moods and needs from subtle cues, mastered the art of diplomatic problem-solving, and developed the physical stamina of a professional athlete. These abilities will serve you well, whether you continue in service or venture into other forms of work. Daily proximity to extreme luxury and the labour required to maintain it has shaped your perspective on wealth and privilege. You've witnessed the ease with which one can spend money and the challenge of earning it. You've witnessed the isolation that wealth can create, even as you've experienced the exhaustion that poverty demands. This understanding of both sides of America's growing economic divide provides you insights that few people possess. The friendships forged in service carry a special intensity born from shared hardship and mutual dependence. Sarah, your long-suffering roommate, has become closer than any sister. Cook, despite her gruff exterior, has served as a mentor and mother figure. Even Mrs. Patterson, with all her stern efficiency, has shown moments of genuine care that transcended the employer-employee relationship. These bonds will outlast your employment and provide emotional support for decades to come. Years of separation and financial responsibilities have complicated your relationship with your own family. The money you've sent home has made real differences. Your youngest brother finished school instead of working in factories, your sister avoided an unfortunate marriage, and your parents kept their small farm despite several bad harvests. Yet the physical and emotional distance has created gaps that letters can't entirely bridge. You've become somewhat foreign to your origins, shaped by experiences your family can't fully understand. Marriage and family planning in service pose special difficulties that will influence your future choices. If you marry another servant, you'll understand each other's experiences but face continued economic uncertainty. If you marry outside domestic service, you'll need to explain a world that sounds almost fictional to people who haven't lived it. Children complicate everything. Servants with families obtain fewer employment opportunities and face the constant struggle of balancing parental responsibilities with professional demands. The broader social changes rippling through American society will eventually transform domestic service itself. Women are beginning to discover other employment opportunities in offices, shops, and factories. Labour movements are questioning the working conditions that you've simply accepted as natural. New technologies will gradually reduce the need for armies of servants to maintain wealthy households. Your generation represents the peak of an era that won't last forever. Your dreams have evolved through your years of service. The naive girl who first walked through the servants' entrance has been replaced by a woman who understands both her capabilities and the realistic limits of her opportunities. Even when your hard work remains largely unnoticed, you've learned to find satisfaction in it. You've discovered that dignity can be maintained even in situations designed to minimize it. The education you've received through observation and experience rivals anything offered in formal schools. You've learned about art by dusting priceless paintings, about music by overhearing private concerts, about literature by reading discarded books, and about human nature by witnessing how people behave when they think no one important is watching. This informal education has expanded your mind in ways that will continue paying dividends throughout your life. Looking back on your years in service, the experience defies simple categorization. It has been simultaneously degrading and ennobling, exhausting and educational, and isolating and community building. You've sacrificed your youth and health to maintain other people's comfort, yet you've also developed strengths and skills that you might never have discovered otherwise. You've lived through one of the most economically unequal periods in American history, not as a victim or a hero, but as a working woman doing what was necessary to survive and help your family survive. As you consider your future, whether continuing in service, marrying and starting your family, or venturing into the changing world of women's work, you carry with you the knowledge that you've already overcome challenges that would break weaker spirits. You've maintained your humanity in a system designed to reduce you to a function. You've found friendship in unlikely places, dignity in humble work, and strength in circumstances that seem designed to crush it. The Gilded Age is ending, taking with it some of the extreme social rigid structures that defined your working life. But the lessons you've learned about resilience, community, and the true nature of both wealth and poverty will serve you well in whatever comes next. You've been invisible to the wealthy families you've served, but your story, and the stories of millions of women like you, represents the real foundation upon which America's grandest era was built.